Hello, 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 my lovely imps. How are you doing today? Hello! Oh, god damn it. Why? Why must I have issues at the beginning of every single stream? That's okay, it's a minor issue. I'll fix it momentarily, and we won't have any issues. Okay? Listen. All I'm gonna say is we got a lot of fun on the horizon for today. Yeah, this is a no hat day. That's right. 0 hats in sight. I'm wearing a, tank toppy kind of thing. It's great. My hair is all nice and clean and properly volumed. It's wonderful. And I have a lot of fun stuff for you. Whoa, enchiladas? Holy fuck, that sounds great. Imagine showering? You fuckers better be showering. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I'm a tanky for having a tank top. Oh boy, listen, for those of you who have arrived already, please do not forget to like the video. We have 53 viewers right now. So like the video so we can bump this shit up in the algorithm a little bit, Seriously. Don't worry, I'll get to the roll call. I always do the roll call. As always. Hello today to Void Harpy, Lawboy named Troy, actual username Panic Stasis, Adam Flores, Sudafawn, Demon Lord Zadoki, DB Michelle, Defenestrator, Angel Bunny, Emstadada, Samoski, actual username, and Lilibror. And from the YouTube chat, we got Anthony S. Healy, A Normal Chris, Anna Smith, May Spitfire, Javier Ramos, Comrade Catpernicus, and Rioma, and Max Sips. Of course, great to see you, Max Sips. Hope you are doing well. Non-binary potatoes. Indeed, I do like non-binary potatoes. Most potatoes, I believe, are non-binary. Although, to be fair, I've never asked them, but I have a feeling they wouldn't have a response. So I'm going to go with the safe option and say that, most potatoes are probably non-binary. Just going with that one, okay? Just finished eating some whistle dogs. What the fuck is a whistle dog? I don't know what that is. What the fuck is a whistle dog? I've never heard of that before. What's a whistle dog? No, Aji, it's wonderful to see you. Regardless of whether you'll be multitasking or not, I'm very happy to see you. None gender left potato. Yes, we're on to things here. What's whistle with you, dog? What? Plant don't give a shit about sex and gender. All they care about is sunlight and make seed. In the case of potatoes, make bud. Potatoes are nutritious and they taste great, especially if you season them. How did you find out about SJW debates? For me, it was his debate with Dumb Gone of a Cod. Believe it or not, I've known about SJW debates for a very long time. I used to know Jangles when they were just a chatter. I didn't know them super closely, but I spent time in a lot of chats with them. So, yeah. So that's what we're going to be up to today. We are going to be talking about a couple of different things. First, we're going to be hanging out with Jangles the Science Lad. And we will be chit-chatting about lefty infighting, the necessitation for different language in different contexts, all kinds of stuff like that. What's your take on the restrictions of 1400 being tightened by Biden? Shit. Embarrassing. Sad. Pathetic. Pathetic. It's sad. Come on, we all know this. Listen, I know I don't got a whole lot of libs in my audience. Maybe I will in the future. But I'm just gonna say, that's pretty sad, okay? Morgan's on. Thank you so much for the tier 2 sub. Thank you so much. Last month was a hard month. As it turns out, taking 3 days off from streaming actually seriously impacted my income. I made less than half of what I made in December. Kind of sucks. But it's okay. Maybe we'll bounce back this month. Remember though, no matter what, no matter how much I make, the show will always be free. And you all of your support is not required, but is greatly appreciated, okay? There you go. Whoa, we got a Vosh raid coming in? Hell yeah! Come on in! Get on in here! Come on Vosters? Yeah, Vosh Raid. Hell yeah, it's been a while since we've seen the Vosters. Come on in, Vosters. Come on over to demonmama.com/live. Looks just like VGG. It's made by White Nervosa. Get on in. Come on in, y'all. We're about to have a really fun day. You've arrived at the very beginning of my stream, so I can promise you it's going to be fucking amazing. Yeah, get on in here. Come on in, y'all. Come on in. Come get comfy. We got a lot of stuff to talk about, okay? You're going to get to hear so much cool stuff. You're going to get to hear about lefty infighting. You're going to get to hear about optics with Jangles the Science Lad. We're going to talk about Joe Biden. We're going to talk about crazy fucking QAnoners. We're going to talk about so much stuff today. It is going to be a real blast. And if you haven't subbed to me on YouTube, why? Come on, sub to me on YouTube and smack that motherfucking like button, because we would love to get as many eyes on this as possible. I am a growing channel, and we are back on track after the very frustrating February that we had. Regardless, we are rocketing upwards faster than any of the other memes about rocketing upwards that you have heard about, okay? I'm serious. You're here on the bottom floor, and you get to ride the elevator through the sky into an alternate dimension and beyond, okay? It's really fucking cool. So thank you for being here. Very happy to have you. And consider coming and hanging out on demonmama.com/live if you're hanging out on VGG right now. It's the same thing, except we have unique emotes there that are for us. Like it's amazing. Look at everybody. Chat. Please, chat. Please show the best emotes that we have. Look at the amazing emotes that are going to appear on the screen and bask in their glory. Do we have Vermin here? Hi, Vermin, if you're here. Yeah, look at those emotes. They're so fucking awesome. We have the widest wide impo happy that you've ever seen. Hi, Vermin. I had a feeling you were here. I saw somebody tag you, so I thought I might have missed your message. We have some fucking great ass emotes. We got a weed smoking goat. We got a fucking frog that's turned into a demon. A bunch of them. We have our own unique frog named Pompo. It's amazing. It's wonderful. And I'm about to bring you some motherfucking awesome content, because we got a lot to talk about today. Like a lot. Guess what else we're going to talk about? I know. All of you VGGers already heard about it once, yeah? Oh, you love my little squishy stuffed bee? Thank you. That's the bee right there. There it is. It's a little squished right now. We have a little squid. We have a cactuar that tipped over apparently. When did that tip over? Well, whatever. And the squishy stuffed bee. We got unique frog. It's great. So we're going to talk about, I know you've all already heard it. I know you already heard it from Voosh. You already heard about the Wumuxin, but we're going to talk about my take on it, because I don't know, identity politics. I'm a fucking non-binary trans. So why not hear my take on it? Yeah. Because I mean, I'll be honest. Vosh's take was really fucking good. But I have some stuff to add to it, and identity politics. Fuck you. There you go. Fuck you. I can do it. Listen, if anybody can make a buck off of talking about Wumuxin and folks and all that shit, it should be me, right? Right? Who is Vujgosh? I don't know. Yeah, idpol Angie over here. That's right. You know it is. You know it's me. You know me. Hey, thank you, Vader C, for the incredibly generous super chat. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. By the way, this is the last time I'll ask before we get into the content. However, how do you donate me a furniture for my stuff instead of the chair? Seriously? If you're being serious about that, Frisky Beast, DM me on my Discord, okay? You join the Discord and I'm serious. I would gladly appreciate that. If you really want to help me get my backdrop updated, I've been waiting forever to be able to update my backdrop. But I have been planning it. You can help. Just DM me on Discord and we'll chit chat. Seriously. Thank you. Appreciate that. That is a genuine way to help me out. This is the last time I'm going to ask before we start. Hit the like button over on YouTube if you can. It's free to give a like. It's also free to give a sub, and it's also free to ring that fucking bell, and it will really help me out like a lot. So and you get to be a part of an awesome community. I promise you, you will have a blast here. So please hit those likes because it does actually help quite a lot. And then I won't bother you anymore. I'm going to deliver you the content now, okay? Listen, you got to do it when the raid happens, how it goes. Hey, Samoski. Hey, yo, this community has helped me figure out that I am bi. Can I get some pogs in chat? Yes, you can get some motherfucking pogs in chat. Holy shit. That is some seriously pog-worthy material. Oh my God. Hey, thank you. Oh yeah, so you're also, so there's another bonus. You also all will be honored with a diss track of me. Somebody has made a diss track of me, and we're going to listen to it today because I have no fucking clue what to expect from that, but I hear it's going to destroy me forever. So if you've ever wanted to see a streamer get destroyed forever, this is your opportunity today. Anyway, before we start any politics, I have to show you something because see, on my channel, there has been a war raging. You understand? There has been a war between the lizard lickers and the monkey fans. The virgin lizard lickers versus the Chad monkey fighters, okay? And as we know, the virgin lizard lickers have not been doing so good. However, there is a new piece of evidence that has been submitted to me that is very difficult to refute. So we're going to watch it together, okay? We're going to watch it together because, oh boy, is it good. Listen, this shit, I'm just saying, what I have discovered might change all of our minds forever, okay? And we have to watch it together, okay? You broke your partner's brain with Godzilla versus Monkey? Well, that is a good use of Godzilla versus Monkey. This is live footage of a fight between Godzilla and Monkey, okay? And I need you to watch this and witness its greatness because I think I have had my perspective revolutionized. Let us watch together this unbelievable fight. Live footage coming to you right now from New Toke York. Here we go.
Stinky. You damn dirty ape.
Oh shit! Look at him! He's got a fucking stink eye!
That's a huge bitch.
It's true!
Okay.
Hey, we have this! Look, that's the emote we have on our Discord! We have this emote on our Discord! They must have gotten it from us!
You saved me. Why?
Monkey.
Nice! And as you can see, there are two lessons to be taken away from this. The first lesson. Hey, thank you so much, Dizzy. Thank you.
I got my tax return, so here's a healthy dono.
Yes, there is an ASMR B movie. Yes, I know.
Yesterday. Enjoy stream tonight, comrades.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Now, I gotta say, damn, thank you, Dizzy Eyes. Now, I gotta say, there's two lessons to be taken away from this. The first one is that even Godzilla recognizes the value of Monkey. I don't think anybody can argue with that. At the end of the video, Monkey asks, but why? And Godzilla replies simply, wisely, Monkey. And as we know, if even Godzilla can recognize that Monkey is good, that's a pretty strong That's pretty strong, you know? But the second lesson is perhaps the most important, and that is that there is only one way to turn the monster of automation into a defeatable enemy, and that is by banding together and recognizing our mutual need for one another. And that is how we do it. Because as you can see, I myself have been guilty of sowing discord. Oh,
This
thank you
is
so
my
much,
first
Jorg the
time
Grek.
watching your stream and am loving it already. Keep up the good work.
Thank you. Oh, wait, the Discord link should not be expired. You should be able to go to discord.gg/Demon Mama, and you should be able to get in. And all you have to do is agree to the rules. Anyway, I have been sowing discord with my vociferous and unvarnished support of the monkey side only, when in reality, we really need to work together. We need to work together. And so, henceforth, though I will always love my monkey, I am announcing an alliance between the lizard lickers and the ascendant apes against the threat of Amazon automation. Now, you might be wondering where Amazon comes into all this. Don't worry about it. It's a movie. Fuck you. There you go. That's how it goes. It's just how it goes. So that's the future. The future of this channel is that we will openly embrace both the weak-chinned lizard lickers and the Chad-like strong monkey lovers, and we will work together, even if it means that the ascendant monkeys have to reach down and help us and help bring the lizard lickers up. That's what we will do. Okay? That's what we will do. Anyway, now it is time for slightly more serious business. Yes, I will be doing my best to retire the offensive slur lizard licker from my vocabulary, and instead I will be trying to use the more inclusive term lixerd lixer. Okay, so congratulations. I am reaching out to your community, and we're gonna make everything okay together. We hired consultants to help us come up with this solution to be more welcoming to the lixerd community, and I think we're gonna be okay. I think it's going to be okay. I think we can do this together, all right? Oh my God. What is this link? Let's take a look at this link. I've been sent a gored up link. No more brother. What? What is this? What have you sent me? This thing doesn't even... What is this? It's like a download link. What? I'm only opening this because it's you, Posadas John. Monkey dancing. Wow! They're jamming! Wow. Wow. Posadas John, this was top-notch meme. Wow. Damn. I can feel the DMCA. Yeah, it's coming. I can feel it coming in the air tonight. The strike that will finish Demon Mama's channel. All right. All right. No. No, Demon Lord Zadoki, but that sounds like you're being a little dishonest in your framing. Now, I did miss 2 donos, so let me grab those. One dono was from... Wait, where'd it go? Ah, shit. Where'd it go? I gotta keep the fucking feed open in the future. Oh, damn it. Where did it go? I missed it. Hold on a second. Give me just a second, everyone. Let me find the fucking dono. There we go. Tane! Thank you very much, Tane. And from YouTube, thank you so very much for the $9 super chat, Ron's KFC. Thank you so much. When can we get more piano play? Eventually. I have wonderful news. One last announcement before we do further content. I just want to say, yeah, this is fine. Oh, yeah. I just want to say, guess what? My guitar is coming early. I got word today from the guitar salesperson that the fucking guitar is coming already. Super early. Like way early. They were like, listen, it won't be here till April. And I was like, please. And they were like, actually, we can get it to you next week. I got a 12-string Ibanez, and it is glorious. And I'm very, very excited. Anyway, lizard monkey cooperation. Yes, Lisp. Yes. But yeah, I'm getting, let me show you. I'll show you a picture of it. You want to see the actual pictures of my actual guitar? Hold on a second. Hold on. They were emailed to me this morning. I can guitar. I already know how to play guitar. I want to actually get back into it and master guitar. My goal is to master guitar. You understand? So that's my goal. My goal is to master it. Let me just get the picture here for you. Real quick. And I'm really excited because this guitar was a fantastic deal. I got a really good deal on it. Thank you to Jessica Metal from my chat who helped me pick it out, who is a super, super talented guitarist. And I'm very excited to begin learning music again, and I will be playing for you, you lovely little imps. So I hope you're prepared. Let me show you. Let me show you. Let me show you. I've got the actual pictures here. Here we go. Hold on. Let's get this. Let me get these open real quick. This is the actual pictures of the guitar. The way that they do it is that on this, when your guitar arrives from the manufacturer, they take pictures of your guitar as they are inspecting it, and they send it to you, which is one of the coolest things I've ever seen. Like, that's some serious customer service, if you ask me. I mean, it is a big purchase, but still, that's kind of cool, right? So let's take a look. So look at this. So this is the first one. Look, ooh, look at those beautiful 12 strings. Ooh, 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 ooh. But here we go. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. Oh, perfect condition. Look at that shit. Ooh, that's a repeat. There we go. There's the full guitar. And there we got the controls and the little built-in internal. Have I ever played a 12-string? Yes, I have. In fact, I played a 12-string for most of the time that I played guitar. Yeah, this is an acoustic electric, so it has a built-in monitor, or what's it called? A monitor? Yeah, built-in monitoring system that, yeah, pickup, that's what it's called. Thank you. It has a built-in pickup, and guess what? You know what's even fucking cooler about this? I have the cable necessary to plug this directly into my sound deck that I use for stream already. So I will be able to plug this in, and you will get crystal clear, perfect audio. Pretty fucking awesome, huh? Pretty fucking awesome, huh? So there, that's the hype. I just wanted to let you know, we may have to do that dangle bangle. That's what I was going to talk about shortly. Now that we've done all of the little silly life stuff. So I just wanted to share that with you all because I've been pogging out of control over this guitar for a while. And the fact that I found out today that it was coming early has made me go, wow, that's awesome. It's coming early. And I wanted to share that with you. Yeah, it's been wild. Okay. So if I play the song, it can get copyright striked. If I do, no. Well, okay, actually, depending on how good I play a song, it could actually not get copyright striked, but it could be identified as a cover, which means you have to, with certain companies, you have to share revenue with them, which is stupid as shit. But we're not talking about that right now. We're not talking about that right now. It's time to move on to politics, which you all actually come here for, okay? And I have some really fucking excitingly scary stuff to talk about, okay? So we're going to have an exciting conversation later, but first we have to talk about the kind of fucky shit. Nibiru, I'll try to answer that later. I'll try to answer that later. Hey, Faybright!
My psychic powers tell me you spoke with Dave Cody from Sweetwater for this purchase.
Hey, thank you.
Congrats. The thing you were looking for was EQ.
EQ. Oh, thank you so much, Faybright. And thank you, Axe the DD. Thank you so much. You're so generous right now. Thank you so much. So let me get this here and we'll pop this up. Okay, so we got to talk about something, okay? So how many of you in chat have heard... Oh, I'll do that. Yeah, I'll do that for you, Murder of Cross. So how many of you have heard of this this new religion called QAnon? Have any of you heard of QAnon? Anybody in chat heard of this? It's you know, it's rising in popularity these days. Yeah. So QAnon has been for the last few weeks saying that Donald Trump has been secretly planning the true inauguration. For those of you who don't actually know what QAnon is a cult that has formed around Donald Trump. It is a conspiracy theory cult, so it buys into a lot of other conspiracy theories. There are a lot of Nazis in it. They have a lot of negative thoughts about Jewish people. They are very obsessed with the idea that Donald Trump is fighting a secret cabal, as it's called, of Democrats, including Hillary Clinton, Al Gore, you know, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, and they believe that this cabal is regularly kidnapping, indoctrinating, and or sacrificing children, and Donald Trump is God's chosen savior to help fight them. That is actually, yes, that is actually what they believe. They do actually believe that, and it is shockingly popular here in the United States. Even though it's made a million predictions and all of them have been wrong, that hasn't slowed it at all. They live in an alternate reality. Now, their latest thing has been talking about how tomorrow, March 4th, is the real inauguration of Donald Trump. As for what they're basing this off of, there is some random occurrence in history where an inauguration had to happen later in the year, and oh, don't worry, you won't be judged. Welcome. Very happy to have you. They've been, what was I gonna say? Yeah, it's based off of some historical event that happened, where an inauguration, it's irrelevant. The facts don't matter at all. They've found some weird justification to claim that tomorrow is the real inauguration and Donald Trump is going to take over the Capitol and will need the assistance of all faithful QAnoners. Inaugurations used to happen on March 4th. Well, there you go. And, oh, yeah, and they say he's going to be the 19th president. It's so strange, okay? It's very strange. Unfortunately, as unhinged and ridiculous as it actually is, as ridiculous as this is, unfortunately, we have to take it seriously because as we now know, QAnon was a huge part of the uprising that happened on the 6th. I know, feels like ancient history, but guess what? That was only, 2 months ago that there was an actual insurrection in the capital of the United States, and that was resulted in multiple deaths. Kind of fucked, isn't it? Kind of fucked that actually happened, and we all were here for it. I covered that shit live. Now, I don't know if anything meaningful is actually going to happen tomorrow. It's damn near impossible to tell. However, if it does, I will be covering it tomorrow during an emergency stream. You all know how wild and crazy the emergency streams have gotten, okay? So if you need news coverage of what's going on tomorrow, I will be live tomorrow if there's anything going down, but it's damn near impossible to tell at this point if anything will. However, House scraps plans for Thursday's session after security officials warn of possible plot to breach the Capitol. Security detail for the House impeachment managers has been extended throughout the week. Yes, it does. It does still have troops there. The House scrapped plans for a Thursday session after security officials warned of a possible plot by an unnamed militant group to breach the Capitol. The decision to move up votes on legislation to Wednesday night came after officials warned of credible threats of violence circulated by right-wing extremists that March 4 is the true inauguration day in which former President Donald Trump will be sworn in for a second term. The Senate plans to be in session on Thursday. We'll see if that happens. President Biden on Wednesday criticized the governors of Texas and Mississippi for ending mask mandates and rolling back another coronavirus restrictions, saying the last thing we need is Neanderthal thinking. His comments came during a bipartisan meeting at the White House on battling cancer, and that is likely a preview of what will be the centerpiece of Biden's post-pandemic health agenda. Meanwhile, the commanding general of the D.C. National Guard told senators how restrictions placed on him by the Pentagon in the run-up to the January 6th riot, that's kind, at the U.S. Capitol in Washington prevented him from more quickly sending forces to quell the violence perpetrated by supporters of former President Donald Trump. Here we go. Here's more information about this. We're getting updates as the day goes on. We've got delays on all kinds of stuff. And then we've got more updates. House to adjourn early over intelligence that groups may be planning another Capitol attack. Credible threat to violence. So this is some of the stuff that we've already seen. So, is Washington going on lockdown again? It appears like that will be the case. Now, it is very possible that absolutely nothing happens tomorrow. Yeah, we got 1 million new imps. It's fucking awesome. It's so awesome. Hey, thank you, Pissed Mist. I'm very happy to have you. I think you'll like my content. I came out, I don't want to say I came out of Watch's community, but I did. I used to be an OG chatter and still do pop by from time to time, although the website was down today, which really made me sad. But yeah, so hello to all of you. I'm sure you'll like my content. So we got to talk about this just a little bit before we talk with Jangles, because, this is becoming a normal thing, isn't it? We've been running into just all kinds of issues. Hey, cool. Hi, Grandpa. Good to meet you, Grandpa. Been 1 million years since we talked. I didn't even know you were alive anymore, but thank you for the $5. Really appreciate that. Yeah, Grandpa. So what was I going to say? Yes. So the Capitol, okay? Listen, we've like, I don't know. I feel like America is in this perpetual position of being like stunned, where we just can't even acknowledge, where we can't even acknowledge just how shit the situation really is. In the last 2 months, in the year of 2020, there have been not just one sustained insurrection on the Capitol, but threats of multiple. We've had to delay normal lawmaking procedures again and again and again. Yeah, 2021, sorry. Yeah. So it's just wild. This has become normal. It's become normal for literal insurrectionists, American homegrown right-wing militia people to delay the function of government. And that is just how it is. Isn't that really fucked? Isn't that kind of fucked? That has just become normalized, and here we are talking about it again, and I might be covering news of this shit again? Yes, it does have a Discord. I don't know why the Discord command isn't working. Weird. Why is the commands not working today? It's this. And all you got to do when you get in is just scroll down and agree to the rules. That's it. There we go. I'll put this on quick dial. Yeah, our bot is down. You're good. Our bot is down. I don't know why the bot's down. It's very strange. I'm going to put this on fucking speed dial for y'all so you can get in the Discord, because our Discord's fucking awesome. Our Discord is poggers and it's always bumping. Like all times a night. It's cool shit. Now, did I type it wrong? For those of you who saw Donald Trump at CPAC, you might be aware that this rhetoric is increasing, that Donald Trump is doubling down on his rhetoric. And what we learned by analyzing Donald Trump's speech is that he has no intentions of splitting the party. In fact, he wants to take over the party. And as it turns out, he basically already has. That's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. Like 55% of Republicans intend to vote for Donald Trump in the next election, which is absurd to think about. He just left office and they want to vote for him again because they're convinced that it was stolen from him. And if the Republican Party, and the Republican Party has no choice, they either have to come up with something really fucking smart to make Donald Trump disappear, which is really hard, or they have to fall in line, because the Republicans will not win. If there is even a small split in the Republican Party, and this is just a matter of pure mathematics, they will lose every election for the rest of time. So they have to fall in line, or they have to figure out something truly unbelievable, which I could never predict. We went over CPAC on Monday, so we might watch a little more of it later, depending on what we end up getting through today. But what is abundantly clear is not only that Donald Trump is succeeding at taking over the Republican Party, and that the Republican Party is rapidly just becoming the party of Trump, however, but also that Donald Trump and his team and the people who are behind him are embracing raw and open fascism. I'm not kidding you. Donald Trump could not get the term America First off of his lips. He said America first, America first, America first. Do you know what America First means, everyone? America First were the Nazi sympathizing parties of the 1900s. It is literally fascism. That is open. That he may as well be saying Nazi slogans. I'm not kidding you. The other group currently operating that's called America First is the Nazi Nick Fuentes. They are literally American fascists. You all need to be very aware of this. This is not just liberal screeching, okay? And by the way, on this point, the liberals were right. And the lefties, the hardcore lefties out there should have fucking listened. Well, to be fair, most lefties did, but the tankies didn't. But never mind. Let's not get into that. We're in a really rough spot. We're in a really, really scary time. And what we need to do is we all need to recognize that we're only going to get through this together. And that means we have to get brave and be willing to stand up for the rights of other people who aren't necessarily us. That means me too. I'm a marginalized person, but you better fucking know any spare energy I'm getting, I'm putting that towards making sure that we don't end up in a fucking camp 2 years down the line. Okay? And we're in an even more tenuous position because, as it turns out, these fucking Nazi nutbags, these absolute fucking unhinged mob of fucking white, very angry white racists have quite literally made made the state of affairs in the United States one that they can regularly interrupt the flow of government by threatening to overthrow the Capitol. I really want people to realize the state that this country is in. The pandemic, natural disasters, and years of institutional decline have put us in a position where we are not functioning anymore. This country is not fucking functioning. And when you have a failure of a state to function, how do you fucking stay alive? Does anybody know the answer to that? You know, because a lot of people have this idea that like, oh, the state, takes care of the roads. The state makes sure everything goes. Yeah, we love the state, government does everything for us. No, it's not how you do it, Nibiru. It's the opposite. When the authority is failing, you have to learn how to survive yourself. And I don't mean individually. I mean together. You have to learn how to work the fuck together. Have any of you seen a show called Full Metal Alchemist? No, listen. It is a good show. And it is about how you have to work together. It's about how a bunch of fucking different people of varying skills and power levels and varying talents come together to challenge fascism, literally. But that's what has to be done. You realize we have to adjust our mindset going forward. We really, really have to adjust our mindset going forward, because I think it should be obvious to everyone that the government isn't coming to help us. The government is not going to help us. The government can't even get us emergency pandemic checks right now. It is paralyzed by extremism currently. Okay? Like paralyzed. And we need to acknowledge that fact and act accordingly. We need to adjust our politics accordingly. And what that means is that we have to embrace a survivor mentality. You understand? And that doesn't mean buying mountain house fucking survival food and food buckets that you can also poop in. It means you have to learn what it means to care for one another and what the actual strengths of humanity really are. Because do you want to know what's made it possible for humanity to survive on this planet through much worse times than this? Anybody? Does anybody know? Like, we've been through worse times than this, right? Yeah, working together. Thank you. Yes, working together. Working together is what makes it possible. If you want to poop in a bucket, I'm not gonna rain on your parade.
I'm concerned about Democrats dropping the ball. 2022 is a potential disaster, and Trump, I'm sure, will run again, possibly with controlled Congress.
I'm going to tell you this. 2022 is going to be a disaster, okay? It's going to be a disaster. Plan that the default position is that 2022 will be a disaster. The Dems are already dropping the ball. They went back on the 2000 checks. That was the stupidest political, not only, oh my God, it's so moronically dumb. It's such a stupid position. It is a suicidally bad position. The dumbest thing you could possibly do, the Democrats have done it. And I can tell you this as a crotchety old boomer, okay? As a crotchety old boomer who's been alive for 30 years, the Democrats will continue to disappoint you. Do not put your faith in the Democrats. That doesn't mean don't vote, you fuckers. That doesn't mean don't vote. It means don't put your faith in it. Your voting should be the minimum amount of political involvement, okay? Don't put your faith in the Democrats. They are not going to help you. They do not care about you. Have you seen what goes for like popular tweets among Democrats? I'm sorry. Listen, I don't want this to be like a Democrat hating stream, but we need to point this out. Did you see that Michael Moore shit? Did you see that Keith Olbermann bullshit? These like giant platformed libs are like, we shouldn't give the vaccine to Texas because Governor Abbott was a fascist. How stupid can you be? How motherfucking stupid can these liberals be? Well, the answer is very stupid. Very, very stupid. And we can do better from the left. We need to go more left than these milquetoast Democrats. You understand that? Because if we don't, the right is going far right. They are going Nazi right now. As we are speaking, they are indoctrinating new Nazis into the cult of QAnon, Trump worship, trans hatred. You know that it was Donald Trump made me the subject, one of the major subjects of his CPAC speech. Transphobia is being broadcasted from like a bullhorn from the absolute center of establishment conservative politics. And you think the Democrats are going to be able to do that? Do you think the Democrats are going to be able to fucking solve this? No. The Democrats can be a tool in certain circumstances. But we really cannot allow ourselves to be lulled into a constant sense of false security that there is going to be some good-hearted Democrats coming to save us, because they are not. They will lie to you. They will lie to your face. They will tell you, please come out and do work for us, and we'll get you a $2,000 check, which is already a pittance compared to the rest of the modern world. And then they will spit in your face and tell you, now you're actually only getting $1,400. And actually, it's been 2 months since we promised you the $1,400 and you still don't fucking have it. Do any of you have a $1,400 check? Oh, how many of you fucking paid your taxes already and you still don't have a $1,400 check? That's because Joe Biden lied to you. That's because they will do anything to weasel out of any promise that they can make as long as they can keep imposing neoliberal austerity politics. Okay? And guess what? When they lie to you, they get away with it and you have to suck it. And if you were to lie to them, you'd be fucking slammed in prison. So we have to recognize that only we can help us. That it is only through improving ourselves, improving our communities, taking care of one another, learning new skills, sharing those skills, working together and taking care of one another, building actual bonds, that we are going to actually make any progress on this shit. Because right now, do you know what 500,000 Americans have died from COVID? Over 500,000 Americans have died from COVID. That's fucking staggering. We haven't even had time to process that number yet. We don't even know what that's going to look like on a socioeconomic level yet. But it happened. And it would have been worse if it wasn't for the hordes of people going out and taking care of their community. The people who are delivering food to people in need here. The people who are giving away free masks. So we have to, and I say this very frequently, and I will continue to drive you all up a wall with this, but I do not care, pitch the doomer mentality out the window and adopt a fighting spirit, okay? Develop will. And I don't mean the fashy sense of will. I mean communal will. The desire to care for those around you and care for yourself so that you can stand against this shit. So that you will make it on the other side to ensure that we never see this fascist shit rise again.
It is alarming how much people downplay fascism now.
Yes, they do.
Pull fascism by the root. Organize as socialists. Radicalize your friends and family.
Yep, I agree, Peyton. Thank you. Thank you very much for the dono. Living here in Texas, was getting gas and saw people everywhere maskless. That's going to happen when you release all of it. The sense of the fascist obsession with will is the will of the people. It's this idea that there's this like strange silent force that desires for strength. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about will as in determination, as in there is a world that we want to see. And together we can build it, but we must be strong and we must be willing to endure hardship. We must be willing to fight through the hardship to make something better on the other side. That is the will I'm talking about. I'm not talking about some will of the people bullshit. Okay? Oof. Sorry. Smacking the fucking, I'm pulling a Giuliani and smacking the shit out of the mic. Can't we just consolidate the left and take the right-wing strategy of just militarizing? Things are calm in my country, but USA is honestly on the brink of civil war too. It's not that simple, Hanya. It really is not that simple. It's not that simple. We also need to get fucking smarter about politics, okay? Listen, there's some shit going on right now, and what I've learned is that people don't have any practical understanding of politics. And it's not just because people are like online poisoned or whatever. Well, okay, that's a lot of it. But it's also because people are fucking vulnerable to cult of personality, hierarchical structure bullshit. And I know that our society is structured to be that way in a lot of ways, but we have to get better. We need to get better at building structures that are not easily hijackable by fucking narcissists, okay? Serious. Holy shit, it's so important. Please think about the long term. Do you think a civil war is something that could actually happen? I believe it's already happening. And I know that's going to sound like a hot take, but I genuinely believe that it's already happening. We had the function of our government, one of the biggest and most highly secured governments in the world is being interrupted constantly by the threat of militia violence. We already are in the midst of it, and people need to realize that. Now, hopefully, we can keep it. Have you ever, listen, here's an analogy. Have you ever had a candle and you've put the lid on the candle and watched it go out?
I believe lefties can work within and outside of the political system. 100 agree with you on mutual aid and building solidarity within our communities.
Appreciate that. Thank you. You know how when you light a candle and you put the lid on and you can make the flame, it'll burn and then it'll smother? That's what we have to hope for. We have to hope that we can smother it out. Because as it stands right now, there is already a form of civil war happening here in our country. It's already happening. And it sucks, but last week, I did a special on Rush Limbaugh. You can see it on my channel if you want to. It's titled Rush Limbaugh. I did a video on Rush Limbaugh, and we went back and we talked about all of his rhetoric. His rhetoric since the 90s has been pushing people towards this idea of civil war. Tim Pool, Rush Limbaugh, Sean Hannity, Tucker Carlson, all of the right-wing talkers have been pushing their followers towards the idea of civil war for years, decades. They've been pushing for this. And Donald Trump represented that opportunity. The opportunity to blow a hole in everything that sort of functioned to at least some level of smoothness. Although there's tons of problems in the American system. People don't know how to do that. People don't know about this. That's why we have to educate. That's why we have to educate. And we also have to look at different solutions. Because, to be completely honest, I think that a lot of electoral solutions right now are too slow. And that doesn't mean I don't think they're important. It's comparatively easy to participate in electoral stuff, so you should. However, we need to realize that we need to take care of one another. We need to provide homes for people. We need to provide food for people, or people are going to die. People are going to gather up mental illnesses on the street because they've been evicted from their homes. We really need to do that. And that is a huge part of it. If you are able to care for human beings in a material way, That is power. Power is when there is a form of power that comes from the trust of others. And the way that you build trust with others, lasting, meaningful trust, is by taking care of them. I'm serious. I'm dead fucking serious. We all have different ways we can contribute, okay? You scientist nerds out there, you fucking computer programming nerds, you've got skills that can be useful. Think on how you can use them. And again, my channel is just a political edutainment channel, okay? There's only so much I can do. But my goal is to give you the seeds so that you can self-empower. And I really, really want you all to adopt a mentality of self-empowerment. Yes, it literally is. Vermin, 100% true. Showing that you actually care and can be relied on, that is a rare trait. Everybody on the fucking planet has trust issues. We all do. Especially living in capitalism in America where your parents can kick you out for being gay. Showing actual care and trust and vulnerability to one another can be unbelievably valuable. Learning to sew, incredibly valuable. Learning to cook, incredibly valuable. Learning how to care and store medicine, very valuable. These are all forms of mutual aid that can make sure that this society survives to outlast the fascists. Okay? Okay? Yeah, these are from Zenny. Yep. Guess what? You want to know what else is a skill? Music. There's that, like, I want to tell people to go read this book, but it's like I sound like a fucking teacher. But seriously, go read The Grapes of Wrath. The Grapes of Wrath is like such a valuable book for every leftist. It's not theory, it's entertaining. It's super, super good. It's a fucking pog-ass book. It's fun to read. It's cool. And you'll be smarter. And it touches on all of this. It touches on how a family survives the Great Depression. Bards are important, by the way. Just so you know, that's a big part of the story. It is a good book. Actually, honestly, if you want to learn a lot about what we're going through right now, dealing with a rising far right, dealing with labor struggles, I highly recommend reading any of John Steinbeck's works. Yeah, bards is in poets. Do you know? Oh, East of Eden was fucking good. Windleby, I agree, but for different reasons. Oh, Parasite. Yes, Parasite is a really great movie for lefties. It's a very modern movie, too. Anyway, listen. That was a bit of a when is the Grapes of Wrath essay is due. It will be due at the end of the month. You have 1 month to read it. It's a big book, okay? It's a really good book. I'm serious. I learned so much about it. Yeah, it's seriously good. And you will learn a lot about this. It was a book. It was the first book that like bread pilled me before when I was still a conservative. It was the book that taught me that corporations were bad. When I grew up in steeped in conservative propaganda in the church, the cult that I grew up in, that was the book that first started to bread pill me. Because I realized, oh my God, like this stuff actually happened. Like this is a fictional book, but it was written by a journalist who was working at the time of the Great Depression. Grapes of Wrath. Strong book to read. Seriously. And also, it's literally like it's written such that high schoolers can understand it. So even if you're a high schooler, you'll be able to understand this book. And it's also like, I'm pretty sure you can get it for free online. I'm pretty sure it's in the public domain now. Yeah, it's on Google for free. Would you recommend Biden's forced feminization camps for online neo-Nazis? I fell in the pipeline a couple years ago until I realized I was trans. Maybe, yeah. Listen, a lot of trans people are hurting a lot. Listen, right-wing ideologies prey on people who are hurting. And trans people are hurting in our society. Yeah. Free? It's free. Steinbeck is amazing. Amazing, leftist, progressive. Yep. Of Mice and Men is good too, though it's much less political in that way. All right, we're gonna get Jangles on here, and we're gonna talk, and then we have a whole bunch more to go over after the talk with Jangles. So stick around. I don't know if this is gonna be a debate or if it's going to be a convo. We'll find out. I'm sure it'll be nice, but it should be super, super interesting. And then after that, we will be talking about the Wamixin thing, and I'll be reacting to some other stuff. So there's lots of content yet to come. Stick around, get comfy. We're gonna bring Jangles on. No, I'm gonna bring the diss track on. Don't worry. The diss track will be after. I just didn't want to cram it in here. All right, let's do this. All right, call in Jangles. Here we go. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, let me just get you up on my screen here real quick.
Awesome. Do I have the right mic selected?
Yeah, I can hear you. Let me capture this.
Last stream I was on, I have this nice fancy mic, and then...
Here we go. Let me get this shrunk and get you in here. Whoop. Hey, perfect. Let's see. I've gotten so much better at using this. And now I got to put your text up here. And real quick, I just want to confirm. I'm pretty sure I know, but what pronouns do you use?
He, him.
Excellent. Thank you. All right. Perfect. Jangles, thank you so much for coming on. I'm really looking forward to talking with you. And I'm really interested in this topic. I read through your thread this morning, have been thinking on it since you pitched the idea to me. So I've got a lot of thoughts. Yeah, welcome to the show. Do you want to like introduce yourself to the chat? I don't think we've talked on this channel before, so.
Sure. Hello, Demon Mama chat. My name is Justin. I go by Jangles Science Lad on the YouTubes. And I make a lot of content supporting trans rights, supporting various aspects of science and all that fun stuff. I do a lot of debates. So I am a fellow debate lord. So I'm not coming at this from like a debate lords are bad or anything like that. I am very much a debate lord myself. And I was interested. I reached out to Demon Mama a couple weeks ago, and then I forgot my schedule, so I had to put it off, and I apologize for that.
It's fine.
More than fine. Yeah, this is like every 6 weeks or so. It seems that all of my lefty friends hate each other, and they get in fights, and everyone's dunking and canceling and quote tweeting and all that fun stuff. And it's really upsetting because I'm a capybara. I'm friend shaped. I want everybody to get along. So I had some thoughts on rhetoric and the importance of like how we communicate with other people, because I think, you said it yourself earlier in the stream that streaming is somewhat edutainment, but I don't think that something being funny or educational or anything like that, to me, that's not like, that is a component of activism. That is a component of convincing other people what you believe. And it's no less effective than anything else. You can be funny and enormously convincing. I learned a lot about humor theory a few years ago.
I agree.
You can be very, very funny and like have a completely comedic bent towards your activism, but it's still just as effective as anything else. You can be educational. Like just hear a bunch of stats, hear a bunch of studies, I'm going to frame it in a way that makes sense, and that could be a form of activism. Or you could just support people, and that could be a form of activism. So, yeah.
No, I tend to agree with you. I mean, that's part of the reason why I do what I do. I mean, I don't have any I try not to cast the wrong idea of what I do. I mostly do what I do to entertain people, to keep people happy in hard times, so I don't really think of myself as like a super activist, but I do talk about politics constantly. So there's certainly some level of that goes on, and I hope to inspire other people to do bigger, better things than I can do, on specific issues maybe where I might be able to do things more broadly. But yeah.
Yeah, there's a very hard line to draw. Like, when do you get to call yourself an activist? And just me personally, I draw that line pretty low. I think if you have 3 followers on Twitter and you get in one conversation and it sort of changes someone's mind a little bit, you did some work. Like, there is no one single person or one single tweet or one single video or one single stream that is ever going to convince a large number of people. It's an amalgamation of things. And if you were one of the 74 pieces of influence that brought someone over to their side, I think you get to call yourself an activist.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not. So I'm gonna be very. So I'm gonna be upfront. I am not going to bring up anything personal unless you would like to discuss it.
That's fine.
On your end, I'm very willing to bring up a lot of things that have happened on my end of like the activism scale and
Sure.
things that I've said and done in the past that have gotten blowback and criticism. And I'm very willing to talk about those, but I'm not going to bring up anything unless you say you're comfortable and you
I'm
bring it
fine
up.
with talking about just about everything. I really, I think you're probably referring a little bit to me saying I wanted to sort of avoid certain dramas. That's more because I am really not interested in getting like clipped and I don't know, pitched to a group of people that don't like me. But I don't really mind discussing things. I just
Hey, that's gonna be that's gonna be a part of the conversation as well.
Hell yeah.
Not that conversation, but that feeling of I don't want to be like clipped and like torn down by a group of people. That's
Well,
gonna
I
be a
mean,
part of it.
I know that a certain amount of it, of course, is inevitable. Like you don't go into the streaming business without realizing that you can be clipped. But there's certain aspects I think where these things go well out of control, in my opinion. But
Yeah, definitely.
yeah. So yeah. Yeah, let's dig right into the topic. Did you have something you wanted to start with in particular, or?
Sure. So I was gonna go over my theory of activist rhetoric a little bit
Sure.
that I went over a little bit in my tweet. But for anybody who didn't see it, I'd like to go over it again here, and feel free to stop me at any point that you have questions or you
Sounds great.
disagree. Okay.
Sounds great.
Cool. So, in my view, and I have not done any formal research on this exact theory, so this is something that I made up with my brain hole. Um, so, in my mind, activist rhetoric or activism in general follows kind of like three prongs of attack, if you will. And those prongs are support, convince, and counter. And
Okay.
all three of those have unique skill sets and unique approaches that make them effective. They also have drawbacks, which means that if you only do one and completely neglect the other two, you have a very large gap in your activism that is making you far less effective. So the sum is far greater than the individual wholes. I think I butchered that saying. The sum is greater than the whole of its parts. No, whole is
The
greater
whole
than the
is
sum
greater
of
than
its
the sum of
parts.
its parts. Yeah.
I got there. See, I'm a rhetoric expert. I'm very good at this, which
Hey,
is why you should listen to me.
It's about the path, not the
About-
yeah, not
about
the
the
end,
path.
right?
So, describing those prongs. So, support is like providing safe spaces for exploration and comfort. I think all of us, if we are engaged in political spaces, whether we seek them out or whether they are given to us on our feeds or via reaction videos or anything like that, we're going to encounter a lot of toxic people, and it can be very mentally draining and physically draining because those two things aren't completely unique in order to put yourself through a lot of that. So, all of us need a community where we can come in, we can say things, we can explore opinions, explore ideas, or maybe even explore identities, depending on what that community might be, where we're supported, where there's not a ton of pushback, where it's a very like it is fine for you to say things and explore who you are in this community. It is a safe space. I think that's enormously important. There are downsides to that though. If that's all you do, if that's
Right.
the only part of either your activism or the way you engage with activism. The downsides is that you can become insular and it can lower your tolerance to pushback and lower your tolerance for conflict to the point where like these smaller and smaller amounts of conflict get you to feel that same level of stress. So just like exercise, if you haven't exercised in a while, you do a set that used to be super easy for you back when you were in shape, but now it's got now you're really winded and tired afterward. And no, I'm not speaking from my own experience. Don't read into that. um, and additionally, it could also, and that's just from your own opinion, but it can also have further cons if that's all you do outside of the community. And some of those are kind of like what you were talking about, essentializing anybody who isn't already in complete agreement and support with your own positions, and that can be pretty toxic as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
So. And I want to explore that quite a bit, but I also want to get through this list before I forget
go for it. Please do.
that there were three of them. And again, please stop me.
Oh no, I'd like
at
to
any time.
have you get it out. I have a couple of thoughts on each of these, but I'd love to hear you get them out, and then we'll go from
Sure.
there.
All right, so that was support. The next one is convince, and this is probably what we see. This is probably when we think of activism. This is probably the prong that we think of the most. So it's providing arguments and evidence for those amenable to a good faith discussion, those who have an open mind and who are willing to be approached and willing to be convinced of an idea they may not necessarily have. So kind of fence sitters, but this applies to anybody with an open mind. They can completely disagree, but if they're willing to listen to arguments and willing to move on their positions, this would apply to them as well. So this is great. This is where you want to reach people. But in our space, which is online politics, that slice is pretty small. I'm sure you've heard of like the 40-40-20 rule.
Yeah, I mean, I think it does depend greatly, like on platform and I think it's very contextual. But yes, I do agree that like the convincing portion is this is a smaller slice in most places online. Yeah.
And 40-40-20 is like a very broad estimate. There's no like data or anything where that came from. That might even be 0% of the audience. It's the reason I say it's a small percent of audience because people who are active and engaged in online political spaces probably came there because they had strong opinions. And the stronger your opinions are, the more entrenched that they might be. I'm not saying this can't be done, but in online spaces in particular, it's a pretty small slice. Yep. In person, this is almost everybody. This is most people. It's the reason that you put a mirror behind a cashier or someone in a service industry. Like when you're face to face with someone and you can like see yourself and you have to engage with them as a person because all of your sensory data is telling you this is a human in front of me instead of a wall of text or a profile picture. It's much harder to be abrasive. I mean, there's certainly personality types that are like that. All of us have that one uncle, but it's that slice is way more broad. Okay. Yeah. And the last one is counter. And then you can think of this as almost not the opposite of support, but the furthest removed from it. So countering is seeking out and rebuffing and debunking claims against your group. And I'm saying group because this can apply to trans people, gay people, indigenous people, black people, what have you.
Lefties,
Debunking claim. Cause is probably a better word too. Yeah.
Causes. Yep.
So not necessarily black people, but black liberation, trans liberation, stuff like that. So this is seeking out and rebuffing and debunking those claims made against you. This has to be done with the full knowledge that the actual entity making those claims against you, probably will not be convinced. You almost have to get rid of that. But this is still important for two reasons. Because that crowd in the middle, they're still hearing that. They're still hearing that other side. No matter what you do, I mean, we can deplatforming works in a lot of instances, but still, people are still going to hear that. Because if an issue is contentious, if it's big enough in the public eye, people will seek out information on it. And you want to make sure that whatever information that the other side is putting out, you're addressing that. You don't want to let it go unchallenged. This is why I'm a big advocate of responsible platforming and going into dangerous spaces. Like for example, I've gone to. Do you know the Milwaukee MythCon guys?
Yeah, I do. I'm familiar with them. I've talked to Vadim as well about. I think it was MythCon. I think was the one that Vadim went to a couple of years back.
Vadim, formerly Creation's Cat. He went to one of their conferences. I've went to one of their conferences, and I'm going to go again, even though it's a very heavily conservative event. And a lot of other people are going. Because we cannot concede that ground. You cannot concede spaces where you're invited but don't show up. If your enemy, for lack of a better word, is showing up to spaces where discourse is happening, you're only conceding ground when you don't show up. So it's important for us to be there. And this is not wholly good though. This is where your debate lords are. Like if you have
you're getting a little bit of a lag on the Discord.
It might be close to this.
Can you hear me?
Because then, if that's all you do,
you were lagging.
Oh no, of course.
Real bad for a second there.
Of course. Is that upstairs internet?
Yeah. Oh no, you're not on wired. Oh shit. Yeah, no, that's fair. It's a little diminished quality, but I think we're back connected properly.
Testing.
Yeah,
testing connection.
Yeah, it's just your video quality has dipped a little bit, but yeah.
That's okay. It's not like this is an expensive camera or anything. That's fine.
Fair.
Um, so this is if you have a problem with debate lords, this over focus on countering might be it. If you all you do is counter, all you do is find claims to debunk. One, it can remove you from the human element that was like why you were an activist in the first place. You can start issues like theoretical exercises as opposed to real issues that affect real people. As well as like if that's all you do, you're constantly seeking out threats, constantly seeking out battles, and you're losing a lot of the focus on supporting and uplifting the people within your that need it within your community. So it's kind of the opposite side of that coin of support. You need if you're too far in one of those directions, it's not a perfect spectrum, but if you're too far into only countering or too far into only supporting, you're missing a huge part of activism that I think is incredibly important.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's largely. I think we're largely in agreement on those basic ideas. Something that I had written down in my notes to discuss was I noticed in the original thread that it seemed mostly to be addressing Twitter, and I have I don't know how familiar you are with my content or anything, but I've done quite a bit of content talking about Twitter. We literally have a meme in my community called the Imps Code. That is a not a moral code, but it is a handbook for using Twitter more effectively. And one of the key components of that, you can now say it in chat. Number 1 of the Imps Code: immediately stop discoursing on Twitter. And that means don't engage in like high-minded conversation on Twitter. Most of the time it's better to take it to another platform. If it's somebody you care about, well, discourse is generally understood to be something you do with the goal of coming to some level of synthesis. So if you're talking with a friend, just DM them. If you're not talking with a friend, well, maybe consider there's a better way to communicate this. Maybe you could link them a video or something like that where it won't be done on Twitter. Then number 2 is meme and cream, which is Twitter's really fucking good for sharing memes and sharing porn. So there you go. And then that one's pretty self-explanatory. 3, the rule number 3 is promote your friends and yourself because it's a promotional platform. It's an ad platform. And then 4 is slaughter your genuine opponents in the arena of ideas. And what that really means is it used to be called dunk on your enemies. But it basically means people that you don't care about, people that you don't really care about necessarily communicating with. You should retweet and dunk on them and counter their message because they're putting it out there, and you can take advantage of the fact that they don't know the Imps Code to get your counter message out to some level of efficacy that is better than none. So you can see there's probably some compatibilities between this sort of like meme code for Twitter and some of what you've talked about here. One of the problems I think that tends to be the case on Twitter is that most people don't and this is Twitter's fault, not individual people, in my opinion. Most people don't know what Twitter actually is. Some people treat Twitter like just an ad platform where they just post whenever they're going live and they post links to their other social media. Other people use Twitter like a journal where they're writing in their thoughts and their feelings in real time that are then broadcasted and potentially even retweeted to audiences they didn't even know existed. There are other people who use Twitter as like a farming ground for other content. I think a little bit of everybody in the streaming world does that. Does a tiny bit, maybe, but people look to find disagreements and then bring people onto their Twitch channel or whatever. And then there's other people who see Twitter as like a place to have discussions and arguments. And I really think that for most of those purposes, it is very bad at just about everything except for the ad platform one. And that's like a structural issue with Twitter that severely, in my opinion, is like a severe impediment to or an obstacle to actually having meaningful, effective discourse.
It encourages short, pithy essentializing.
Not just that, but and in my original, I got to do a new video of this at some point because my old one was so low quality, but I did a video on Twitter that talked about how the algorithm works a little bit. Because obviously we don't know everything about the algorithm, but there are certain things that you can determine by observation and by, looking into the analytics of Twitter. But Twitter weights engagement So that means that even if you don't do something short and pithy, which is, they do drive that, of course, but there's also like, there's people who will write really high energy, like 26 section essays functionally via tweets and link them all together. But Twitter's threading doesn't care about that. Twitter will put the most interacted with section of that thread on other people's timeline. And maybe if you started with something that's not spicy, but there's something that could be interpreted as spicy halfway through your piece, and a lot of people interact with that one, and of
The
course,
Twitter equivalent of clipping. Yeah.
Yep, that will get put on everybody's timeline because that's the one that's getting all the engagement, and they'll see that part and react to that, and not whatever everything else. But in addition, there is another problem that happens, which is that Twitter threading is a mess. So people who are responding to that one, you might not see all of their other interactions. You might only see a slice of the conversation. It's a mess. It is like a conversation destroying machine. And so I tend to think that like Twitter has these flaws that lead to it to be a uniquely bad platform for like lefties especially, but like even progressives. It's very bad for it. Meanwhile, the right, I think, succeeds very easily on Twitter because most of what they are doing is just repeating sort of foghorns of, voter fraud, voter fraud, voter fraud, and people go in there and they get reinforced, and that's all that you need to see. There's no argument necessarily needing to be made. It's just you're seeing the propaganda, and then you're like, yep, that's what I want.
Yeah, it's bad for everyone, but it's probably weighted against more bad for lefties, progressives.
Yeah,
and
anybody
things like
who's
that.
trying to challenge like the narratives that are predominant in our society. It makes it very difficult to do so.
Yeah, I think there's two reasons for that. One of which is just the nature of Twitter, that it's hard to be super nuanced. You want to reduce everything down to its most easily attackable sentiment and move on. But there's also like, if you are a conservative, you kind of already, even if you say you're attacked, say you're say you're trying to move society forward to a better direction, usually not. A conservative, like you're in favor of a status quo.
Mm-hmm.
Even if you believe that the status quo has been threatened and we need to go back, you're still in favor of a status quo.
Right.
And so it's a lot more geared towards what you're against. I have a huge problem with anti-ideologies. And anti-SJW, anti-progressive, anti-woke, even anti-capitalist, or even anti-fascist. That's the big thing, because if all you are is what you're against, what about what you're for?
Mm-hmm.
And obviously, if you're pro, freedom, pro, pro rights, all that fun stuff, you're going to be against fascism. I'm talking about like where you primarily engage.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, I do think there are I should say, like, I do think there are values to certain anti-ideologies. I do think anti-fascism is one of those where we have sort of like, we can acknowledge that fascism is a particularly bad outcome that we would all like to avoid, and therefore there can be unity in opposing fascism even if we have different goals. I've said this I've used an analogy a couple of times here where I've said that like the American conservative party, the Republicans, which is increasingly becoming fascist, like just outright. The Trump speech at CPAC was like the perfect example of that. Is like a weight that's holding down every other possible world that could exist. But they want one world, and that world is a world where basically Donald Trump is actually the God Emperor, and that's the only world they can see. It is a highly progressive world, and so I do think there's value in certain anti-ideologies when there is an evil or a bad that's so, I hate using the word evil, but I think if we're going to say there's like a political evil, I think fascism is damn near close to the best example of that. It is a ideology that's been disastrous, that has left scars that are still bleeding to this day from this century. Like it's wild. So I think there is some value in that.
Yeah.
But I do understand where you're coming from. Yeah.
Yeah, there's definitely value in that. It's like we can use that anti-fascism as the example here.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, you should be anti-fascist, but if that's all you are, and this is a very human tendency. Humans are like, I'm not going the like Evo psych route or whatever. I promise. It's just we tend to be more wired towards recognizing threats than we are like acknowledging positivity.
Yeah.
Because one threat will kill you. Like if
That's fair.
I always use the analogy, if you have someone in your life and 99 days in a row they give you a banana, they do something nice for you, they give you food, and then the 100th day they hit you in the head with a rock and kill you. Well, it doesn't matter. Like those 99 things were never like it's not even on the same scale. The
Right.
time they did something harmful to you is by far the most important thing they've ever done to you. And so we're much more wired to focus on threats.
That's
And
fair.
if all you are is an anti, all you are is
Mhm.
searching for those threats, because that's what an anti ideology is. You're looking for the bad things about this ideology. If that's
Mhm.
all you do, you're always searching for threats. Are you familiar with the very smart boy known as James Lindsay?
Yes, I am.
Conceptual James.
Yes, I am.
And how, like, at one point
He's
he
had a
was
little
like,
interesting cycle right now, isn't he?
little interesting cycle. Like he had a semi reasonable like grievance studies thing where he just pointed out some pretty common flaws in academia and the difficulties of peer review, and especially if how easy it is to just lie about data. There are some legitimate grievances there
Mhm.
that apply to all disciplines, but sometimes especially like oftentimes less empirically grounded disciplines. You know, they're all valuable, but you know there's something legitimate there. All he is anti-woke, and
Yeah.
you've seen how he is just going off the rails. Everybody, he's inventing like crypto woke. If you
Yeah, yeah.
like, he's in the way he's
It's like a
behaves on
crusade.
Twitter. The way, yeah, where he's everything is woke. That's the biggest ideology. Everything has to be like geared exclusively. Your life has to be devoted to being anti-woke. Like your schools have to be devoted to anti-woke because it's going to destroy society if we don't get. You see, like that's seeing enemies everywhere. Seeing
And that is
enemies
a
in the
typical
weeds.
thing of
Yeah.
far right ideologies is a persistent there needs to be a persistent threat, like an all ending threat, a universal threat that can be fear mongered about. And that's a lot of, I mean, we saw this again. It's like part and parcel of Trump's strategy has been to constantly have even completely invented ones. I mean, he was ranting and raving about, again, randomly, about hordes of tens of thousands of immigrants pushing into our borders. And I'm just like, this isn't even based on anything anymore. At one point, there was at least something they could point to. There's like a caravan of people that they were blowing up and like big fishing it into something huge. But now it's just invented. And they're just like, yeah,
Now
it's a
some of the people, yeah.
Hugo
Now it's
Chavez's
like
ghost or whatever.
the reason we're canceling Dr. Seuss, all of Dr. Seuss, he's bad now, is because we want to undermine society.
Right.
We're okay with Hitler, but we're okay with Mein Kampf, but Dr. Seuss has to go because Dr. Seuss would bring people together. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
you can see where that leads.
Yeah.
But it's not unique. It's more prevalent to conservatives in general, especially the further right you go, to seek out those threats, to like, pare away anything that is not completely in the status quo that you want as evil. But it's not a unique feature to them. It's more prevalent, but it's
Oh,
not
for sure,
unique.
for sure. Yeah.
In fact, I've done a lot of research on othering. So the closest thing you can get to academically studying cancel culture, is through othering. Shameless self-promotion. Did a video with a bunch of awesome people called Them, and it's about othering and cancel culture. And it has a ton of academic research in it that,
Sounds
anyway.
awesome.
Yeah, I don't know
Y'all
where
should
that
go
came
watch
from.
it.
Anyway, but this can be especially like especially if you're a marginalized group, if you're gay or trans or a person of color, especially if you're a person of color in a predominantly white area, you kind of like you're always attuned to threats. And so this is where we get to the problem of essentializing. So when you're always used to looking for threats, I like to use the analogy: if you have a bowl of delicious soup, and someone puts just a little bit of piss in it, now you have a bowl of piss because the piss is by far the most important diagnostic tool about that soup.
You know what's
So
funny? This is a side note, but you know what's funny about that analogy? That almost exact analogy was used by the cult that I grew up in, to describe why you don't allow any worldly ideologies into your mind, because a single piece of shit would ruin an entire thing of brownies. And it's just really funny. Like that same mentality can be applied totally irrationally to something else. Like, oh, don't ever look at any other truth except for the Bible, because if you bring anything else into your mind, it will corrupt you.
Yeah. It's more like, and the impetus behind that is that negative traits are more diagnostic than positive traits. And that goes back to the banana rock analogy I used earlier. If someone does something bad, that's going to be way more diagnostic of them as a person than it is anything positively that they've done. And that can suck. All right, so it's sometimes valid to point out that negative behavior, but I think a big problem that we have on the internet, and this is something I don't think is more prevalent on the right. I think it's a problem that we on the left have, especially when we ought to be cognizant of systems and how they impact people, and how people are constantly engaging with a ton of different factors, and they're shaped by their environments. Often, as we just essentialize someone for something that is like moderately like bad, a
Oh yeah,
bad take
been talking
here.
about that a lot lately. Yep,
Yeah, we're
on
not
this
fully
channel.
agreeing with
Yeah.
we're not fully agreeing with someone or having some pushback on certain issues. We're really, really bad. Whether it's calling someone a bigot, a transmedicalist, a racist, uh, uh, a white boy,
Oh, you're lagging again. Oh shit,
or
you roboted
something
again.
like that. It can be very essentialized to say that because you do not have the correct take, in my view, in this area, you are now bad. Of
Yeah,
course.
yeah. I think, in fact, I
Thing.
think,
Lag test, connection test,
yeah, you were lagging pretty bad for a second there. Is it back? Is it good?
connection test, connection test, connection test.
Might want to reconnect. Let's try reconnecting. Oof. Okay. All right, we're back, I think.
Connection test,
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
connection test.
Can you hear me?
Okay, cool.
Okay, good. Looks like there might be
can hear
still
you.
some lag. Damn, you gotta get a wired connection. Gotta get a wired connection. That shit will save your life. Seriously, that shit will
I
save
know.
your life.
I
Yeah,
really miss it.
yeah. Where were we? Yeah, no, I think I agree with you. I mean, I do. I think that the essentialization thing is like, it's like I think even Contra talked about this in the cancellation video. Like the part of the cycle of cancellation for people is like this essentialization that you are X thing. And yeah,
Damn it! You figured out where I got that from.
yeah, no, I
What
mean,
did you think? What did you think my brain was so wrinkly that I thought of that myself?
nah. Listen, I use that. I talk about that video all the time. It's been really useful in understanding, some of the things I've gone through myself. And yeah, I do think it's a problem. I think it's, to a certain degree, I think it's a little hard sometimes to avoid it. But it's definitely something that we can guard against. And I think that it's something that, yeah, I do agree that the left needs to get better at learning how to actually critique. I do think that, this is less of a problem, off of platforms like Twitter, where people actually have time to have, even if they strongly disagree, even if they have harsh disagreements. Now, of course, this isn't perfect, but it's slightly less frequent, I think, on off of platforms like Twitter, because people are given more time. They're given there's humanity there. Usually people are on camera. You can see their reactions, and there's less of a, what's that?
I say I'll push back on that a little bit because no, we can do well on Twitter. So for example, you talked about this earlier, how Michael Moore and someone else, but Michael Moore is the one I saw, and this is we've seen this a bunch.
Yeah.
People in Texas, fucking conservative state, and y'all fucking ended your mask mandates. You want to go outside again? You want to completely destroy everything? I guess you don't deserve the COVID vaccine.
Yeah.
All of you deserve to die because your government was bad. Or there was that tweet of the really liberal tweet where someone looked at the what's it called? Your Trump conservatives are just mad that Biden's detention centers are better than the place they live, and then they showed Trump supporters living in trailer parks. This goes even beyond people
So
living
bad.
in shitty trailers. People
Yeah, that's
living
what
in
I was
shitty
shouting
trailers.
about, the Dems being fucking atrociously bad. These blue check liberals are just so goddamn bad at messaging.
Yeah,
Oh,
this is something that we on the left are very good at when it's talking about systems. When we're talking about people as an abstract concept. But, and this is just my opinion, I think if there was an expose on a person, and this person talked about how they actually really loved to say the N-word in private, and how this person really loved, they thought Bernie was a fucking commie. Also, it's okay to curse, right? I'm just making sure.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Yeah, it's okay to curse after I've said fuck
Yeah, it's
19
fine.
times, right?
I fucking
Cool.
swear all the time, so don't worry about it.
Yeah, so yeah, well, this person says the N-word in private, and they think Bernie was a commie, and they think trans people are kind of weird,
Okay.
now they're the person living in that exact same Trump trailer. I think a lot of the left would still say, "Fuck you." I guess you know what? No, fuck you. You don't deserve the vaccine. That shit's hard. that is way harder to do because now you have to engage with that person being an absolute shithead, and do you still believe what you did? That's hard. And I think
Sorry,
even in that,
I'm not following it exactly. Like you're saying that like if someone does live up to that stereotype, that some people might be like fuck you, or like sorry.
if it's a lot more, I'm sorry, if it's a lot more personalized. I'll rephrase it again because I don't think I did a very good
yeah,
job.
I do think that it happens. Like I think I get what you're saying. That like that it can still happen when you're when things are personalized. I do agree. I just think it's less likely. And again, Twitter is a platform I think that is uniquely perhaps only like matched by like a 4chan or like an anonymous forum like that in its ability to like dehumanize everyone by default. It's so bad at that. It's so easy to slip into a mentality of just like arguing with numbers on Twitter, and I do think that it is a bit harder to cross that even on platforms like Facebook. But
would you like to hear? Would you like to hear?
Huh?
Would you like to hear an academic definition of dehumanization
Sure,
with some research behind it?
Yeah, hit me with it.
Hello? Uh-oh.
Yes.
No.
I can hear
Okay.
you.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So we judge human awesome. So we judge human personalities based on like two axes. One is warmth and one is competence. Warmth is basically how closely this person's goals align with yours. Competency is how you view their ability to achieve those goals. Those aren't by no means the only factors, but you know, we can make a pretty reliable assessment just based on those two factors alone.
Mm-hmm.
And what they found is people who score low in both, like people who you consider very far away from your goals, but also completely incompetent. The enemy is weak and therefore also strong. A lot of the examples they used were like welfare recipients, especially black welfare recipients or sexual deviants,
Okay.
whatever the person ideas that literally did not light up the part of their brain that is responsible for social recognition. Like the part of their brain that lit up was the same as if they were looking at objects. That's literally what dehumanization means. You do not cognitively recognize them as a fellow member of your species.
Yeah.
And when someone is only text on a screen and a profile picture, especially if it's not a profile picture of their face, it's very easy to forget that that is a human typing those words 93% of the time. Yeah, there's sex bots, which, you know, sex bots writes, but still, it's very easy to forget that.
Yeah. Yep. No, I agree with you. That's just the reason why I think that I generally think that like it's a little harder to engage, or the threshold is set a little higher on most other platforms than Twitter, but there are certainly other ones that exist that make it that hard in my opinion, for sure.
Yeah,
Twitter is
there's
like
definitely
terrible for it, in my opinion.
Yeah, there's
It's just
definitely that
random.
intermediary step when someone can see you and hear you, even if it's just on a screen. You know, we
Mhm.
recognize faces. We can still recognize this is a person doing the talking.
Yeah,
There's
it
still-
doesn't mean
there's-
it's
still
it
a
doesn't
step
mean it's a
better.
silver bullet, but it certainly, like I said, raises the threshold. Yeah, in my
Right,
opinion,
definitely.
or at least in my experience, I should say.
It raises it to good enough, in my opinion.
Yeah.
It can be done.
Yes, it can be done. Yep.
So, what I wanted to do after this, is there any more like conceptual theory nerd talk you wanted to go through?
Oh, I
Or
mean,
any
no,
questions,
this is
comments,
like,
rude remarks?
oh, what's that? Sorry.
Questions, comments, rude remarks?
Oh, no, I mean, I think most of what you've said has been largely agreeable. I think we're pretty much on the same page as far as how we look at these things. I mean, I think that like how this unfolds on platforms like Twitter is like an interesting discussion, but again, that's less of like the general concepts. I do tend to agree with you that like those three categories you've identified, I mean, I'd have to think on this extensively to like say that's the silver bullet, but I do think it's broadly accurate. I think you're largely correct. I think there are spaces where that are appropriate for certain types of conversation, and there are others that are appropriate for otherwise. I mean, and this, I think that most people acknowledge, like, participate in this even if they don't necessarily acknowledge it. Like, we have on our Discords, we have rooms for arguing in versus rooms for just having casual discussion. Something as simple as that does demonstrate that there is this different level of appropriateness of discourse depending on where you are and what the understandings of the rules of the space are.
Definitely. All right. So now that we've talked about the theoretical implication of it, what I'd like to do is bring it a little more specifics, and I'm going to bring up my own specific examples as a what's it called? case study.
Sure.
How about that?
Yeah, sounds great.
But before I do that, I'm gonna go pee and get another beer. Is that okay?
Sounds great. Yeah, go for it. I'll grab a soda while I'm doing that. So,
All right.
yeah.
Beer. Awesome. And during this time, if chat wants questions thus far, if there's any particular ones that you want asked or that chat wants to ask, I'm happy to answer those when I get back here. Cool. All
Sounds
right.
great.
I have to pee so bad, and also I need beer equally. Those are of equal needs. Okay.
Beer is good. Beer is good. Yes. All right. I'm also going to grab a soda real quick, so I will be right back. Hopefully the lagging will be solved or will lessen. I'm just going to grab a real quick soda because I'm fucking thirsty, okay? Yeah, listen. Yeah, look, double mama. Ooh, ha, huh. I used my duplication jutsu. Ha ha! You weren't expecting that. Now I'll always win. Oh yeah, that's right, chat. Guess what? I went one step further. I know you can probably not barely even hear me, but guess what, chat? I got a motherfucking pie. I got a soda, I got a pie, and I got some oat milk. Hell yeah. So you got your beer, I got my oat milk and pie.
I got my Milwaukee tries its best.
Oh shit. Wow, damn. Listen, I was just thanking the world for cheap beer recently. Cheap beer is a blessing, okay? It really is.
Oh yeah, $4 for a 6-pack. That's all I need right there.
Yeah, true. See? I'm gonna grab a bite of this pie and then we will continue our discussion.
Excellent.
All right. So, hit me with it.
So here's cool. So here's my really specific example. So I promise this is not just a self-promotion stream, but
It's okay.
so what I'm currently working on is a video on trans women in sports. Specifically, it's responding to a paper by Dr. Emma Hilton and Dr. Tommy Lundberg, which was
Familiar
very
with that
critical.
paper.
Yeah, it's a big paper, and that's why I think it needs a debunking. Now, so going into it, I think I'm pretty qualified to debunk this paper. I have 2 degrees in exercise science, including a master's degree in biomechanics. I have 10 years of experience as a personal trainer. I've been a competitive bodybuilder, a competitive powerlifter. No, you are not going to look at my physique to see what it looks like now. Shut up.
It's all right. No shame. I'm a bit on the chunky, out of shape side over here. Blame COVID, I guess, or
Yes.
whatever.
All right. What was I going? So I think I'm qualified to discuss this. Like I have the necessary credentials if that's something that matters to you. But something that I'm running into when I'm doing the paper is that I have to use a lot of language that seems to concede a lot of ground in the trans rights discussion. If you look at it from an insular community support perspective, versus like in my opinion, I have to use a lot of this language because it's necessary for the counter side of things. So I have to continually refer to males and females in this binary category.
Okay.
Because that's the paper I'm responding to, and that's the language used by the majority of the research. And I just don't see a way of doing that that can represent what the materials say accurately, while also very, very cognizant of, like, I know you say you're a woman, but you're a biological male.
Yeah.
Like, I'm very aware that that's a thing that exists.
Yeah, to comment on this, there's a number. I've actually talked about this in the past with my stream. There are all kinds of like what are now considered like sort of dated narratives that were used for political I don't want to say expediency because that makes it sound like it was like a cheap tactic, but that were used for political expediency because there was literally no other way to really get it across to people in a manner that would like deliver help to people in a timely manner. Like for example, one of the things was like the predominance of the like born in the wrong body narrative. highly dualistic basically implies the existence of like a female soul that can reside in a male body. It's very ridiculous.
Oh, yeah.
like,
Actually, I
yeah.
have a really good throwback to that. Something that we've had some decades to kind of experience.
Yeah.
So one of the, and I'm sure you've talked about this and heard about this before, but like one of the biggest arguments in the early gay rights movements, and it took a while, but it made decent progress pretty fast. Because there were white people involved in it, of course. That's a never mind. Is a hold on, I need to. White people did it, and therefore people took it more seriously. That's
Okay.
That's a joke that America's racist. I'm sorry.
Oh,
that was
okay,
that was bad.
That was,
People,
I was a little
America's
confused,
racist.
but I get what you're saying. I think
Okay,
I
so-
highly doubt you'll be canceled for that because I understand what you were saying.
No, that was like a oof. Come on, structure your joke. I'll workshop that. I'll get back to you.
It's all good.
Anyway, one of the primary arguments was that because I can't change being gay, being gay is not a choice. This is something about me that you have to accept. And since we can't change it, therefore we
This
might.
sounds familiar.
Since this is something that we have to live with, it is, that means that I deserve rights because I cannot change who I am. Now, there's two minds of that, and they fall within those. They fall within that stuff. From the counterclaim, like if you're talking against homophobic bigots, yeah, you have to go with that narrative. I can't change. So I'm gay, for example. I'm married to my husband. We've been together for 9 years now. No, fuck you. I can't change this. I would not give up my husband for an instant. I cannot change my sexuality because, why would I? Why would I choose to grow up in Eastern Kentucky, an extremely homophobic environment where I was told from day one that being gay was a sin and it was for perverts and fucking child molesters? Why would I choose this life for myself? Like, no, this is who I am, and I deserve the same rights as you. It's not going to harm anybody. Other one, comfort side. Why the fuck does it matter if it's a choice or not? Aren't you kind of conceding that if it were a choice, then you're making the wrong one? Isn't that kind of our ground that you're conceding? That if being gay were a choice, then you ought to choose to not be gay because being gay is wrong. But since you can't, that's the reason you're chasing because it's, because I guess we have no other option. I guess we have to accept that gay people exist and get them rights and stuff. There's both sides of that.
Yeah.
Inarguably, without the I was born this way argument, I would not be married now. Inarguably. I would bet my life on that. In my state of Kentucky, I would not be married to my husband right now because gay rights would still have about 20 years before we got to a federal mandate on gay marriage. I have no doubt in my mind about that. But on the on that philosophical intellectual level of supporting your community, don't worry. It doesn't matter. There's no moral weight to any of these choices. It's figure out what you think is going to be the best for you and make a choice for the identity if that's what you feel comfortable with. You see how the language is very, very, very different depending on whether you want to support someone in a safe space within your community, which is enormously important, versus if you want to counter homophobic bigots to show the public that they are idiots, they are only motivated by hate. The rhetoric there can be very differential. It can be very distinct, and it would be hard for if those two personalities that I showed, if they were to get into a fight with each other, it's like neither one.
You would have
they're
what has
both
been unfolding
equivalently
on
needed.
Twitter for the last week but with trans issues instead, more or less.
Yeah, well, yeah, yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
So
I think
that's kind of where I'm
is,
approaching there.
Yeah. I can recognize that, but I think it's also important to recognize that there are while I agree that it is important to acknowledge rhetoric and I guess that the appropriateness of rhetoric depending on the context and what the goal is. I do think that's really important. I think that's a valuable tool about rhetoric in general. This is the sort of thing that would get you called like a liar or a manipulator, is to say that if I'm arguing with bigots, I'm going to take this position. When in reality, they're not entirely what's the right word? They're not entirely incapable of being synthesized. I think that it can simultaneously not be a choice in the way that the crowd of bigots would say it's a choice, where you're just sort of frivolously choosing to be whatever. Like, you're just like, oh, today I want to be a gay person, or tomorrow I want to be trans. Like that's how they frame it. They see it like a very basic choice. And then of course, like, they're not using that correctly. So I think it's perfectly fair to argue that. But some people would accuse you of being like duplicitous, because you're saying at one point that it's not a choice, and then you're saying in another context that it is. I don't think that that's necessarily true. I think it is a matter of like sort of cynically analyzing the context that you're in and what your goals are in that space. But I do also think that there is a danger in unintentionally like digesting those talking points as like dogma or as fact themselves, and not recognizing that they are a vehicle to win deserved, like well-deserved rights that everyone should have within a system that is just grossly discriminatory and prejudiced. I do think there's.
I think that's there's a huge. That's an internal struggle that I think a lot of activists or anybody who is like making debates and arguments on the internet can have. Sometimes it feels duplicitous to tailor your rhetoric to other people. The way that I find a lot of comfort in this is comedy. So I love comedy. I'm not super funny myself. I'm like the basketball coach who like knows the theory behind comedy but can't play it himself. Does that make sense?
Listen, I believe anyone can be funny.
Yeah. So a lot of comedy is based on those rhetorical tools, like Aristotle. Well, it's the Milwaukee tries its best.
Yes.
Testicles is a rhetorical triangle. You got character, you got logic, and you got emotion, and all of those are contextual. If you are going to have a successful comedic set, which is rhetoric, you're trying to convince the audience to laugh.
100%.
Jokes are arguments, and I will fight anybody who says otherwise. Part of that is changing the rhetoric, changing the timing or the content of the jokes, changing who you appear as on stage in order to facilitate that argument. So for example, if I was a gay person on stage, and part of my act was talking about my life as a gay person, I would probably lean in to that Eastern Kentucky accent that I kind of sometimes have, because I grew up in Eastern Kentucky. I can do the accent just a little bit. It doesn't feel super authentic to me because I grew up with TV, grew up in went to college in a big city after that. But I'd probably lean into this accent a little bit more because it makes me seem a lot less threatening, a lot less fey to that audience, and in doing so, I can make them laugh alongside of pro-LGBT jokes. I can make it seem like my life as a gay man being married to another man is not that much different than yours. It's not duplicitous. That's being cognizant of what your audience is, and the goal is if they leave that, if I tailor my rhetoric so that they leave less homophobic than they were when they came in, that's a victory. It's not. I'm not lying to myself, because the ultimate goal there is, do you want to enact change in the world? Do you want to make someone's a little bit less hateful, a little bit less bigoted? To me, that's not duplicity. That's just effective communication, and we all of us need to realize that.
I tend to agree. Yep. Yeah, I do have concerns about the frequency with which sort of temporary talking points become digested and then become weapons against the further liberation of people. But I don't think it's as easy as a discussion as some people might make it out to be. I think some people say, well, we should never cede ground, rhetorically, for bigots. And there's a certain part of me that I recognize that there is always going to be, they're always going to poke holes in it. They're going to call you a communist even if you're like a milquetoast Democrat. But I do think that it's important to recognize that that there can be a cost to there can be an opportunity cost to not being willing to adjust the rhetoric that's being put forward. It's a very complicated issue, and I think that it's one that has not yet been solved on like a larger scale yet.
Social systems in general
Yeah,
social systems in general are so complex that there is no universally correct answer. Like, there's only maximizing and minimizing the amount of people that you reach. And the maximizing might be like 61% of people in like the best case scenario for certain issues. By the way, 84% of statistics are made up on the spot. So, but it is a case of, if you had to make the choice between being correct and being effective in this hypothetical scenario. So there's Rules for Radicals, Saul Alinsky, which is an awesome book, really, really focused on
Oh,
rhetoric.
damn.
Is
That's
that
the
if you
Boogeyman
had,
book.
yeah, that's the Boogeyman book.
The
Great
Boogeyman
book.
book.
If you had to, if there are a lot of people, and this is just a feeling, who would rather be pure and perfect and always have the right takes and tell you who's the good and bad people
Mm-hmm.
and not get anything done. That's who they would rather be. Internally, they want to be perfect. They want to have their honor versus the
Yeah.
people who want to be effective. And there is a disconnect there. Would you be willing to further your cause with a means that you find unsavory or even dishonorable? There's a push there. There's some give and take there because
Mm.
is your honor, your integrity worth sacrificing the movement? Are you that important? You as an individual, your feelings are more important than the broader progress as a whole.
Mm-hmm.
Versus, well, if we normalize these methods, this duplicity for to make it the worst possible version, if we normalize these methods, is that actually going to enact lasting change, or is this just going to be weaponized against us when the pendulum swings in the other direction? I'm not saying I have a right answer. I'm just saying it's not nearly as
It's
nothing's
not
a
as cut and dry.
binary, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There are some people who very much sort of, I would say, almost idolize the idea of consistency, and the reality is that very few people, like no one, is truly fully consistent in their worldview, and we have to recognize that we regularly engage in imperfect arguments and whatnot, and that while there is strength that can come from a desire to verify. I mean, I think truth seeking is incredibly important, but we can't confuse like an eternal cycle of ruminating and digesting something with never actually going out and doing something with that knowledge. And it is just a fact of human life. We are on the treadmill of time. Time is always moving forward. We have to make imperfect decisions, and we just have to do the best that we can to, in my opinion, verify those to the best of our ability without paralyzing ourselves entirely.
Yeah, definitely. So, anything more you want to talk about that specific example?
Well, no, I do think that, like, I guess the one thing I will touch on is that I want people to be cautious, because I do think that there have been a lot of examples in recent memory of sort of temporary rhetorical tactics that are used by predominantly like public-facing politicians that can sometimes become weaponized against the people who are ready to take the next step in liberation, or who are pushing for that next step and are having success with it, only to be met up by a almost new status quo that has adopted whatever that like small step forward was and is now like a bulwark. Like they're like, okay, well, we granted this ground, but now we can't go any further. And I think
a small example of that, in my opinion, like the biggest weapon used against mostly liberals, but still people on the left, is like grifters like Candace Owens, Blair White,
Yep.
Brandon Straka.
Yeah.
How am I racist? I'm Candace Owens. I'm black.
Yep.
I'm not transphobic. I'm Blair White. I'm trans. You wouldn't argue against a trans person, would you? I'm Brandon Straka. I'm gay.
Yep.
Trump can't
It's a
be
weaponized
homophobic.
identity politics.
It can definitely be weaponized.
Yep. Yeah,
Is that
absolutely.
Yeah, it's that toxic form of identity politics where, not in the academic sense, where you have to like adopt an identity in order to like find a group to conceptualize like what you're trying to liberate.
Right.
Like trans liberation would be nothing if there was no identity for being trans. So that's identity politics being good, versus the colloquial term for identity politics where I have an identity and therefore my arguments are better.
Right. It's the idea that just your belonging in a like broad identity group makes you immune to criticism on those lines. Yeah, I agree. Yep.
So someone in your chat, I'm not going to call them out. Civility politics is not based. Civility politics is all politics. If you want to change someone's opinion, you got to be civil. You got to be amenable. You got to be likable. You got to make them want to change their opinions, because no one will change their opinion if they don't want to.
I disagree with you a little bit on that, but I don't think that civility politics is all politics. But I do agree that there is, I do believe that there are certain spheres of politics where people should recognize that is the that is the mode of progress in that space. I do think that like I tend to reject the idea that like civility politics is the only way forward or the only type of politics. I think there are many ways of engaging in politics that don't necessarily involve even convincing.
Let me amend that
Sure.
statement to be for that. So the support convince counter. The convince part, civility politics is paramount.
Agreed.
That is the most important factor. You have to make that person feel like if they have a wrong opinion, they're not being attacked, especially that they're not being essentialized. If you had someone who was amenable to, let's say, the trans discussion, let's say you were talking about, well, here's a bunch of studies, here's my own personal experience, and if you don't fucking agree, what are you, fucking bigot? Instantly, doesn't matter. They've shut down. They're not going to listen to you. And so that sucks a lot to say that you have to put up with a certain level of bigotry. It sucks. Like an example I always use is, so if a conservative says that, well, over in those brown countries with the Muslims, they're throwing gays off roofs. You should be thankful that you're not one of them. It's like, one, that doesn't make it okay to be racist. And two, is that the bar that you want to trip over? Like, that's the bar that I have to set as long as I'm not being thrown off a roof. I should be thankful. No, fuck that. So I definitely agree with that. But especially on a person-to-person level, because this works best person-to-person. If you can empathize with someone and like put yourself in their shoes and find that common ground, even if you have to concede a few points that may not be as important to the central thing that you're trying to discuss, it might be worth it. You're not going to change someone's outlook on everything in one discussion or with one argument or with one tweet. But sometimes it's worth it to concede, like, we'll put that for now. For now, we'll talk about that later, all right? We're going to eat the biggest frog first. Does that saying make sense to you?
Eat the biggest frog first? No, but I assume it's a Kentuckyism, you said?
It's a Kentuckyism where if you have to eat a plate of frogs, you eat the biggest one first.
Fair
You
enough.
tackle the biggest problem first, the most important problem first,
Yeah.
and then you save the rest for later.
Yeah, I do think, though, one thing I will say is there is, I think, value in aggressive rhetoric, even in convincing. But I think that it has to be done carefully. I will agree with that much. I think that, like, I mean, for example, one of the best examples of that was the conversation I had with Redneck. Somebody who has been horrible to me, and even showing up for that conversation, in my opinion, was somewhat of an act of civility politics, because he had no right to have any more of my time at that point in time. But I had a bigger reason for wanting to have that conversation, and I do think that there is a time and a place for rhetoric that can come down hard and sort of call someone on the spot. But I think it has to be done and managed very carefully. I do believe that there is wake-up call rhetoric that can be incredibly useful. I know this from personal experience, but I imagine that there is also, I don't know, maybe there's no data to back that up, but I know from at least personal experience, there have been times in my life where, where there are times where a wake-up call type of rhetoric can actually be effective. I just think I do agree with you in general that it needs to be done carefully.
So keep in mind, I am a debate lord.
Yeah.
I love dunking on chuds. I'm probably most famous, regrettably, for like making Milo Yiannopoulos cry.
That was great.
And like shitting on him in debate. That was, that was as good faith as I could make it, but I was there to shit on Milo Yiannopoulos and make him look bad.
Yeah. I think that's a very effective approach, by the way.
That was firmly in the counter. That was firmly in the counter category, and that can be useful. Not all on its own. If that's all you do, again, you could fall into a couple of like bad traps. You can lose empathy for the people that you actually care about. The cause that you're going for becomes less important than what you're arguing against, which is why a lot of anti-SJWs started siding with Nazis and then started becoming Nazis. But it can be useful. Sometimes dunking on a chud and the only purpose is to show that chud is an idiot can be super useful. So there's research to say that like for team sports, so if the team that loses typically is like downtrodden and actually sees a lowering of testosterone. If you want to make someone into a soy boy beta cuck, you beat them. Yeah. That's it. Their testosterone levels fall. But more importantly for our discussion here, not only does the team that lost experience that like down period, their fans who are living vicariously through them feel that. Now, granted, that's only in certain individuals, like especially like dominant-minded, like I'm gonna fucking win individuals.
Yeah, yeah.
But it does happen. There is utility in beating someone and dunking on someone so hard that their fans lose faith in that person. Like I've had people on
I
the
think that's really important, especially in these sort of strongman ideologies where a lot of it is based around the worst thing. The worst thing that a strongman can be is ridiculous. And when they when the public when the public idea of somebody, the strongman type, starts to flip over to this ridiculousness, they lose their faithful. Their faithful people can no longer believe, like just on a deep level, they stop believing that that's the strongman to save them, and that's really, really harmful to that type of person and that type of ideology.
That's where the risk. That's where the risk in debate comes from on both sides. I have watched debates on issues that I felt very strongly about, and while I was watching my person who was on my side do poorly, it felt awful. It was so demoralizing to hear that the person who I agreed with, I wanted to win, was just getting their shit pushed in because the other person was more effective at this specific skill. That's where the risk comes in. But I think that, so I'm pro platforming as in like relative to a lot of people on the left. I think our ideas are good, and I think that we can be skillful at rhetoric. I think we can win even when our opponents show up because our ideas are good, they're backed by data, and we are fucking likable and hot and just good at what we do if we do it appropriately.
Yeah, I agree by and large. I tend to be, I guess lately, I don't even know anymore. It's hard to keep track of what people's opinions are and stuff like this. But historically, I've tended to be more in like closer to your camp. Maybe not quite as far as you are in that way, but I tend to believe that as long as you're doing your homework, then the platforming can be advantageous. But there are certain circumstances in which I think we should be very, very careful. Certainly,
yeah.
Yeah, I like, for example, I think of I always think back to a different context, but some learning is still applicable, is from the era of atheism and how there are some people like Ken Ham and some of these people who their goal is not to win a conversation. Their goal is to find invisible people in your audience that might be vulnerable to a very specific type of message and hook those people in. It's like to pull them closer to the pipeline. And I think that we should be careful because sometimes even if we're owning that person, like I don't think Ken Ham or Kent Hovind is another example of somebody who I think is like.
Can I give you an example? Can I give you an example of a personal mistake that I made in a debate that I think that I lost?
Sure.
So I had a debate against Vincent James of Red Elephants, who is a Nazi.
Okay.
And I had the debate on a Nazi podcast called The Kill Stream.
I know The Kill Stream. Yes.
Yeah, so it is a Nazi podcast, a pretty big one, who say that they're not Nazi. It's a Nazi podcast.
Very familiar.
So I did a shit ton of research for that debate. I had a lot of research on criminality. I bought literal textbooks. I took detailed notes. I had 30 studies pulled up to support my positions. None of it mattered because James wasn't there for me. I could have been silent. It doesn't matter what I was doing. He wasn't there to engage with me. He gave a presentation. Rapid fired 40 points about how black people are actually inferior, how testosterone and IQ are like high testosterone, low IQ. That's why blacks are in this, and that's why they commit more crime. About how the skull shapes, all the fun stuff.
Typical Nazi talking points.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So I value that for the experience, and I also think that because I'm still small, but I was even smaller at the time. It wasn't the big mistake that it could have been had I had even the size I have now, which is still pretty small. But so going forward, I think that's a scenario where that's a mistake of platforming, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's possible, and that could have been avoided if I was just better at what I do, because
possibly, but I do
still
think
have a
there
lot to
is like
learn.
one thing I've always like sort of tried to get people to think about in conversations about this. And again, I do tend to be closer to your position in general with regards to platforming, but I think the context of the platform really matters. Like for example, a platform like say Dylan Burns, the Hippy Dippy has a pretty large like centrist pull, which means there are a lot of people who are coming there with curiosity in their minds. And that is, a different context than like going onto a kill stream where the majority of the
part
people
of
there are going to be, yeah. It's like the analysis, the equation that has to be done is like taking
that's
into
part of the
context,
appeal.
Yeah.
Something that panel shows should keep in mind, and again, I'm an expert, obviously, is that people who don't already agree with you are not going to come on your panel to learn. In general, like, well, it might be a nice place to hang out, but if you're hearing discussions, like, you want to hear competing sides of something.
Of course.
And if you're on the left, positions within the left can be interesting to you, but for anybody who isn't already at least a little bit amenable and aren't just discussing like what's the best way to go about the same goal that we have, no one who doesn't already agree, no centrist, no right winger is going to come to that stream. So it is important to platform right wingers. It is worth it to bring, if you convert 30, if your panel converts 30 people to being right wing and 60 people to being more left wing, it's a net positive. You got to take, you cannot have this standard of 100% or nothing.
Oh yeah, I agree with you. I think I've always said, and the part of the reason why I've been on shows like, well, both Prime and the Hippy Dippy since their inception. Like, I think I was on the first or second episode of Hippy Dippy, and I've always supported that because I do think there is value. I think there's value in I
was on the Hippy Dippy once, and then I got drunk.
Oof. Well, hey, that happens. Listen. I usually when I'm streaming, I usually avoid most substances that aren't my like prescribed medications. But
good idea.
It's been a time, as many panels as I've been on, I've learned it's the best. It's for the best. But Hippy Dippy is one where I do think there's great value in being able to contest these ideas, especially in a space where there's lots of centrists, where people can learn a whole lot of stuff. And I usually go into those with the goal of shaking people awake and giving them something to go learn about and make them excited about it and interested in it. Even if they're mad at me, and they're like, oh, they'll go look at that stuff and they'll learn something. And that's really good in my mind.
I think that's dangerous.
Maybe.
Because if you get someone mad about something and they want to go research that topic, how are they going to research it?
It depends, right?
If you see someone who you hate making a point, and you're interested in that topic, that's a thing, by the way. People are very motivated by anger. They're very motivated by getting angry about something, by hearing a person that they decide that they don't like making a point. And, if they don't like the person, now they don't like the point. When they go research that topic, they're going to be looking for counterclaims for that person because the motivation isn't necessarily purely intrinsically about the topic. It's debunking that person.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So that has to be something that we are concerned with.
Of course.
You might.
I think.
Yeah, you might have a call to action, but that call to action might be, let me find as many arguments as I can to debunk your position. So it's something to be concerned. It's something to have in the back of your mind.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Like, I don't think I would not categorize. Oh darn, we're getting some stream lag for some reason.
I got some F's in chat. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can still hear you fine. But,
yeah, mine's showing green. I don't. It might be a website issue. I know that the I don't know. Is the YouTube stream lagging? Let me check in on YouTube real quick. Give me just 1 second to just make sure this is. My stream health is showing fine. Let's see. I wonder if it's the website. I know the website. I know Vosh's was getting hit earlier, so I don't know. All our domains might be getting hit. Okay, all right. I guess YouTube is fine. It might be the website. Okay. Sorry about that. Yeah. No. I think that it's important. Like, obviously, it's important to think about these things carefully, but also at the same time, like, there is more, at least in my mind, there's more to a conversation than just like the calls to action. Like, I think there's also value in speaking out like very strongly at least this has been my experience as well. But even if a handful of particularly motivated people get mad at you in a space because you were firm with rhetoric or whatever, I think that there is a great value that can come from people from bolstering the people in those audiences who may have like some agreements with you, or maybe aren't fully decided, but now know that there is a presence that they can see is not only strong but also assertive and these sort of things. At least that's been in my experience. Yeah,
it's a big risk reward.
Yeah, of course it is.
It's a double-edged sword in the fact that if you do that exact same thing, as many bad things will happen as good things. Using my own example again, so the Milo debate. So I got a shit ton of subscribers, a shit ton of follows. However, I ruined my reputation going forward neutrally. So my reputation before the Milo debate is I was something that I think I still have, but because of that high-profile debate, it's ruined. It's at least tarnished. Maybe not ruined, but tarnished. Is that I am a capybara. I am friend-shaped. I will talk to anybody, and I will be nice. I'll be kind. I'll be nuanced. Even if you have some bad takes, I'll talk you through it. I'm not going to raise my voice because my whole goal, starting like the whole debate lord thing, was to be the antithesis of the screeching SJW. I wanted to be because I started a while ago, so I was trying to play off stereotypes that were already kind of old. But I wanted to come across as reasonable, calm. I wanted to banter, but still get across my points with a shit ton of data because I'm good at research.
Yeah, I think you are.
Yeah, but when I went to the Milo debate, I hated Milo. Milo was someone who, when I was like, not grew up, but like a couple of years ago, he was like, I was not involved in politics and I knew about Milo. This is someone who I wanted to destroy because he's a genuinely awful person.
Yeah.
But because I tailored my rhetoric against this person that I did not like, people who were already on my side, I'm a king. I have the largest metaphorical dick in the world, okay?
Right.
It is incredible. People who weren't already all the way on board with me said I was combative, whiny, insufferable. And you know what? I see it. If I didn't already agree with everything that I was saying,
I think this might be
I see
one of
what
the
they're
areas where
talking
we
about.
disagree a little bit. Like I think that on like, I don't know, maybe this is hard to say, but I think on a manner of like pure numbers, like I think that the value from connecting with the people who dislike Milo and who need to see him exposed that way is probably much more than losing whatever sense of what's the word that you used originally? Impartiality or neutrality?
It's the wrong word, but I know what you're talking about.
Like Milo's audience is extremists. Like there's not a whole lot of centrists in Milo's audience anymore. Like that's just not who they are. Maybe 6 years ago when he first showed his face in Gamergate, there's probably, I mean, I know for a fact there were a lot of people, but not anymore. Milo it has an audience of extremists, and I don't think that I think that like his audience is going to conclude no matter what, even if you were the nicest person, they are going to conclude that you are bad. So I don't imagine that you've meaningfully tarnished any sense of neutrality, perhaps with his audience, but I don't think you were going to convince them at all.
Okay,
yeah,
so pulling back from so it's always a risk reward. Like, what are you willing to put up with? Looking back after 8 months or so of like being able to reflect on that.
Yep.
I don't think I would have changed much, except making my central thesis a little bit more clear. But broadly speaking, I'm fine with how I did. But it's still something I really want to be aware of, because not everybody who said I was insufferable was a Milo fan. Wow. Some of them, because the debate was on a neutral platform, and I'm not under any sort of like, I'm not under any illusions that as many people were there for me as were there for Milo, either for or because they wanted to see him like get destroyed.
Sure.
But still, there were a lot of people who like Milo's pretty awful, I know, but let me listen. Who still came away thinking that Django's guy's an insufferable prick.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's going to happen. Like, I mean, there's some times where you literally cannot win that. I mean, I find myself in that position relatively frequently on certain topics where it does not matter at all what my argument is, what my statement is. There are some people who will hate my guts no matter what. And because of the lottery of how the internet works, sometimes the majority of people are going to be that way, even if you're not dropping anything particularly spicy at all. I mean, all you need to do is a cursory glance down my unfortunately most viewed videos, and you'll find that those have been supremely brigaded, and that most people never actually saw my original, but rather saw somebody else's with a huge audience reviewing that and giving their direct thoughts. So it is something that there's sometimes it's literally unavoidable, and it's better.
Oh, certainly, yeah.
Yeah, like
there's still things to be gained from it. So, for example, do you know who Booksmarts is?
Yes.
If I have like a recollection, you're not a huge fan, or
I mean,
vice versa, or something like that.
Listen, the last time I said anything on this, it turned into a very big, a very painful disaster for me. However, I will repeat what I said before, since everybody saw it, which is that Booksmarts and I have had like two interactions, one interaction, and then later on he concluded that I'm too crazy to interact with. So yeah, I don't really think super highly of that individual, but that's fine. Everybody's got their opinions.
I hope that. Yeah, and I fully respect that. I just hope that you can say could take what I say in good
sure,
faith,
of course,
from here.
It's nothing personal.
So
I'm not gonna hate you for disliking him or for liking him or whatever.
No. So when Booksmarts reviewed my Milo debate, and he tore it apart, it was ruthless because he saw all the good praise I was getting and said, "This is not healthy. You need to hear every bad thing you did, every time you fucked up, in all situations. You need to be torn apart." And it fucking hurt. What made it hurt the most is because I could not rebuke anything he said. Like, as a great debate lord who's on this high of being the best debate person ever, no, he was right. But that was still valuable. Because then, a month later, I went to the Better Discourse Conference, which is where Milo and Destiny debated, and I crushed it. The reason I crushed it is because I took that advice seriously. I played to the audience. I played up where the things that I knew they would dislike. I played up how much I disliked it, and I tailored my rhetoric a lot
Did
better to
Booksmarts
that
tell you
audience.
did all right, or did you poll the audience?
I polled the audience. They laughed at my jokes. They laughed. That's how I view it.
Sure.
If you laugh at my jokes during a conference, you like me. You cannot hate someone and laugh at their jokes. You have to be at least a little bit. That's actually a really good rule of thumb. If people are laughing at your jokes, they like you. Based on all that research I did on like comedy theory and stuff like that. So even though like it sucked to hear, it was still really, really valuable. And I'm still and I would not. That is probably one of my best performances. Definitely my best panel performance, because I took all that research and I specifically tailored my rhetoric towards the very hostile, very right-wing audience. Not Nazi level, not Killstream level, but still. None of them walked away from that discussion that I was in thinking that I looked bad, or thinking that my side looked bad, or thinking that their side just completely crushed the opposition. And it was useful knowledge. Yeah, maybe. I'm not saying that there's. I'm not saying that.
Yeah, I didn't.
It's always
I didn't see that one. I did see your debate against Milo on the channel, but I didn't see the one at MythCon. So maybe it was better. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know how much I agree on this portion of the analysis, because I mean, I laugh at people I hate all the time. I think Donald Trump is repugnant, and he makes my stomach turn, but sometimes he is funny and he makes me laugh.
I'm getting some pushback in the chat from that too.
Yeah,
I guess that. Yeah, I was probably a little bit
maybe.
That was too broad of a statement.
I
think it's generally true.
I don't know. I think there is. I get where you're coming from on a lot of this, and I agree to a certain degree, but I do think that there is a folly to be had in sort of trying to win over a lot of extremists. And again, this comes, and some of this is colored because I grew up in a cult, and like I know how, like, no matter, like, you could spend your entire life, you could destroy your entire existence trying to win over the love of a group that will hate you no matter what. And no matter how kind you are, no matter how nice, you won't win them over because they believe that you are evil, or that you are, they have a figure that's telling them not to listen to you. And I think that, like, there are people who do this. I think there are people who destroy themselves trying to workshop their rhetoric to make it so that it's like, okay, maybe I'll be able to convince this person, when in reality, like, the vast majority, like especially when dealing with extremists, they are definitionally a minority for the most part. Those extremists are very insular. They're very, very highly motivated individuals. They're not likely to be open to that type of rhetoric. And what
there's that research that said that if you are on an extreme position, that contrary information will make you dig your heels in more.
Yeah, it can. And I mean, I think that like a lot of times what those of us who are engaging in like online debate, who we're hoping to reach, are like the people who are who aren't necessarily all the way pulled in, or we're trying to make a bulwark of information, of entertaining information that can prevent people from ever. I think this is one of the things that some people don't value or don't recognize, which is that even if like a debate doesn't go great and you don't feel like you convince them, the existence of content that is entertaining, that can provide talking points against or point out the ridiculousness in extremist positions, can be like almost like a vaccine that prevents people from ever getting there in the first place.
There's
I
research
do think
on
there's
that.
great value in that.
There's research on that supporting that.
Yep.
So there's something. It's called inoculation theory. So obviously inoculation is a medical term for usually related to like medicine and stuff like that. But there's something to be said for inoculation of ideas.
Yep.
So basically, like if you preempt, if you responsibly platforming could be like preempting, like, hey, here's a bunch of extremist positions, here's what they're doing, and here's why it's wrong. Now I'm going to let you listen to it. That can be a very effective way, because one, you're making the ideas seem less scary. A lot of people, especially a lot of Americans, tell me if you're an American, correct?
Yeah. Yep.
All right, so you know that a big trait of Americans is like, fuck you, I'll do what I want.
Yeah, of course. The big
you told me not to do something?
Yeah.
How about you eat shit?
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
like
I'm gonna
the
buy
people who buy a big truck and
buy 3 sets of truck nuts.
Yeah. Or like there's this
But
whole
also,
thing
I'm not
of,
going to wear a
like,
mask because you told me to.
Yeah, you see some people out there with like I've literally seen this here of like people who buy like a Ford F-350, like that's completely empty in the back. They obviously aren't using it for work. It's like, and then they have a bumper sticker that's like, what I could see your Prius pissing its pants from my truck. And it's just like, okay, so you're like actively choosing to harm the environment and drive a car that's more expensive for you, for your family, for your insurance, just because you feel threatened by the existence of Priuses. It's kind of funny, but yeah.
Yeah, I completely forgot what point I was making. Can you
Inoculation
get me back on
theory?
track?
And
when did I started talking about triple truck nuts?
You said that because
Inoculation theory.
a lot of Americans have like a fuck you, I'm gonna do what I
Yeah,
want.
so if you right, like, so like the Streisand effect, if you make an idea completely out of the public sphere, it adds an air of mystery. Like what don't they want me to hear?
Yeah.
What is so dangerous? There can be danger to that. I'm not saying it's a universal thing. I'm saying it's a descriptive statement. If you know Americans, if you say that this idea is banned, what's the first thing that people are going to do? It's what I do. Like, if someone says like this thing is banned, I want to know more about it. Like I want to know, like, why was it banned?
Yeah.
What's this bad thing? So it invites a lot of curiosity.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's as dangerous as, if you do that, people automatically agree with it. But there probably will be a non-zero percentage of people who now agree with that thing.
Sure.
That's higher than what it would have been.
But I mean, some of those people, it's like some of those people, I don't know if there is a tactic that can reach somebody who's that steeped in whatever, whether it's like toxic masculinity and like the Prius thing or something else. Like sometimes I don't know if there is a tactic besides like I say this frequently about people like with QAnon. Like I think that there's and this isn't really as much of a thing anymore, but there used to be online in a lot of these politics spaces discussions about like de-radicalizing people and stuff, which I think is mostly bunk. Like I don't think that I think that, and this comes from my experience literally being de-radicalized out of an extremist cult. Some of this is colored by that, but I think that most people, like online entertainers, usually actually can't really de-radicalize anyone. That people who are already questioning and already leaving it can often find great value in the content, but those people de-radicalize themselves or usually had some other experience that got them away from the indoctrination. Because I know
from a fundamental standpoint, from a fundamental standpoint, you don't de-radicalize anybody. Right. Everyone de-radicalizes themselves.
Well, of course, but I don't mean in like that sort of like just the abstract. I mean that like when, like, for example, like, I'll talk about something I went through. Like, I grew up in an extremely evangelical cult, and I had, very little exposure to other ideas besides Christianity for most of my life. And by the time I went to college, which is when I stopped, like, after a year and a half of college, I had stopped believing in Christianity. But even by the time that I had gotten to college, there had been a number of experiences I'd had with the church that made me realize, like, I don't know that I really believe in this specific church anymore, which left me open to pondering other ideas. And then I met a friend who was, a very, very good friend. We became really good friends over the course of like 2 years of college. And then this friend, like, was an ex-Catholic and talked to me and, like, had these really long, I'm sure tedious discussions with me, like, basically repeating all these, like, fundamentalist talking points, but questioning them and talking me through them. And that is what finally eroded the indoctrination I'd been in. It was this personal friend taking a lot of time to, like, basically sort out my emotional issues with Christianity. That actually did that. It actually got me out of it. It wasn't just that. There was a lot of other stuff going on, but it was not like, there were things that I found online later that were very helpful to me. I watched a whole bunch of, like, the famous atheist YouTubers after that. But to get out of the indoctrination was an unbelievable feat. And I think people underestimate how strong indoctrination really can be. And it's one of the things I constantly tell people on the left, like, please understand, please come to understand indoctrination. Please realize how it functions and what it does. And, like, that we have to stop people from getting indoctrinated. Otherwise the uphill battle is so hard. The goal has to be to prevent it from happening. And yeah.
There's also that leftist. There's something I believe in as someone who was on the left. Like, I don't think that. I mean, it's hard to, like, say this definitively, but very few people are beyond saving.
Yeah, I agree.
And it can be frustrating. Yeah.
It's just that from the perspective of a public figure, there are people that are functionally quote unquote beyond saving, at least from the scope of what I'm trying to do. And that's why I tell people ask me, like, what do I do about my dad who's getting into QAnon? I'm like, I can't tell you that. I can only tell you that, like I can tell you general things that are good, but I can't, like, you can't send him a video of mine. He's not going to listen to a video of mine. Like, you need to,
like, it's back to what we were talking
him.
about earlier.
Yeah.
Like, it's never one thing.
Yeah.
So you had your, like, one friend, and that was, like, the biggest influence that you remember. But
One
you
of
also,
them,
like, there's a bunch of other things. So you don't have to be the thing, because one thing usually doesn't radicalize someone in the first place. It's an amalgamation of things. There can be, like, a triggering event that starts this, like, pipeline going forward, but you can still be one little seed of doubt. You can still talk to this radicalized person and be like, that first step, or maybe even their 37th step, that they still hugely disagree with, but, like, you know what? I can see how, like, my side isn't representing this point accurately. Let me force myself to do more research on it from a more neutral. So it can still be useful. No, I don't think that, like, Destiny or Vosh or any of the debate bros have de-radicalized anybody by themselves. But also, I think it's fair to say that anybody who makes content online, promoting a certain viewpoint or being even anti against a certain viewpoint, can play a role in at least some
absolutely.
people.
Like, there's no doubt about that. I have no disagreement with the idea that they can play a role. I just think that, like, again, I think people should be careful. And I see this happen on both ends, by the way. I see some people who get really into this idea of, like, that they're de-radicalizing people or whatever, and they try to focus on that, and it can become a lot of wasted energy when there's realistically a whole bunch of there's, like, millions of people that need to be prevented from slipping into that or from being pulled off into that would be better to focus on. But also there are people on the left who sort of almost, like, have this fictionalized version of, like, the debate bros, and that it's like, oh, well, they're just shoveling Nazis into our spaces, and it's like, no, that is not even reality. Like, the idea that, like, debate bros are, like, mass importing Nazis into our spaces is just ridiculous. But yeah. I think it is definitely a complicated topic. I do think there, again, I think there should be some caution taken in overstating the focus on, like, rhetoric that's designed to defeat just the far right, and from a position of like, oh, we're going to convince them. There's a lot. It's just a fact that I think
That's only focusing on the counter. That's only focusing on the counter aspect.
Yeah,
of
exactly,
activism.
precisely. Yeah. And the countering is like, but also it's like a, you might be doing the countering thing, or you might even be doing that well, but it's like you're not countering in the right direction because you're looking to counter with the goal of convincing those extremists who aren't convincible functionally. They might be on a personal level, of course, I believe, but I believe that's obviously nobody. I don't think anybody's unredeemable. But from the position of a content creator, if you're building your rhetoric to try and like crack the like ironclad egg of indoctrination, and not to use these figures who represent that indoctrination to save other people from ever getting into that indoctrination, you might be kind of wasting a lot of energy, in my opinion.
Yeah. So
I think
what
it's
do you
very
think
hard
about
to break through.
Yeah. So what do you think about the extremely correct take that libs are not our enemy?
Oh, I mean, yeah, like I've always had that position. I don't think that I think that the majority.
I did not. I did not mean to imply that you didn't.
Oh, no. I agree with you. I think that there's a lot of room to criticize libs, and there's a lot of room to criticize Dems, but I don't think that we should make them like an enemy. I don't agree with I don't know. I
literally just hate liberals. That's my only politics.
Yeah, there's a lot of people like that right now.
The memes.
And I can get it. Yeah, I can get where some people come from with that, because liberals are infuriating. I spent the beginning of my stream, I think you were probably watching, but shouting about how frustrated I am that the Dems regularly drop the ball. And I've lived through this multiple times, by the way, in my life. You know, I'm 30, and I've been aware of politics and plugged into politics from a long time.
We're the same age.
Yeah, hey, there we go. Fucking boomer tube. But yeah, it's one of those things where it is frustrating. I think there's a lot of value to be had in criticizing them, but I don't think that just making libs the enemy is a good idea in general. I am a little reluctant. There was a debate that I had that got pretty intense. This was a long time ago when my channel was much smaller, but there was a debate I got into that was pretty intense about whether we should consider social democrats, leftists and stuff. And, my position was more it doesn't really matter all that much, but I think there's value to be had from saying, okay, we need a baseline for what a leftist is. And a leftist, in my opinion, is somebody who has a coherent critique of capitalism and an intersectional understanding of oppression. And that to me works. So that means some sock dems I would categorize as leftist, but I think there's when there is some truth in what is said that there is a co-option that can happen of movements by the establishment or by whatever. I think there is some truth there. I think there's some people really make it into their only thing. Yeah, so that's kind of a side note, but I do think that in general, I very much agree with the idea that we shouldn't make enemies of libs in the sense that we need to convince them. Most people in this country are somewhere in that ballpark.
Are you familiar with the system justification theory?
Yes, a little bit. I couldn't quote it to you, but is this the idea that people will more or less find a way to justify whatever system they currently live in, with more fervor than they would accept a new system because it's what they're familiar? It's kind of like the devil we know.
Yeah, that's really, really close.
Yeah.
I don't suppose you saw my video on it, did you?
I think I did, yes.
Okay, cool. Neato. Awesome. I worked real hard on that. I'm glad some
I'm pretty
people
sure
saw
that
it.
was where I've seen quite a few of your videos, so yeah.
Yeah, so that is the kind of where we're at right now. A lot of people like system justification. So the system that we're in, and when I say system, I don't want to have some big esoteric concept. It's just a network of interaction between actors. That's what a social system is, and there's no neat separation between economic system or political system. There's no neat separation. All of it is intertwined into the broad social system that you're in. And a lot of people, even if you're in a bad system, it's still something that you find comfort in. It's your framework. It's how you understand the world. And it can be even if that framework is harming you, even if you recognize it as harming you, it's you're going to defend it to at least some degree, or at least most people will, because it's way better to go with what is familiar, then what might be better? Like how many people here, like when you have nothing else to do and your brain is just and you're just fried from the day, you don't want to engage with something new on Netflix. You want to watch the same episodes of 30 Rock that you've watched 19 times before because it's comforting.
Yeah.
I know I certainly do that a lot, especially when like you're stressed. And there are
People do that
periods
with
where
League
you're
of
stressed every
Legends.
single day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, people
I have
have
played
like League of Legends or whatever, like something that's
yeah.
familiar that you can always go to that's reliable.
I've put 1,000 hours into Overwatch even though I hate it because
Yeah.
it's comforting and familiar.
Yeah, yeah. Of course,
So-
I think
and
there's
that's
like varying degrees to which people engage in this, but yeah, I
Certainly,
do
yeah.
agree that that's a very common thing that people experience.
certainly
and
most
I
people
as
have
well.
some yeah, most people will have some sort of system justification going on.
Mm-hmm.
It might not be just in political, but it might be like in your daily life. Like for example, I need to quit smoking and quit drinking and actually start working out again. But I developed a system that is comforting to me, and it's hard to break out of that. And that's like on a personal level of you could say like interpersonal system justification. But in the broader social system, again, this is the common ground by which we communicate with other people. Like the current system that we're in, if regardless of whether you agree with it or not, you have to recognize that that is the common ground. You
Agreed.
grew up in the system. The people that you're trying to, the libs grew up in the system. The conservatives grew up in the system. A lot of the Nazis grew up in this system. This is the common ground that you share, and you have to recognize that if you're going to be an effective activist. To
I
say
agree.
that, like, well, if you don't already hate everything about this system, you're doing something wrong. Is completely unhelpful. Like this is like the point where if I gotta self-censor myself because someone who genuinely thinks if you don't already hate capitalism or already hate the United States that you're not a true ally, I can't get behind that. Not only
Right,
can I
right.
not get behind that, I do not consider you someone who is like you're not going to help my goals.
Right.
You have to be able to talk with people. You have to be able to say like, hey, if you could, for the people in chat, because hey, I have no idea what I am. I say generally on the left. Because I'm very stupid and I don't know a lot about most issues.
About that,
Alright.
but all right.
But generally, if you can show me an evidence-based system with like good backing and good reason behind it for why a certain like policy would be better than what we have now, I'm all for it. And that's really all I care about. I'm a big incrementalist. Like we're never going to like completely overthrow the system because it's too entrenched. Like someone who is like the example I use, like someone who's like a 47-year-old accountant in Idaho, who's like grew up as like kind of conservative liberal something like that. Do you think he's just like already just instantly the second the revolution happens is already going to be on board with all your ideas? Like no.
No, but
And
I would caution one thing in this, which is that the idea of like I think that we're pretty bad at judging how entrenched our systems are and what's actually remaining of them. I think we tend to have like a sort of fictionalized version of what the system is that we exist in. And I think that if we tell ourselves it's more solid than it is, and this is not me saying that like I tend to not be like, I'm not like the hard R type. That's literally not what I believe in or advocate for. I do advocate for radical change, but in a very different way than what you'd see from like, I don't know, like the ML types who are, pushing for that sort of thing. But I do think
I don't mean to like buy into like the bad faith definition of revolution where it's like a violent overthrow of the government.
Yeah. I can understand though, like
that.
there's associations with that.
Revolution can be yeah.
I was getting a little bit of lag there. Sorry. But yeah, no,
yeah, definitely.
I agree.
And hey, if that's
Sorry.
yeah. And that's something to think about. Like if
Oh no, we got hit with lag.
lag, doing okay?
Yeah, I think you're back
Oh, no.
now. Right? Can you hear me? Test.
Jangle's Robot Lab. Of course. I am the robot.
Test. Can you hear me?
I
Appears
can
to be a bit
hear
of a
you
delay.
just fine. I've never
Yeah,
I've never had an issue with hearing you talking.
There's like a delay.
Discourse.
Yeah.
Communicating.
We'll give it a second. God damn.
Do you want me to call back real quick?
Yeah, let's restart the call. Let's see. Let's hope it reconnects and we'll get this working. I think it's working now. Okay, you look clearer. For a second.
Discourse levels
Okay,
activated.
so there's a small delay, I think, but maybe it'll be doable.
Okay, well,
Shit.
yeah, we'll deal with it. So it's been close to 2 hours. I'm
Yeah,
still
yeah.
up for talking.
Oh, I'm
But
enjoying this
I
quite
have a
well.
lot
It
of other.
seems like the chat is enjoying it quite a lot as well. So that makes me happy. Imps are happy. I'm happy. I'm fine with keeping talking for a bit longer. I'm perfectly fine with that. I think
Sure.
it's been a very interesting conversation.
Well, we can't. Well, that's not great for like content. We need to like find some stuff to like cancel people over and get bad, right? Okay.
Actually, you'd be surprised. I'm pulling damn good numbers right now, so I think people are feeling a little bit of the comfy convos lately.
Nice. All right.
Yeah, I think comfy stock is going up right now, which is great. But yeah, like I think that we should be careful to sort of jump back to where I was. I think we should be careful not to become complacent in the idea that like this system is too entrenched for something to happen, because I do think that we are currently witnessing some form of, I think we're in the midst of a significant revolution. Now, I don't think it currently has a direction. I think it is just everything is kind of blowing up with COVID, with Donald Trump literally just tearing the shit out of everything.
Everybody hates the government. Everybody hates the current system.
Yeah, I think that.
But ironically, that becomes the system.
Well, of course, yeah.
Yeah.
But also like there's also this thing that's like we don't actually know how strong this system is. We don't actually there's not really been any significant tests on a domestic level to the system that we know, and we are seeing that. I was just talking about that earlier in stream, that like the everyday function of government is now being regularly interrupted by the threat of insurrectionary attacks on the Capitol. And that is something that I think we shouldn't discount. While I don't really believe that like the ML type of like worldview of like, yes, you'll have a vanguard party and they'll be able to rustle up a bunch of peasants and farmers to pick up Kalashnikovs.
We'll have re-education camps for all the ex-capitalists out there.
Yeah, I don't think anything like that would work or would even have a success rate. I think that we have to acknowledge that like the right is doing such things and they're having some level of success with it. But I mean, I don't know what degree. It's very hard to tell. But we should be careful, if not like,
Hey, you want to hear a base take?
sure.
System justification isn't bad. Sometimes the systems are good. Like sometimes you want to defend them.
Yeah.
Part of the pushback, the effective pushback that we should adopt and we ought to be adopting, is that the Capitol rioters were disrupting the democratic process, the electoral process that we use.
Yeah.
And that's good. You're justifying the system there. You do not want to be one of those lefty types who anything that is done against the government, it must be good. You don't want to stand people who just.
I agree with you. Like, I think that it was very silly for the people who were saying like, God, there was a take that I fucking roasted on stream on Twitter that was like, these tactics aren't so far from what we ourselves want to do. I'm like, speak for your fucking self, because I want nothing to do with that shit. That is like not even close. Like, if your tactics are like smearing your shit all over the inside of the Capitol walls, like, sorry, that's not the type of movement that I'm aiming for. So go for it if that's what you believe, but that's not what I believe. That's not what
That's the risk of like only being anti. Hey,
Yeah.
as long as you're anti-government, you're my ally.
Yeah, it's like, okay, so I guess.
Oh wait,
like,
what are you doing with
that?
that? What are you doing with that helmet? What's that armband say?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah, I think there's a big problem in that. Again, like, yeah, I feel like perhaps, with the risk of sounding like I'm playing the centrist too much here, I do think it needs to be, like, we need to be willing to consider the fact that, like, this entrenched system is not as entrenched as we might believe it is. And it could be much easier to overturn than we thought. I think that looking at, like, I had some pretty grim outlooks on. I literally remember somebody in my chat found this clip. I called into David Pakman's show on the night of the 2016 election and talked about, like, my fears about trans stuff, like how bad it was going to get, and it's worse than I thought it was going to be even. So it's like it's been
I
a remarkable
very
4
much
years.
apologize. I apologize if this is super rude. I really have to pee.
Oh, please go. No, that's perfectly fine. I'll keep the imps entertained. Don't you worry. I'll keep your
Cool
chat
stuff.
entertained.
So, but I have to leave something for the chat to maybe talk about. So, to me, there's no such thing as overthrowing the system, because the system's not a thing. As in, like, it's not one thing, and therefore you cannot neatly overthrow this thing. It's always it's by
It's organic.
necessity. It's organic, and by necessity, it's incremental. Like no, like it's always going to be a step better. There's always going to be remnants because time is linear, and someone who is like 50 years old is never going to like, oh well, let me just change literally everything about what I was born into. As leftists, we have to recognize that that's not a thing that happens. People are products of their environment. People are products of those systems. And you got to
Yeah.
respect that at least a little bit. And I'm gonna leave that. You counteract that. Like,
Well, no, I'll
chat
wait
counteract
because
that.
I want to talk to you
Yeah.
about that because I think we
right.
can have some synthesis and whatnot. So,
Sweet,
yeah,
awesome. Okay, back in a sec.
go for it. Hello, chat. It is you and I now, and hello to Jangles chat. It's been wonderful speaking with your warlord, your overlord, your science lad. Greetings from the imps. Greetings from hell, in fact. Here, I'll hide my camera for a second so that we have, here. We'll just hide this temporarily. Hello, exactly. Show Jangles your thumbnail? Oh, yeah, I can show Jangles the thumbnail. Hold on. Here we go. Here we go. I'll share it with the stream, too. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. I'm going to show it to the stream. Get ready, motherfuckers. You fuckers. Get ready. Hold on a second. Here we go. Look at this. Look at that. Oh, shit. Brrr. True. Damn, this is good. I love this. I love this format, by the way. Just so you know. I fucking love this format. Yeah, it's Jangles. It's Jangles Socialist Potato. You should follow Jangles on YouTube. Jangles does some damn ass good videos. Look at that shit. Fuck, that's great. It's looking good. Let me check some of these other ones. Oh my god. Oh shit, we got some fucking fresh ass content for after this. Oh my god. Holy shit, we're gonna have some fucking great ass stuff. I just read your DM, Gayfish. Holy shit, I'm ready. Hi, YouTube chat. Thank you. Thank you for reminding me to talk to YouTube chat. Hi, YouTube chat. Hi. How are you all doing? Thank you for being here today. I hope you've been having fun. I hope subscribe to my channel if you haven't already, okay? Please. YouTube chat, much love to you. There's a lot of new YouTubers in here. Hey. All right, we got you back. Let me get you back up on here and we'll get back into it. Welcome back.
And, ooh, look at that.
Oop, I gotta turn this on. There we go. Boop. You saw my fucking cool ass icon that was drawn for me by a fan. It was amazing.
The biggest metaphorical dick imaginable.
The biggest
Excellent.
metaphorical dick imaginable. Oh, maybe Kaizen Kamikaze, but I don't know. So yeah, so I this is gonna sound really pedantic, but I kind of contest the use of the idea of like incremental. Like, I do agree that like by its nature, everything is a transitory state. Like, obviously, there's nothing just goes. But history has proven to us that life can change so rapidly in such a short period of time that it can actually be like severely disorienting. Like, the times changing can be severely disorienting to entire societies of people. And I don't think we're immune to that just because we live in like the United States. Like, I happen to believe that like coming out of COVID is going to be a very, very strange and probably very traumatic experience for a lot of people. This entire, like, our society is irrevocably changed. We lost 500,000 people in the blink of an eye, which is nothing like we've seen since World War II. And that has not only economic repercussions, that's going to it has social repercussions. A lot of people don't have family members that they used to have before. Like, people might, people are going to find themselves having spent 2 years, like, not engaging in social stuff. There's going to be a lot of new, social experience, a lot of social anxiety that people who didn't have it before now have.
I think we're definitely gonna, we're gonna definitely keep a lot of these like points in mind. Like, flu season, I think is going to be really indicative of like when now we have a system to refer back to of what should we do during flu system? Well, let's social distance.
Yeah,
Let's
that's something that's
normalize
like a
wearing
positive
masks.
one, right? Because that's like we're going
Yeah.
to learn how to do it. But there's also like there's other things like for example, I mean, one of the things that's really scary and sad to me is that like we now know that like a lot of people who survive COVID have lifelong complications. That means that like a huge percentage of the United States is now disabled, and they never would have thought of themselves like that because that's how
It's
disability
also
is.
generally accepted that about 6 months is when you start to develop new habits.
Yeah.
A lot of people who are prone to addiction, or not even just addiction, not even just like mental illness, just like bad habits. Like maybe you stopped going to the gym, and that's going to negatively impact your health 20 years from now.
Yeah.
Or maybe like you had a little bit of social anxiety, and now you've like retreated back into this very insular state where you're not going to go out and see people.
Yep.
Yeah, that's absolutely going to have effects. However, it's always juxtaposed with the system that you're used to. So let's take an extreme example, and then we'll bring it back to COVID. Let's say like the Revolutionary War.
Sure.
In the United States, because nothing that didn't happen in America matters. You know, but people, even though that was a revolutionary war, that was absolutely a revolution, a huge change. People still had their systems, like so their daily lives did not do a complete 180. They were still thinking about what are my habits that I was keeping, what are like the economic systems that I'm used to.
I don't
my
agree
system
with
of
that
barter.
though. That's not actually entirely true.
They changed,
Like,
but they're
I
still
mean-
based in what they're still based in people. Like there was a comfort, there was a source of habit there. You got to remember, not everybody was like on board with the Revolutionary War.
Well,
So the, like
yeah,
the big
but I mean, like,
revolutionaries
you
still had
know,
to
at
like
the same
talk to the
time-
people.
Well, like here's the thing, like I would like I understand like that's true to a certain degree. Like our lives do go on, but our habits can change rapidly. And I think that happened like I think
Certainly,
one of
yeah.
the best ways to look at this is to like study how people's habits changed during the Great Depression. Yeah, does life go on? Of course, but the way people interacted with things, the way people bought their food, the way they cooked their food, the way that they hung out with people changed completely. And this is something that we're
certainly, yeah.
witnessing now too, like with people like and some of us are in the position where we're going to have a foot in either world, and other people are just going to have a totally different experience. A lot of Zoomers who are like coming of age now will never have known like the world that we had before, and that presents a uniquely unique separation between like people who otherwise would have had very similar experiences. I think like
Oh, I'm not. Yeah, I hope I did not convey this like belief that I don't have that like nothing will ever change.
No,
or that
I just mean,
things
like,
that nothing cannot. Like you and me are the same age.
yeah.
We both like graduated high school and started going out into the real world as
Yeah.
soon as everything like the economic collapse happened.
Right.
So I don't. So you said you went to college.
Yeah,
What was
I
it
never
like?
finished, but yeah.
Now, what was it like going to college with the intention of like I wanted to like get my degree to get my career while knowing that like there's no wait. What are you saying that there's no jobs?
Yeah.
What that wait, hold on. I came here and I went into debt for the next 20 years because you said there were jobs. Yeah, so
Yeah.
yeah, obviously that affected like our entire generation in
Yeah.
a lot of different ways, many of which were negative. But I'm still saying that there's a lot of like still entrenched systems that are good. That those systems are still good that they're there in a lot of ways. And
Yeah,
we can still
I
and
guess
we can,
it's just that like I
and
think
systems
that
used
the,
in
like,
bad ways can be repurposed for good ways.
Yeah, I think so. I just think we should be very careful about like assuming more permanence than there is. When I'm just thinking of like things like even the conversion from horses to cars and how rapidly that happened, and like that alone had so many changes that like are hard to fathom, and like we're experiencing that to an even greater degree right now. And
Just with the internet,
Yeah,
not
just
even
with the
not
internet,
even
yeah.
divorced from politics. Yeah, just with the internet.
just the internet, and also just with the pandemic. Like the pandemic has changed so much, and there's some things that I think are going to be more impactful than others. Like we're having a poverty crisis in America. People are living with like in tight quarters with lots of people, and that is very strange. That is going to have repercussions that echo throughout our society, that change the way that we interact and the way that we look at the world and the things that we assume. So I don't know. I think that like
There's also like the issue that like a lot of technology that used to be like only for rich people 10 years ago. We're 30. Like I'm sure you remember a time when like having a cell phone was a symbol of wealth.
Yeah, yeah.
Shit,
Oh,
you must be
100%.
important. You have something where like you can just call anybody from anywhere, wherever you are. You must be important. And now it's like a necessary, like that's like the baseline. If you don't have a cell phone, you are like you don't get an advantage from having a cell phone. You get a severe
Exactly.
disadvantage from not
Yeah.
having one.
Yeah, for sure.
And so,
Yeah.
but that system, you'll notice like Obama phones was a big one. Like, oh, this person says that they're poor and need money and can't afford housing, and yet they have an iPhone.
Yeah.
With that exact laugh. So yeah, but you see how those systems still like infect a lot of people. They still
Yeah.
pull over. Can I give you like an example of? I apologize if I talk too
No,
much.
no,
I know
you're
this is your
perfectly
stream.
fine. You're perfectly fine. No, this has been a wonderful conversation. I promise.
So there's a big issue that I sincerely agree with of like this focus on productivity and work. So that if you're not being productive, you're less valuable as a person, or if you are, or that you must have a job where you are producing for society for 40 hours a week, or else your value as a person is now diminished. And not only for that, you should constantly be working towards. Excuse me. You should constantly be working towards bettering yourself in the context of bettering your productivity and your output.
Oh,
I think that
100%. Yeah.
that can be damaging. But there can definitely be way too far in the other direction to say that actually work should be abolished, jobs should be abolished. This is a little bit of a straw man, but it's a sentiment.
I see. You wanted to battle me on the idea of anti-work.
Oh no,
I'm an anti-work one. I'm one of those anti-work types, but it's a very different.
hold
it's a
on,
very
but
different position
yeah,
than you
but
might think. But yes,
it must be clear. I'm an idiot and I don't know like positions and stuff. Okay,
you're good. You're good.
all right. So there is a position where like I don't want a job, or like if shitty jobs shouldn't exist. And like there should be no shitty jobs that no one doesn't want to do, and everyone should only have a job where they want to do that job. That sounds awesome, but I really disagree with it. There are always going to be jobs that people don't want to do. Not only that, is how many of us are actually working on a job that we like and we like it all the time. Like I'm sure you like creating content. I really,
course.
really like creating content. I love doing debates. I love doing the research for videos. But I also hate it sometimes.
Of course.
Like I want to like go away from it because it's hard. It sucks sometimes, but you still have to push through it because you're providing value for the world.
Of course.
And
I
yeah,
mean, I do
there's a
think
huge-
that like the now this is just me defending the making sure that we don't have the straw man appear, because I do tend to be in the so-called anti-work position, which is that like I don't think that like work should be compulsory, because I think it is like humans. I genuinely believe, and I think there's enough evidence that humans are quite industrious by their nature. And
sure, yeah.
usually, or at least for the majority of history, compulsory work has been the tool of like severe oppression and like the removal of liberation for many people. And I do think that like, but I also am of the opinion that like most people, and this is both my experience and also like my understanding from what I have read, and I'm not like the most read person ever, but that like people do tend to do the jobs that need to be done, even if they're unpleasant. I myself am one of those people. But like if you've ever like spent time in like a family, like most of these things, the more compulsory like chores are in your family, like the more harshly enforced they are, the less likely everyone is to do them. Now it is important to obviously teach like, hey, these things can be really important, and here's why it might be very valuable for you to participate in this. But I think that there's a lot of issues with like how we understand like what needs to be done and like how we get that done. I think that like a lot of it is approached not from a position of like from an almost, I want to say an almost ableist position. I think that like
definitely, yeah.
like the ableism is one
There's
that like
yeah,
really gets to me.
there's definitely also this you cannot take social factors outside of it.
Right.
Like the reason like no one wants to be a garbage collector is it, or I shouldn't say no one, but the reason like most people don't want to be garbage collectors is because it's been socially conditioned that being a garbage collector is some sort of like it's something that you do if you
and
couldn't
it's
do anything else.
paid like horrible wages for an incredibly valuable task. It's
I was gonna say it's paid better than a lot of people think.
well, yes, of course.
It should be paid more because it is so valuable.
For the record,
but-
I've done like a fuckload of dirty jobs in my life. Like I've fuck Mike Rao, by the way, for stealing those talking points and for using them for the
yeah.
right. But like the dirty jobs thing is like I've done a lot of fucking dirty work in my life, and like some of it some of it has been miserable, mostly because you're devalued and not because of like the actual work itself. The work itself might be miserable, but like there is a reward in it. I mean,
a lot of those dirty jobs are like tangible. It's a tangible difference you made in the world. It's a lot less abstract than less fulfilling jobs like data entry.
Yeah,
Data entry is still valuable, but there's less of this connection to the tangible thing that you put out into the world.
And also, like, there are some jobs that I do believe will be some dirty jobs I believe will be essentially resolved by technology. Like some of the most unpleasant jobs we'll be able to resolve with technology, provided we push the world in a direction that we can actually appreciate technology. As it stands right now, most Americans live in horrible fear of automation. With good reason, and they're right to be afraid of automation, because the automation.
One of the most common like jobs is truck driver.
Yep.
It's like one of the biggest jobs, and that's going to be that is in the next 20 years most likely going to be automated. Yeah,
it'll be automated out of existence, and
so there's a very real and rightful fear, driver.
Yeah, I agree. Sorry, you were lagging there for a second, but I think we caught everything.
Of course.
So, it's the transportation. Like we don't even have. We should have things in. We should have things in position now. To fix these problems, but we don't right now. If a great technological leap was to happen right now, it would be a disaster for our society, not a plus, and that's horrible. And that's one of the things I really try to push people to think about is like, why do we live in fear of a great technological leap? We should not be living in fear of a great technological leap. We should be like, holy shit, this is fucking awesome. We just invented a new technology that makes human life better, but we don't, because our society is structured to basically that technology is a funnel by which more money from the poor goes up to the rich. And it is very sad that we're in that place. I think it's something we need to do very much. But I know this is all like kind of like a sidestep about the work issue, but I think it's important to talk about. And I do think
economics
that
is scary.
Yeah,
and it's complicated, and there's like numbers and shit. What fucking loser like reads numbers and stuff?
Yeah, you can listen. The numbers are overrated in economics. It's mostly fucking. Listen, I don't want to sound like too jaded on economics, but like, listen, I've done my fair share of reading on economics. There's a lot of fucking divination and reading of entrails that makes up a lot of people.
So I need everyone. But yeah, I need everyone to know I am Jangle's science led. Science is fucking based. I want evidence for positions. Evidence is good. If you have no evidence for your position, I think it's weaker. Like unequivocally, get evidence for your position. But science is a tool. And oftentimes science is done within a framework. So a lot of economic research is done what improves capitalism the most. That is the framework that science is conducted in.
Yes.
It's not necessarily like what is the best thing for the most people. There's a framework, a system within science that is like what science is mostly done. That's neutral. The economists who are doing this research, they're working within the frameworks because people are part of their systems. And I'm not saying you should demonize economic research. It doesn't mean it's untrue or that these people are capitalists like I don't know, what are the kids saying? Capitalist simps.
Yeah.
What are the kids? I don't know.
True.
But it should still be like understood within that framework. Like a lot of economics research is what is best for capitalism.
Well, and also there is one of the things that's like an important historical footnote to understanding economics is the fact that like.
Sorry, notifications.
Oh, you're good. You're good. Like one of the things that a lot of people don't ever pay attention to is that in America specifically, we have basically a whittled down version of economics where we basically at some point in our history, somewhere around like the 60s and 70s, we decided that like we're going to only talk about these specific models of economics and we're not going to consider anything else. Those are just not allowed. Like they're not going to be socially acceptable to be talked about at all. And while other countries have taught these things as a part of like you would learn any science, where you would learn varying theories. You will learn like what's actually there. There's a lot of schools in America, a lot of economic schools in America that literally will only teach a highly like a very ideologically slanted version of economics. And what that leads to is, in my opinion, a very slanted understanding. So it irritates me when there's a lot of like, there's some people online who want to go, nobody knows anything about economics. And it's like, well, yeah, but economists don't know anything about economics because half of them have only like went to business school at schools that literally have banned books that are actually valuable and that other countries actually use to research and have used to come to very valuable conclusions. So we have a problem. It's sort of unique to the United States, but
be a little bit careful with that, because remember, like, economics is so complicated that does need it needs an incremental change. Like, we're not going to get rid of money.
Well,
especially overnight. Not in any.
I'm not saying that we would. I'm just saying that like we have here in the United States, we have a highly ideological like economic schools in the United States are highly ideologically slanted, and that is like actually has proven to be a weakness for us. Like this is even the case if you compare us between the understanding of economics in the United States versus the understanding of economics in social democracies of Europe, that they just literally, we don't study things because we don't like those things, and so like culturally, and so they just are like discarded outright. It's very silly to me. But again, it's just something people should be cautious of. But
sure. So I think I have no endurance. I'm a low energy beta male, so I think I'm close to like. I want you to get onto your diss track, okay?
Oh yeah, I do have a diss track waiting for me, which will be very interesting. And then I have to talk about Wamixon.
Wamixon. The last like parts. So with my I guess my outro here. First, is there any questions from the chat? Any contentions that we have? Because
come on, chat, bring it up.
Yeah.
Come on, amps.
Hey,
cough them up.
If this helps, if this gets your your juices flowing, I saw a couple of takes in there that I wanted to scream at.
Oh shit!
I'm actually a very mean person.
Fuck! You're gonna get debate broed, chat. No, you won't. It's all good. Somebody says their contention. Ryoma says my contention is how much Jangle self-deprecates. True.
Unironically, see it as a virtue. In some respects, it can definitely be overdone.
Be careful with that shit.
But like
that
having that,
poison you.
Yeah, it can definitely be overdone.
You think it might be a benefit, but sometimes it really fucking isn't, and you build yourself into patterns in the name of like, no, I'm keeping myself humble, but you're actually just insulting yourself. But anyway, next question is thoughts on Richard Wolff. Speaking of economists,
he's a dude that like wrote books and stuff, right?
Yeah, he's
Readings
a dude.
for nerds.
He does videos too. Yeah.
Yeah, So I'm not being self-deprecating. I'm making an accurate assessment. I don't know shit about economics. This is an accurate assessment. It's not self-deprecating. I think I'm handsome. I think I'm sometimes funny. I know a lot about trans issues. I know a lot about exercise. I don't know shit about economics. So I need you to know that's not self-deprecating when I say that.
Fair enough.
It's accurate.
I mean, I would say that you'll probably enjoy yourself. Like I have various opinions on Richard Wolff. I don't agree with him on everything. I do think that he does a very good job illustrating some of the problems with American economics, the approach that Americans have to economics, and he does so in very, very interesting ways. So he's a very good presenter and is a good way to start.
Okay, but let's talk about like rhetoric and stuff like this. When you're talking to me about economics, every time I make a gas station purchase of a Monster Energy drink and baked Lay's, I hope I don't overdraw, and I never check my bank account. Okay,
that is accounting. That's not economics. So you got different schools.
I was gonna say that's the level at which you have to talk to me about money.
So, yeah, I don't know how to make an analogy to that, but good luck with the baked Lay's. Please don't overdraw your account. That shit's bullshit. Overdraft fees are evil and should be outlawed. But yes, just fucking decline it. We have the technology. Anyway, sorry, I'm gonna rant about something that's like.
But then I wouldn't get my baked Lay's.
But you wouldn't also be $30 in debt that will continue to charge you more money. Yeah.
Well, if I am $30 in
okay,
debt,
fine. You know what?
Kind of want some baked Lay's.
Here's a better one. You can have your baked Lay's. You don't have to pay for it. It's just gonna be free.
There you go.
They won't be called baked Lay's anymore. They'll be called like potato. They'll be like the West, wherever you live. Well, I don't know where you live, but the wherever you live, the West wherever, East Kentucky,
Kentucky.
the East Kentucky chip co-op will give you your monthly stipend of baked lays. There you go. But nah, I'm joking around. Any other questions, everyone? Come on, spit out the questions. Come on. Did I miss any? I don't think I missed any, did I? No, I didn't yet. Come on, hit me with the questions, chat, if you got any more. Community chips? No, that's a topic. Nope. Any more questions, anyone? Vermin Hands asks, Jangles, are you gay?
All right, let me give my outro. What? I am very gay.
Hell yeah.
I have a
That's what we
husband
like
and
here.
everything.
Holy shit. Oh my god. That's a lot of gayness. I'm also very gay. I have multiple girlfriends, so there we go. We're both on the same scale of gayness. It's full on fucking
So
gay.
I'm gonna let me give my outro, but with room for like questions after that.
Sure.
Challenge to the chat here. All right. Find someone who's on the left who you have disagreed with. Find at least one person, and then go find a reason why they're not as bad as you thought. And I'm talking everybody. If you don't like Vosh, go look at Vosh and find something to like about him. If you don't like Destiny, go find something to like about him. If you don't like me, you'll have a hard time finding something to like about me, but you should try anyway. Find somebody. I'll tell you, and this is how serious I am. There's a certain lefty person on the internets who makes what I'm told are great videos that I absolutely hate. I am going to, after this, I'm going to go look at their videos to see like if there's anything that I can
I know who you're talking about.
bring positive about them. Yeah, really.
Yeah. I bet I could make a guess. They're probably, I'm guessing they're a food themed character.
I mean, maybe.
Yeah. But let's see. Wait, is this an open challenge? So hold on, let me see. I can do this.
It's an open
real
challenge.
Easy. Here we go. No, you know what? I'll take the challenge. I will do infrared. Okay? Infrared has the Gorilla Gang is very catchy. There you go. Bam, it's a catchy name. Gotta say, it's a catchy name. Very passionate, but I don't know if I want to say that's a praise in this case. But I'll say the Gorilla Gang was a great branding. Great branding.
Yeah, what I saw, like, I didn't like the dude whatsoever. But, and I'm not saying you have to. I'm saying if you look at all that content and still hate everything, try to find someone else.
Yeah.
Because I guarantee, like, you have seen a microscopic percentage of who that person is.
Mm-hmm.
And so, like, as lefties, we should not essentialize people to their worst qualities. So we owe it to ourselves and our causes and like just our general sphere online to try to stop judging people by their worst. To try to stop like seeing what is the worst person, like what is their worst take. That is who that person is. We owe it to ourselves to not criticize those takes, but to understand that there's a greater person behind that screen that you see. And I think that if we owe it to ourselves, and the internet is still fairly young, but this is something that if we don't fix internet discourse like this, and that's where a lot of discourse happens now, our society is at risk. And I don't like fear mongering, but I do sincerely believe if we don't start recognizing that the person behind the profile picture, the person behind that username is a real person, and I need you to extend this empathy to the people you hate, extend it to bigots, extend it to TERFs, extend it to homophobes. There needs to be some recognition that is a person with a life, and as a leftist, you should recognize that person, not on a conceptual level. That individual deserves healthcare. They deserve to be safe. They deserve to have a living wage where they can provide for the people who are close to them. That's something that we need to be bigger. We need to be the bigger person.
Yeah. And I will complement that with the consideration: don't die. Okay. Don't die.
Also that.
Do be empathetic, but don't die. Okay, please. There you go. Yeah.
All right.
Sick. Any other? Wait, there was one question that came in for you, which was,
Well,
do you have the energy for it?
And I said I would stick around for questions after that.
Okay, yeah, sick.
I absolutely
Just want to make sure. Do you see an uptick of transphobia against trans men in media or politics?
I'm sorry that was such a quick answer, but yeah, trans men are lost lesbian sisters. Even the ones who actually like men, they're lost lesbian sisters.
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen that.
They are being tricked. They are being duped by their own internal misogyny. I've heard that a lot. It's bullshit, obviously, and yeah, there is an uptick in it because it's the wedge issue now.
Yeah.
It's like it's the linchpin to where conservatives are trying to paint them as the reasonable, common sense side, and they're using a lot of tropes like men shouldn't be in women's sports. Do you want men in a changing room with your little girl? That's the avenue that they're trying to take. And part of countering that is, to a lot of people, that is viscerally upsetting. Like, if you gotta think
disgust.
50, 60, 70-year-old people. Yeah, and you have to, like, reach those people and not automatically determine that they're bad because they're disgusted by that point. If you want to stop this, you have to put, and it sucks. Not everybody has to do this, but someone does. You have to put yourself in their shoes and explain to them, well, actually, on a human-to-human level, like these like trans women who are just trying to go to the bathroom, they're there to go to the bathroom. They're not there to upset anybody. They're not there to threaten anybody else. Like you could say like, hey, they're more at risk of sexual assault by an immeasurable margin than they are of sexually assaulting someone else. That's you have to like talk to that person to person level.
Yeah.
And my advice, if you don't have the energy to rebuke someone, consider not dunking. Dunking is useful, but consider if you see a bad take and you can't make a good counter to that take. If all your dunk is saying this person is dumb or saying this person is a bigot, don't do it. Either put the energy into
Good dunks are good, yeah.
A good dunk with a good based counter argument, or don't engage at all.
That's fair.
Don't engage at all is a good option 90% of the time. I've been taking that advice. I've been trying to do that more.
Imps code, everybody. But yes, another question. What do you usually cover?
I cover trans issues are the plurality of my content, but I've made videos on comedy. I've done videos and debates on race issues. I've debated Milo Yiannopoulos. You might know. I've also debated I Hypocrite.
Bless you.
I Hypocrite. I debated him 3 times on various issues. First trans issues, then white nationalism, and then Islamophobia. I'm very proud of a video I did on system justification theory. System just is so. That's the thing that we've been talking about a little bit during this. But I'm sincerely very proud of that video. Like the lead author of that theory. I emailed him and he like endorses it and retweeted it, and that was really cool to have like the legit academic of a theory like say that your YouTube videos that you did as a hobby was good.
It's super good.
Yeah. So I do various lefty-ish things.
And then here's one last question that I found, which is, would you be able to quickly summarize what sort of criticism you got for the Milo debate?
Criticism is that I came across as very combative and more focused on him as a person than I was on the issues. Which, going back, I still think that in that case, in that very narrow case, I don't know if I would change much. But still, that is a very edge case. I cannot take that exact same energy going into 99% of debates in the future.
Yeah, that's
like
fair.
you never want to attack a person. If you ever find yourself attacking a person instead of their arguments, things have gone awry. I know in my own debates, when I start attacking the person, it's because I've ran out of arguments and I'm exhausted. That's a natural fallback mechanism, but that's how it's going to come across to a lot of people. So
we
it's
probably
just
differ a little on this. I sometimes really like attacking the person, but we have a different style for sure. Yeah. But yeah, okay. I think that's most of the questions. Well, Jangles, thank you so much for coming on. I really, really enjoyed this conversation. It was a very, very fruitful conversation. And if you want to, we've been plugging your channel in the chat, but if you want to give people the rundown of where they can find you, that would be great. And then
Cool.
we'll call
Yeah.
it good for
so
now.
Django Science. Yeah, so Django Science Lab, just like you see it up on screen. Search for that on YouTube, and that is my channel name. There's lots of debates there. There's lots of what I hope are well-researched video essays. I hope that putting like APA citations, like 20 or 30 of them in my videos, like it makes it seem like they're more intelligent. That's what I hide behind. And yeah, you can see me on that.
Well, thank you
And
so
you can
much.
follow me at SJW Debates on Twitter.
At
Shut
SJW
up.
Debates.
Came up with that name at 3 o'clock in the morning while drunk. Shut up.
Listen, I like it personally. I think it's great. I think it's reclamatory, and I can't believe you actually got it because it's a pretty good one. I think it's a good ad personally. So.
Yeah.
Well, hey, thank you so much for coming on, Jangles,
All right.
and
Well,
we'll
hope to see you
hopefully
there.
talk
I
to you
hope
again
that-
real soon.
Yeah.
Bye for now.
Cool. Everybody, like, have good rhetoric. Be nicer to people. Have a good one. I had a lot.
We got a little disconnected there at the end, but that's all right. That's all right. It's all good. All right. That was fantastic. Okay. Yeah, unfortunately the lag was really rough, but that's okay. It was nonetheless a great conversation. I really enjoyed that. Oh shit. What the hell is happening? Why is YouTube struggling right now? Oh no. Oh no, YouTube's struggling right now. Is it lagging for you all too? What? Not retaining enough video. What the fuck? Okay. All right. It looks like it's fixed itself. Okay. Okay. YouTube is having some serious issues today. What the fuck? Okay. Well, it's YouTube is saying that it's having issues. Like, YouTube is telling me that it's having issues. I have no fucking clue why. No idea why that's the case. I find it very frustrating and confusing, personally. Fuck. All right. Well, here's what I'm going to do real quick. Real quick. I am going to go to the restroom, and then I am going to listen to the diss track. And then after that, we got to do some fucking discourse, baby. We got to get into the discourse. Are you ready for the fucking discourse? Because I am, and I will be right back. But first, I need to pick a little song for us to listen to because I like giving you music to listen to, and I have an idea for a cool-ass motherfucking track. So real quick, let me just pick a little song here, okay? We're going to play Shiver. We're going to play the Shiver, apparently. We're going to play... I got one. I got a good-ass theme. Ready? I got some fucking good-ass music. Hold on. Hold on. Here we go. No, not that one. This one. Burb. So good. See, that's a great song. Look, you got to listen to it go through a full 2 times, right? Oh, okay. All right. Okay. So, how do I locate this motherfucking diss track? Oh my God. Oh my God. Here it is. I'm ready. Who could have expected that it would be from none other than Glooby? It was Glooby. Oh my God. Oh my God. Are you ready? Are you ready to hear me get roasted? I'm going to try and eat my pie while I listen. Let's take a listen. Let's make sure the audio levels are good.
So fucking sick of it, dog. Can't take it anymore. Hi there.
Hello.
It's me, your best friend Glooby.
I was watching Demon Mama and her shit was kind of boring. I mean, it's just Vosh, but minus the talent.
True.
You could call me wrong, but I doubt it. Demon Mama investigates, you should go and conjugate with the bigger streamers. You need content, you need views, you need clicks. That's the shit to make all the money. It's so damn funny because that's what everybody else does too. Fuck you, bitch,
too far.
and fuck all of the Sims, especially you, Pan.
Fuck you,
You're a
Pan.
stupid piece of shit. Fuck Chud
Bloody
Logic.
hell.
He's a real dick. Couldn't carry in Apex, that's some real shit. Fuck you, Jin, fuck you, Cosset. I know this shit is toxic. Hurtin' feeling supersonic. This shit gon' be iconic. Watch it on your stream. Time to milk it for 3 hours. Half your content is ours.
True.
I mean, I kind of feel bad, but I really don't. You really should have seen this coming.
I should have. True.
SMH. Fuck you, and fuck all you stand for. Lefty streamer, my ass. There's the front door. All your content is stolen from Vosh. I know because I non-stop watch. Hate Watcher is my name. You know I'm insane. All of your content is boring. That shit had me snoring. Max Sips is the best. YouTube chat where I rest. Give them emotes. That's all I want. Come
I
on,
have.
please.
I've given them emotes. True. True. What the fuck? But guess what? But guess what? You might have thought that that would be the ending of this chapter. But as it turns out, someone has come to challenge on my behalf. That's right, a trial by combat. Because someone else in our chat has made a response to this diss track. And I will be sharing that in the name of fairness. But it's all right. It's all right. Let's see. Let's see how it goes. Let's see how it goes. This is a trial by combat. My champion. My champion. Fight for me.
Yo, it's 2021. Gay Fetch diss track. Let's go. Yo, fuck you, Glooby. What the total fuck was that shit? Drop a diss track on stream, I wasn't even on it. I see you there in Discord, rapping on some shit chords. Couldn't even rhyme in rhythm so bad it was ignored. So bored, you tried to make a Vosh bad. Put no effort to it and it landed like a maxi pad. Dope thud with the squish, get some clean up on aisle 6. Grab your mop and bucket, fuck it, I'm going cause I'm pissed. Dismissed as the lyrical king. I'm infernal providential to Google to your Bing. Kiss my ring, the one on my hand and my ass. Wait, you're 18, right? Just checking the facts. Ain't trying to get canceled for a sexual diss. on a kindergarten rapper who ain't never been kissed. He don't miss the bliss of my vocab skills. It straight kills all your ills. It's a penicillin pill, Kill Bill, Volume 3, and I'm the bride to be. Got a 5-finger death punch for your drawing streams. I fucking love it when you draw me in my kitty cat. But yo, listen, I get it. You draw me bald and fat, so I'ma draw my verbal 9 and blow your punk ass away. A diss track for all ages, whether straight or gay. Okay, listen to me, all you wimps on the floor. Suck you jammies in chat and subscribe at tier 4. Gay fesh out. I love you, Glooby. Let's play some Jackbox.
What the fuck? Holy shit! Holy shit! Damn, those were both fucking fire as fuck! Holy shit, Gay Fesh. I gotta say, that was some fucking serious... That was some serious fucking dissing going on there. Holy shit! I gotta save these. I'm saving these. I'm saving both of these. These are both fucking awesome. Jesus Christ. Wow. I feel thoroughly roasted, but quite satisfied. I'm not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. Yeah, that was fucking, whew. Damn. History's greatest rap battles. Yeah, Gay Fesh, it will, epic rap battles of history. It's gonna be fucking Gay Fesh versus Gloob. Holy shit. Damn, that was awesome. What the fuck? That was so good. I liked it. I liked it when you made fun of me for being Vosh. Remember that part? I like that part. But I'm definitely, but you know what? There is synthesis to be had here. There is synthesis to be had here because in order for me to be like Vosh, I'm gonna need some more fucking tier 4 subs, you motherfuckers. By the way, Mythaldu, thank you so fucking much for those incredibly generous donations earlier. And I gotta read a few messages from people who sent some fucking donos. So let me do that real quick here. Thank you for the Mama Rad. Thank you very much. Thank you for Dango Bangle for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you so much. And I agree with you, Vader C, in saying that we can work within and without. Mutual aid builds solidarity, indeed. Let me see if I missed any website donos. Let me just make sure. Thank you, Antifa Alex, for the tier 3 sub. Hi, Mama. Loving the content as always. Wanted to make sure I'm spending my imp coins on the good cause. Keep up the good work and remember to drink water. I will do my best. Thank you so very much. I deeply appreciate that. Thank you so much for all of your generosity. I am extremely excited. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Thank you, Pessimist. Fuck yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, I can feel the power already. Now my muscles are gonna go, and I'll be like, and you'll be able to, like, you'll feel the heat from through the screen. Oh, yeah, fuck yeah. Thank you so much, Pessimist. That was very kind of you. Yeah, true. True, Glooby giving me nuanced criticisms in rap form. I will always accept rap criticisms. I'm just gonna say, open invite. Open invite to be rap owned. Yeah, I know. Slammed on Chud Logic. Got fucking Pan in there. Damn, it was fucking roasted. Absolute roasting. Can I tell you why keto is bad? Yes, I can tell you why keto is bad. Keto is bad because it puts an unbelievable amount of strain on your gallbladder. You see, your gallbladder is full of this stuff called bile, and that is a chemical compound that helps you digest fat. And what happens is when you go on keto, your body is consuming a fuckload of fat, so your gallbladder is constantly creating bile, which causes the creation of gallstones, okay? And those gallstones, your body often has a hard time breaking them down, and they will accumulate inside of your gallbladder until it irritates the flesh of your gallbladder, and then your gallbladder gets really sick. Sucks. So be very careful. It's time. Oh, you're going on a third one? I'm waiting.
I have to say is this: I held back because Jen told me to, but now Fesh and Demon Mama, it's time.
I was on keto for about 1 year to 1.5 years. But yes, I know it sounds gross. It is gross. But if you do keto, if you want to have your gallbladder look like a bag of marbles, because that's what will happen. It's not good. It's not good. Also, let me tell you something cool, okay? Listen, I have a scar right here, somewhere right around here, from where I had to have a tube put in during my surgery. Now, this is really gross, so plug your ears real quick if you don't want to hear something nasty, okay? Ready? Okay? After my surgery, that tube had to be pulled out by hand. Yeah. And I could feel it moving inside of me. It was very, very painful, very, very uncomfortable. Would not recommend it. It did make that sound. It did, yes. It was not pleasant. So when I say I've been through a lot of like tough shit, and I've been through a lot of physical pain in my life, and I'm pretty tough, that's the type of stuff. I've been through worse, by the way. That wasn't even the worst. It's just that one stuck in my memory because it was so disgusting. So my nails are actually in trash condition, but thank you. I love the color. I'm going to get these fixed up. I really appreciate that. I really appreciate the compliments on my nails. It means the world to me. Yes, keto. Okay, keto is a diet that can work for some people in very unique circumstances, but you should be very, very careful with that. Please. Yeah, gross stuff is over. I'm not going to talk about it anymore. Well, I hope that continues to be okay, Sotariel. Just be careful with it, and please communicate with your doctor. I know that some people are fine, but I know literally multiple people who've had severe gallbladder issues because of that. Like, I know personally multiple people who have gallbladder issues following keto. So please be careful with it. Yeah. They thought it was my liver at first. And as it turns out, my liver's in fucking great condition. Glooby? Yeah, it was a bit glooby, yeah. Do I play fighting games? Not really. I like some of them, but I'm really bad at them. So we have to talk about something, everybody. We've had lots of fun and coziness and yeah, keto can suck. Yeah, keto can really suck. Now, I will say I did lose weight. I did lose weight, a lot of weight while I was on keto. Like a lot, like a surprising amount, and it was shockingly easy.
TFW Demon Mama, explain why I lost my gallbladder. No doctors ever connected those dots. I lost so much weight because of that, but I lost my gallbladder due to keto.
A lot of doctors don't know about that. They don't know about that, but I did a lot of research and I talked to a lot of docs and I figured it out. So yeah, it can also, it can cause a lot of things. The thing is, keto, I did lose a lot of weight on keto. Like, here, let me see if I can show you what I used to look like. Look. I am very comfortable. Okay. All right. How do I talk about this? Let's talk about weight a little bit. Okay. Let's do it. Let's have that conversation. Then we'll do the Wamixin thing. But this is a little more Demon Mama style content. Let me see if I can find a picture of myself in the past. I know I can somewhere here. Let's see. where would it have been? 2015? Maybe? Let's take a look. 2014? No. 2016? Yeah, it would have been shortly after 2016. So, let's see. Can I get one? That's a little late. That's a little after I went off keto. I'd already regained some weight. But it's certainly a different position than I was in before. Yeah, this is a pretty fair picture. Here you go. Here we go. This is shortly after I quit keto. Here's me. This is what I looked like. So yeah, here's me before. This was like right after I ended keto, and I had already started to regain some weight here. Yeah, that's a big truck I was moving. Now, obviously, you can see I look quite a bit different now. And also, this is a favorable picture, but I was quite a bit lighter. I really spent a lot of time thinking about my diet, and I had to, I had to really bend my life around that diet. Like, I really had to bend my life around that diet. Now, I have always been on the overweight side of things, ever since I was little. When I was younger, like, I grew up very poor, so we ate a lot of unhealthy food, and I was always a little chunky. Also, I had a lot of, I mean, it's not going to come as much of a surprise that I didn't really do well at sports when I was younger. I got bullied a lot. You know, I'm trans. I was a queerbo. So I didn't really I came to sort of hate exercise. Not because I hated the actual body movement or anything, but because I hated the culture around it, and people would bully me all the time. And my dad targeted my weight for my entire life. Like, my dad would mock me for my weight for most of my life. And I'm being very honest with this because I think it's important to talk about this. I think people deal with this. Yeah, I'm sorry. Like, so many parents are so fucking mean about weight, and I don't get it. It's so horrible. But my dad would mock me about my weight all the time, and he would also compare me to my brother. Now, my brother would just eat shit all the time. Like, my brother would literally, like, he would go at nighttime, he would go and grab a stack of chocolate graham crackers, and he would just eat the entire stack of graham crackers with, like, whole milk, like, every single night. My brother would just fucking devour shit. And he was always skinny. And just by nature, he did not eat any healthier than I did. In fact, arguably he ate worse. But my dad would compare me to my brother all the time. And that sucked, as it turns out. Great way to hurt your family relations is to do that sort of stuff. And in high school, at towards the end of high school, I started to lose weight because I got I was struggling with a lot of stuff, and so I started to go on walks where I would pray and think about philosophy. So in high school, I didn't really do a whole lot at once, and then I got really more and more into religion, and so I would go for walks, like long walks where I would, like, be praying and thinking about things. And I actually lost a lot of weight during that period because I would just go on these very long walks. And I lost quite a bit of weight. And then in my 20s, I went through a couple of experiences where I regained weight, lost weight, regained weight, lost weight, all kinds of stuff. And then in my mid-20s, I was like, fuck, I'm gonna transition. I am fat. I don't want to be, like, I had all these toxic things about it. And so I decided to try keto, lost a fuckload of weight. And then the moment I went off keto, it basically all came back. And now I've sort of stabilized. And I am overweight. Like, I have no doubts about that. But I've also stabilized. I have not been bouncing all over the place weight-wise for years, which is great. So that's good. I've basically stabilized. I am stabilized at a higher weight, but I'm not yo-yoing anymore, which was something that happened for most of my life. Between the time I was 15 to 25, I would just go, my weight would go all over the place. So yeah. And my relationship with food is much, much better now because I don't obsess over everything. When I was on keto, I was so obsessed with it that like I would literally, I had to eat fast food a lot. So I would order, like special orders at every single restaurant. Like I would go to McDonald's and I would be like, I need 2 burger patties with cheese, lettuce, and mayonnaise and nothing else. Like in a bowl, no bun, no nothing, no ketchup, nothing. And they would do that for me. Like I would eat all kinds of keto only things. I had to bend my whole life around it. And it got really, really tiring after a while. It got to the point where, now I will say that minus the like lifestyle changes, like I wasn't hungry when I've done other diets in the past, and I've dieted many times at various points in my life because of the pressure. I've dieted at many different points. I will say that usually you struggle with hunger. With keto, I always felt full. Oh, by the way, just so you know, I was so into keto that in the morning, this is what I would drink bullet coffee. Bullet coffee? Yeah, bullet coffee. Does anybody know what bullet coffee is? Let me tell you what bullet coffee is. Bullet coffee is, or bulletproof coffee. Yeah, bulletproof coffee. So my breakfast most mornings would be a large mug of coffee with a scoop of butter, cinnamon, and a little bit of coconut oil. And you blend it up and you shake it, and it actually tastes quite good. Here's the thing. It's an acquired taste for sure. But the caffeine mixed with the fat, the caffeine mixed with the fat will fill you. You will feel energetic and full for hours between the caffeine and the fat that's in there. And that's what I would have basically every single morning for breakfast. And yeah, like, honestly, it's not that bad. It sounds worse than it is, but it's actually quite good. After you get used to the flavor, because it does taste a little weird, but it's actually quite filling. And it was satisfying. So, yeah. Well, I mean, honestly, if you blend it properly, you can barely even notice it. Because heavy cream is very sweet and has a lot of sugar in it. You can't have sugar. The whole thing on keto is you need to have basically no sugar at all. Yeah, that's why. You cannot have any sugar. You need to basically you need to have like 6 grams of carbs every day, or else you'll break out of keto and it won't work. So, yeah. Yeah.
There was a time for about 6 months I was vegan and gluten-free. Thought I had celiac. I lost loads of weight. Like, holy shit, so much weight loss.
Thank you so much, Ela Divine. Yeah, as it turns out, grains and pastas will make you gain a lot of weight because they're sugary. But it also depends on a lot of things. Also, thank you so much, Trash Candy. You're very, very welcome, and I try to do that a lot, so thank you so much. And you're welcome. Oh, yeah, by the way, like, breads that you buy here in America have fucking corn syrup in it. Like, it's ridiculous. It's actually ridiculous. Yeah. Like, it's pretty bad. I don't know. America has a fucked food problems. I don't even know how to begin addressing them. Yeah. 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 I mean, corn syrup is honestly, yeah, I agree. I tend to agree it is kind of toxic waste. It's kind of terrible. Yeah, it's really, really bad. It sucks. It's just what it is. It's just how life is right now in America. I don't know what you do about it. Like, that's a hard question. I don't know. Right now in my life, now, do I have a lot of shame about my weight? Yeah, I do, actually, believe it or not. I still have quite a lot of shame about my weight. That's totally involuntary. I actually find, I personally find bodies like mine, like, attractive on other people. Like, I've always, like, I like multiple body types. I am not, like, picky about body types, but I actively find both skinny and, like, heavier people very, very, very attractive. But it's very hard for me to see in myself, and it absolutely 100% compounds with my dysphoria. Yeah, it's real. Well, I mean, why are we so hard on ourselves? Well, because when you have a parent that tells you that you're bad, you learn that it's okay. Your brain learns that it's okay to be evil, like to be horrible to yourself. And it is something I'm working on, but it's something that really challenges me. I really struggle to connect with my own body in a lot of ways, and that's had a lot of difficult things. Do I think that I would, like, if I could snap tomorrow and just be skinny, it would be very hard for me to say no to that, because I think I am more, like, in tune with myself when I don't have weight. But would I do that with the knowledge of what it would take me to get to that point again? Probably not, because I paid a very, very big price for losing that weight as much as it was. And I don't know. I've tried other attempts. Like, honestly, yeah. I mean, here's the thing. Like, I honestly, like, I don't mind being, like, heavy, like, personally. Like, I feel fine. My body feels fine. I like being, like, comfy and soft. It makes me feel special. But there's also this, like, phantom in my mind that's, like, lurking, that always, when I see myself in the mirror, I go, ugh, like, and it's because I was so, I don't know, so hated for that.
Best weight loss for me was lifting and half meals being salad. 30 pounds loss.
Wow.
Not a cheap diet, and you have to learn to love salad, but it worked for me and curbed weightlifters' hunger.
Yeah, hey, that's great. I'm really glad. I love salads, by the way. It's just, it can be a little difficult to do it. Oh, thank you, Vermin. I really appreciate that. I've been trying at it for a long time, and it has gotten better. It has gotten better. Like, it really does. And I think that it's, like, just consistently reminding yourself that, like, hey, like you might not see it now, but it's gonna be okay. And you're not, like, a horrible, ugly monster. I think that does overall, it, like, gets you distance from it. Oh, thank you, Fawn. But it is very difficult. I will say it's very, very difficult. And there's a reason why, in my channel, you'll notice that we've had multiple segments where I talk about body positivity. And there's a lot of people who will frame that as, like, you're trying to make fat people, like, you're trying to make it seem okay to be obese or whatever. And it has nothing to do with that. It's because I promise you, you cannot succeed at healthily losing weight until you learn how to love yourself. I know that's going to sound as, like, hokey as shit, but it's true. You, like, hate-fueled diets are self-harm. They almost always go into self-harm. Like, it's almost impossible to diet healthily when you hate yourself for being fat. If you can learn to see yourself as beautiful even when you're fat, you can learn to actually lose weight healthily. Or to stabilize your weight, like I have. Like, I haven't gained weight, like, significantly in a long time. I've just stayed at this weight. In fact, I've actually probably lost a tiny bit of weight lately. But if you have like this active, constant, burning, unchallenged hatred of yourself, it is seriously very hard to engage in something like a diet, which is intense and challenging, without it becoming self-harm. I know it really sounds silly. Again, it sounds silly and hokey, but it's true. It is the temptation. Our brains like can't do it. Like we just can't. Yeah, I agree, Cyborg. Yeah, well, it is hard, and you have to hear it a lot. I mean, that's why I try to talk about it from time to time. It is very difficult. Yeah, a lot. I mean, it's common. I mean, isn't it ridiculous that here in America, we're like one of the most overweight countries on the planet, and yet we fucking hate overweight people. Like, we hate fat to such a degree that, like, oh my God, like, we can't even, like, we don't even appreciate, like, Americans don't even appreciate, like, natural big boobs. That's how fucked our brains are about it. Like, they only, like, American, like, especially dudes, but American dudes especially, like, literally the only type of boob they can imagine is, like, is the implant boob. They don't even know, they actually think, like, some of them actually, like, and that's not to diss implant boobs, because, you know, implant boobs are really super fucking nice. But, like, literally, there are a lot of dudes who literally can't appreciate natural, like, boob weight. They just can't, because they associate it so much with fatness, and they hate fatness so much. You remember there was, like, one of the most popular subreddits on Reddit was called Fat People Hate? You know that was, like, a lot of that was populated by fat people hating other fat people. Yeah, it's true, Vermin. It's true. Yeah, I knew a fuckload of people. I knew somebody who struggled with her weight for her entire life, like way worse than I had even, and would purposely go to Fat People Hate to try and motivate herself to become lighter. Listen, I'm neutral on the tit discourse. I love variety, so I know that doesn't come as a surprise. So I like both the implant tits and the natural tits. Like, I appreciate both, but I do acknowledge that, like, a lot of Americans literally cannot appreciate natural tits. It's fucking weird. Even though we make a meme about big naturals. Yeah, of course it can. Yeah, of course it can. I can understand that, Vermin Hands. I mean, I like that too sometimes. Again, I really, I am very unpicky when it comes to, like, body types. That sounds like I don't appreciate, but I genuinely have a lot of appreciation for different body types, and I love variety. So, no, I don't think you are Axe Daddy. I think Daddy or X Daddy. I think a lot of people do, but we're not allowed to like that, if that makes sense. Like, people aren't allowed to find these things attractive. Yeah, that's fair. No, that's totally fair, Vermin. Not as into super thin folks, but I don't really care because I'm Demi. Yeah. Yeah. Of course. Yes, I agree. Titties are cool. Indeed. But yeah, I just wanted to take a minute to talk about that because I do think it's important. I think a lot of people unintentionally fall into fall into fad diets, fall into self-hate, and they'll go into cycles of hate-fueled dieting, which is like the most unhealthy way to diet. Like, diet is important, but not to make you lose weight necessarily. You should diet out of a goal to be healthy, not just to lose weight. And yeah. Also, another thing that, like, let me talk about another thing before we move on from this. Another thing that we should talk about is fucking scars, okay? Scars and stretch marks, okay? These are two things I really think that need to be discussed. Almost everyone has scars. Almost everyone has stretch marks or will at some point. And our society shames those things like ridiculously. Yeah, if you're trans, just get ready for stretch marks. It will happen. I have a lot of scars, unfortunately. I have a lot of scars. Yeah, some people call them tiger stripes. I actually find that I agree. I actually do. I actually agree. I actually think they're cute, but I can't. It's hard for me to see that on other people. On myself. On other people, I'm like, but yeah, like, the tiger stripes thing is actually, I think that's cute. Yeah, I think a lot of people don't mind stretch marks actually, because it's like I don't know, it's very real, and it doesn't even look, some people really freak out about them. And I know that because it was something that was demonized in my family. In my family, it was wild, like stretch marks were made fun of. Yeah, see, this is the thing. I know a lot of people do talk about this. Is this a sex ed class? No. What? How is that sex ed? This is literally talking about bodies. What? Anyway. You're very silly. Listen. Scars, a lot of people, listen, like I have a lot of like kind of visible scars. Hey, that's really great, Vermin. That makes me really happy to hear. Like, people shouldn't be. I can understand that, like, some scars can be, like, kind of scary, like, especially if they're really, really major. But, like, our society fucking freaks out about scars. They're not that bad, okay? Like, I can't really show them because that would be too much. But I have, like, scars here. I have a big scar here. I have a scar over here. I have a scar over here. And I have some scarring on my legs from a surgery that I had. They're not even that big of a deal, but people like the media, like not even, I don't even want to say it's like media. It's like a colloquialism that it's like that scars are like disgusting. Our body literally makes them. Yeah. I don't know, like, thankfully, I've come a long way on, like, the scar thing. For a while, I was very scared of the scars. I was like, oh, this is gonna be, like, really bad. Yeah, you do have a pretty gnarly one on your leg there. It's pretty fucking cool, in my opinion, though. I think your scar looks fine. Like, great, actually. I think your scar looks cool. I do think scars are kind of badass. But the thing is, like, not all scars are badass. Like, again, I have scarring on my cheeks. That was always called out, you know, like my family fixated on my facial scars.
Have you seen Thought Slime's
Oh,
video
shit.
on the Misery Industrial Complex?
Chicken and nuggy scar. A nuggy scar. Oh my god. Okay, good story behind that one. Jason, thank you so much. I haven't seen that Thought Slime video. I probably should check it out. That sounds, I really like some of Thought Slime's videos. I kind of like, I feel like for me, they're like kind of hit or miss, but some of them are really good. Yeah, it's hard to see them on my stream because of the way the camera works and the lighting works, but I have some pretty bad scarring on my cheeks. And it was heavily fixated on, which is weird. The chicken nugget veteran. Can we get some K-Comrade mamas in chat for Vermin Hand's nugget scars? Let's get some fucking K-Comrade mamas in chat for the nugget scars. In the parish, took damage in the line of duty. We will get you an auto mail automail tummy. You know what's interesting? Oh no. Now I'm gonna talk about FMAB. Yeah, it was a good one, wasn't it? Smile at the camera. Listen, now I want to talk about FMAB.
I think it depends.
Yeah, I think that's true.
I have 2 huge ones on my left arm from a compound fracture in my arm during a football accident. Being a MAB, most people are like, whoa, awesome. I do think gender affects it. Yeah. Yeah, gender does definitely affect it. A lot of scars are frowned upon on women, which is just, and femme people in general. But yeah. And some of it comes like I don't even know. It is, beauty standards are weird, but like the thing is it's understandable, right? Like here's the thing. Like beauty standards to a certain degree are understandable. You want to have like, of course, like obviously I'm proud and happy of my hair. I think my hair looks great. And I understand there's like different types of hair and there's different types of stuff. And I think it's okay to be like, hey, I want to like care for my skin. I want my skin to be as clear as possible. But in our society, it's like supercharged. It's like fucking supercharged. Like to an unbelievable degree. We obsess over bodies. And it's interesting because if you look at like pop culture, like comedy films, you'll find out that like, you'll discover that like a lot of films just make fun of people based purely on their appearance and nothing else. And it's very weird and eugenicsy and strange. It's really strange. And I don't know, like, do you think Hollywood or pop media has something to do with it? I do, but I don't know where. Oh, Adam Sandler's the worst for that kind of thing. But like, I don't know. Like, I think it's a chicken and egg thing because I imagine that a lot of it got like, I mean, diet culture's been around in America forever, right? It definitely reinforces it. That much is true. Yeah, that's a really good way to put it, Trash Candy. Our culture took body dysmorphia and put a turbo switch on it. Yep. They fucking cranked that shit up. Yeah, it's really weird. It's so strange. And it's so bad. I don't really know. It's so hard to tell. Yeah, it's unfortunate. And just so you know, like, it does, I do think that it's a little bit more vicious towards femme presenting people in our society because it's reinforced by the objectification thing where it's like, oh, like, you know, femme people are supposed to be like visually pleasing, but there are a lot of men who suffer in silence about their appearance, and that makes me very sad. Yeah, so men and mask presenting people should not be forgotten in all this, especially because like skinny, really skinny mask folks are like super hated. Like not hated, I would say, but they're very like looked down upon. Yeah. Yep, exactly. That's what I was gonna say, Fawn. Yeah. Yep. Thank you so much, Phantom Queen May. Thank you so much for the good vibes and body positivity.
Holy shit, thank you so much. That's very, very kind. Yeah, like making fun of like lanky nerds. Thank you so much, Phantom Queen May. But yeah, there's like the, yeah. Also, like, God, our society has such problems with disordered eating. It makes me sad, honestly. Yeah, no, of course. Listen, it's not just like, oh God, there's so much hate, and God, it drives me nuts. It just makes me so sad. I do appreciate, you know, one thing I do appreciate that, that like the dad bod thing became a thing, you know, like the dad bod thing became a thing.
That was probably a very good positive, honestly. It's only one out of many, but that was kind of cool, wasn't it? It was kind of a cool moment to see people genuinely appreciating, like, the dad bod. Isn't that nice? Yeah. It's nice to see. And guess what? We all gain from it, because if more people are considered beautiful, if more people are considered attractive, everybody is happier, because the people who find them attractive feel open about it, and the people who look that way also feel free to be that way. There's so much American society is so obsessed with hierarchy. It's really unbelievable. It's completely fictional, the ideal body. But that doesn't stop, Americans to try to monetize it and whatever. Oh yeah, me too, Peftel Cakes. If we want to get into like transhumanism, I would love to see what the future can bring. But just think of how absurd it is. Just for 1 second. And I don't want to dwell on this for too long, because I do know that that this can be like, it can feel a little doomer sometimes. But I don't want to dwell on it for too long. But just recognize that we live in a country where high fructose corn syrup, literally one of the worst things a human can consume, is in almost every single food product we consume. And yet we fucking hate poor people, and 2, we hate fucking fat people. Isn't that wild? Isn't that just an unbelievable cultural thing? Like, we are one of the fattest countries on earth, and we hate fat people. Like, we hate them so much that we think they should be like spat on in public, more or less. It's really fucked. We have so much work to do. We have so much. Yes, I agree. Sean, or whatever his name is. Sheev, whatever his fucking name is. Sheen? Is that his name? Sheen? Can't remember his name. Why is his name Sheen? Is there really anybody named Sheen? Or were they just goofing? Because it's like Jimmy, Carl, and Sheen. Is Sheen a real name? Anyway. It's Sean? Oh, it is. I didn't know that. I don't understand that either, McStizzy. It's very strange. I think it's just because like it's like we're just gonna demand that that's the case. Like, I mean, I don't know. People call anybody that you don't like, they call them ugly. It's just how it is. It's just how people are. It's fucking stupid. Yeah. Well, there you have it. From Fawn. I mean, yeah, true. It's like reversed Halo's effect or something. It's like when you don't like somebody, you call them ugly. I don't know. I think people just call them ugly. Yeah. It's a bit strange, isn't it? Anyway, let's talk about Womixin, okay? It's about time, right? It's time. It's time. We've talked about the positive things. We've talked about the other things. Now I gotta drop my takes on Womixin. And I'm gonna pretend in this segment that Vosh didn't basically nail it, mostly. Because, fuck you. Again, like I said earlier, I want to fucking do mine. I want to do mine. I wanted to talk about it. Wimsin? No, I don't think it is. Spicy take? Spicy take incoming, everybody. Here comes the nuke. Here comes the nuke. Guess what? Here it comes. Oh, shit. Womixin it's a little fucking cringe, okay? It's a little fucking cringe, but what's the big deal? What? Why are people making such a big deal about one letter? Like, honestly, it's just a little cringe, okay? It's like a little cringe. Like, Wamixin is the kind of thing that happens when you hire a gender consultancy firm that's called Progressive Values Incorporated. You know? It's like you hire yes, we have to cover this, of course. It's like you hire this firm that's called like, hold on, let me come up with a good name for it. It's either like really bland like that, or it's going to be something like, Regulant, or something along those lines, like, or Evaluatrix is another one. And they're like the girl boss type firms, and they like come in and they host a conference where everybody gets a girl boss mug that also has their brand name on it. And they tell you the way that you make your company more accepting to trans people is to ignore everything that trans people on your platform have been asking for, and then impose something that nobody wanted. And here's the thing, the like sentiment behind it is not all that bad. You know, I understand kind of where it's coming from. They're like, okay, so woman is like a term that if you kind of think about it for too long, you're kind of like, oh, it's like, whoa, man. Like, oh, okay, so like you're assuming that men are the default, and then you're adding the "w" thing, and you're like, okay, I kind of get it. You know, you're like, okay, I can see where the mentality is, because you want to like say like women don't need to be like an an add-on to the normal man. But it's also it's also one of those things where nobody cares. Like nobody cares at all. And there's like 10 people who do, and the people who do care are mostly the people who work at the company that you hired to tell you that. And it doesn't really help non-binary people, because non-binary people have a term for themselves already, which is, if you're like me, a non-binary trans woman or a non-binary person. Whoa! And we have other terms that you could use if you wanted to be inclusive, like femme presenting, which is great. And femme presenting, although it's a little bit bulky to type, is super, it's intuitive. You know what I mean? Like, it makes sense. Like, you're like, oh, okay. Like, you're like, oh, yeah, well, I mean, femme presenting, it makes sense. You present feminine to the world. Okay, bam, easy, bam. Now, there's still some issues with it, but whatever. It's pretty good. You've got the NB. You can use NB if you want to. You can say a non-binary person. You can say a person. You could say femme-presenting people. You can say women. You can even say women. Because guess what? Women with an X is not super, it's not super inclusive of non-binary people. Because, and I recognize this, most non-binary people don't do what I do, which is I say I'm a non-binary trans woman. And the reason why I say, there's a whole reasoning behind why I say that, but most people don't do that. That's very rare. And I recognize that I'm like an exception to the rule than most. So it doesn't really do anything. Now, meanwhile, at the exact same time, did you know that Twitch literally shot down the trans tag on their website that there was woman isn't woman, it's just an old English man just meant human, and there was a difference between women and wereman, which is where werewolf comes in. Oh, okay. Hey, that's helpful syllabic. Thank you. But you see where the logic goes, right? You see where people's brains are going, right? Yeah. Women and weremen. That's kind of cool. Yeah, that's fine. But yeah, brain holes. But like you can see where people are kind of coming from. But yeah, so there was a big push to have the trans tag added to Twitch. Like, so you could tag your streams trans, like you're a trans person. And they said no, like really harshly. Like it was heavily supported. I supported that, by the way. When
is such that it would rather listen to one of these consultant
of course,
than its own community.
Well, of course, yes, because it's comparatively cheap to listen to the consultant. Because the consultant will say, all you need to do is Control F and replace woman with Wamuxin, and you're good to go. But no, you're totally good. You're correct. Like, they will tell you that all you need to, you could pay them $10,000, and they'll say all you got to do is Control F, and then you can blame them if anything goes wrong. But if you listen to the community, you actually have to implement changes that make the platform better. And they don't like doing that. I mean, they literally shot down the trans tag again. And their thing was like, well, we don't know, there might be harassment. But the thing is that I'm not kidding you. I had to turn off my emails from Twitch because Twitch, when I voted using my affiliate right to vote on this thing, when I voted for that, so many people were voting and giving their word on it that my inbox was totally fucking crowded with the responses to people supporting the adding of the trans tag, because people wanted it, and they said, here's how we can do it, here's how you can avoid, harassment becoming an issue, here's what the steps need to be. They don't fucking care, because that would require work. So we never got a trans tag. There's the LGBT plus tag, but there's no trans tag. There's a gay tag, there's no trans tag. And there's the big elephant in the room. The big elephant in the room, which is that the platform of Twitch sucks to be femme presenting on. Like, sucks ass. It is horrible to be a femme presenting person on Twitch. Just rotten. You will be fucking shit on. You will be sexually harassed. You will be harassed endlessly. You will be follow botted. You will be emote botted. It is just so bad. And they don't want to acknowledge that, because if they acknowledge it, that hurts their PR pretty bad. But they had members of their own team harassing women. Did we all forget what happened in 2020 at Twitch? Do we remember when their fucking community, Twitch community employees were out, one of their highest ranking employees was outed for sexually harassing women? It's pretty fucking bad. So you see, it becomes kind of an appealing option for these corporations to pay a consultancy firm to tell them that the best way to improve their brand would be to add the Wamuxin tag, a tag that nobody asked for. And again, I say this as a gender abolitionist, non-binary trans woman. No one has ever asked for Wamuxin. Now, there are other such terms that are somewhat in the same boat. And by the way, sorry, before I go on, actually, let me just say that even though, listen, even though Wamuxin Nobody has asked for it. That doesn't mean that the term itself is necessarily bad, okay? I tend to think Wamuksen is kind of dumb because it looks stupid and it doesn't make much sense at all, because they frame it as though it's to be more accepting of people, when the Wamuksen thing actually came out of a, like, I think it was a second wave feminist desire to split women from dependency on men, like in an ideological sense. It has actually Wamuksen has nothing to do with trans people or non-binary people, but now it's kind of being used as that. Well, it's like, well, wait a second. So why would we want a term? We already have a word. It's called women. You can call them women, or you could say they're femme presenting. And there is the effect of it seeming like you're trying to say there's a different term needed for femme people who aren't, women. They're Wamuksen. And I do recognize that's a small problem. All of that said, I don't really care that much. If somebody uses the term Wamuksen to describe femme-presenting people, that's perfectly fine. The frustration of all of this comes from the fact that Wamuksen is what we got when we asked for making Twitch a better place for femme-presenting people. And what we got was literally a control F of the word women to be replaced with Wamuksen, a thing that nobody will search because nobody uses the word Wamuksen. So not only does that probably actually hurt femme-presenting people in the algorithm, didn't think about that one, did ya? It actually would probably cause some harm in the algorithm. They did less than nothing. Yeah, Vermin, it's sad. It's pathetic. And keep in mind that this has been talked about for a long time on Twitch. And this is where I think I can add something a little that Vosh didn't have, because so far, I will admit, like, my argument's going to sound a lot like Vosh's. Vosh basically nailed it from my position, but I don't care. Again, I'm going to say it again. I don't fucking care. Write me another diss track. The fact of the matter is, here's something that I can talk about. As someone who originally got my start on Twitch, who spent a lot of time in Twitch, who spent a lot of time paying attention to women's and femme-presenting spaces on Twitch, who was involved in a lot of the first, like, politics panels that were designed for femme-presenting people, no one was asking for this, and we were asking for a whole lot of other things. Like, a lot of other things. We've been asking for better moderation tools. We've been asking for IP banning tools. We've been asking for tools to prevent mass harassment. We've been asking for expanded options to contact Twitch if we're getting targeted harassment. Nothing. We've been asking for better searchability. We've been asking for getting featured. We've been asking for actual statements from the company that says, hey, we will stand with the femme-presenting people in our talent base no matter what. And nothing. We got nothing. So, well, we did get something. We got Wamuksen. We got a control F Wamuksen. Very frustrating. It's tiring. And it's tiring even for the people like myself who can understand wanting to move away from traditional language. It is literally a single letter change. It's just the lowest. It's almost insulting. And I understand why. And on that side, I do agree that it is frustrating.
Amazon is putting anti-union ads on Twitch, so it's
well,
not
yes,
like
that
Twitch
too,
and
syllabic.
Amazon
Yes.
really care about
Thank you very
people.
much. They don't. Yeah, they put they put union busting ads on Twitch. I know, it's pathetic. but what I will say is, like, to a certain degree, I can understand why people are mad. Especially why Womixen on Twitch are mad. Because they've been asking, they've been working, they've been enduring for this entire time. And Womixen is what they got. On the other hand, there is an entire crowd of people, you know, the usual suspects, the quarterings, the you know, right-winger types, the anti-SJW types, all of those people have jumped on this and tried to make a huge stink about the, like, go woke, go broke, go woke, go broke, or whatever. And like, on that end, I'm just like, this isn't worth getting mad about. You're mad about the wrong thing. You're mad about a silly, sort of somewhat, like, vaguely cringy misstep. Does Womixen have turf origins, or is Twitter Discord course bullshitting me again? Womixen, okay, here's the thing. Womixen does not have turf origins, but there are turfs who've begun to use it in that way. So, yeah. Yeah. Woman does. A woman does. That one is really bad. But Womixen is, like, not... It doesn't have that same root, although some turfs have used it that way. I see the Womixen thing a lot like Folks with an X. Like, Folks with an X. Now here's the thing. A very lukewarm defense of Folks with an X. Folks does save you one letter, which is kind of cool. And it has a little bit of the twee charm that some people like. It does have a little bit of twee charm, okay? Let's just be real. Womixen doesn't really have that. It doesn't really have that. But it's not really all that bad. Like, see, there's nothing really to be all that mad about. What makes people mad in this circumstance is, what makes people mad is that nothing else has been done. You know? Nothing else has been done. That's what makes people mad. It's that this is what you got after trying to get change for a very long time. Folks sounds like it came from a 90s ad. Yeah, I can see that. See, it has twee charm, okay? It has twee charm. So, whatever. Now, I know people have asked me, and they asked Vosh about the Latinx thing. I don't know. What is twee? Twee is like, it's like, twee is best described as like saccharine charmingness. Here. Twee is like, here, how do I find let me find an image of it. How do I find, like, an image of twee? It's so hard to find. It's like, no, it's like hyper quaint. Like, fucking, let's see if I can find one. It's like this. Here, hold on, let me see if I can find it. Let me find, like, an example of, like, the twee kind of thing. It was really popular for a while. It's got some overlap with hipster. With, like, hipster stuff. I don't know if I'm going to be able to even find it. It's like, I don't know. It's got, like, it's, like, very... no, this is all, like, not it. Google is not useful on twee. Let's see. Let me see. Damn, it is actually really hard to find pictures. It's so gone out of style. It is a little hipstery. It's like folks, it's like painfully folksy. Like imagine like, oh, here we go. Twee is best understood as like a, like you're wearing a fedora and a plaid bow tie. There you have it. That's twee. It's like you're wearing like a fedora and like a plaid bow tie, and you're like, and you have like a cigarette, and you're like, you know, that's twee. Like, let's see if I can find one here. That's twee. Yeah, this is like male twee style right here. Yeah, this is it. See? You've got like, but it's like slightly anachronistic, but not completely. Yeah, this is very twee. Yes. So again, it has like a twee charm. Some people like it. It's like, yes, dapper. Yes. Dapper is another way of it. Yeah. Yep. And there's been a whole bunch of stuff like, it's kind of annoying, but it's also kind of charming. Yeah. Yeah, headbands, all that kind of stuff. All right. So, hey, Mixterius. It's folksy. But so I don't really care. Like, the words don't bother me, okay? I'm totally fine if someday everybody is using the term Wamixin and folks. I don't care. Go for it. It's never gonna bother me. I am not that type of person. People who get annoyed about new terminology coming up are usually just, they are ass pained for something else. But in this particular context, it is, I understand why people are frustrated, because it is the absence of all other action that makes it frustrating. And of course, because it is so massive of an announcement, and Twitch took such pride in it, the right wing is jumping on it. They're using it like the Mr. Potato Head thing. They're having a fucking meltdown over this Wamixin thing. Oh, it was really good, Pandness. It was actually really good. And Gay Feshes was great. Monarch. You have it, Mixed Dizzy. Monarch. Themperor. Oh my god, that's a good one. Hey, Ellisum, good to see you. Hope you're well. Also, there's another thing. Oh, reactionaries are the biggest babies in the world. Have you fucking seen how much they've lost their shit over motherfucking Mr. Potato Head? Also, by the way, just so you know, Mix is something that I think is super cool. I actually think the Mix thing, like Mix Dizzy or whatever, is actually like one of the best examples of something like that. Unironically, because it's like, it's a gender neutral signifier, actually helpful. Yeah, Mix is great. I actually think it's a good one. And it's a great example because it saves you 3 letters or 2 letters from miss, and it avoids the weird marriage shit. So Mix is actually useful, and it's actually kind of great. Mix is it's like it's a honorific, like Mr. or Miss or Mrs., but it's MX. It's Mix. Like Mix. You say it like that. You say it like Mix. Like Mix Dizzy or Mix Brown. So if you're like, "Hi Mix Brown," it's super simple, and it sounds good, and it solves two problems at once. It solves the weird gender shit with Miss and Miss. Yeah, Mixed Demon Mama. There you go. See, it sounds cool too. Mixed Demon Mama sounds awesome. And some people will read MX as like mistress. Some people do that, but that's a little bit different usually. But it solves both the weird marriage shit where there's Miss, Mrs., and Miss, and Mr. There's 4. You smush it down into one that works for everybody. It sounds good, and it takes less letters than almost all of the other ones. True. Pretty fucking cool. Yeah, mixed potato head would have been fine. But literally, there was Mark Dice, just this is a small one. Mark Dice literally said that the Republican states need to secede from the Union over the Mr. Potato Head. But mix is easier though. Saves you a letter and it sounds cooler. But yes, I'm not kidding you. I saved this because it was so funny to me. I think I showed it on stream, on the video gaming stream, because it was making me laugh so hard. But I have it here somewhere. I have it here somewhere. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can get it here. It's actually hilarious. Where the fuck is it? Oh no, where is it? Hold on. Let me see if I can find his fucking tweet reply. This is so funny. Where's this one? Oh my god. This guy is the most saddest reply guy you could possibly imagine. This guy is so pathetic. This guy has been, holy shit. Let me just show you. Let me just show you this guy. This guy is like one of the more popular, like far right dudes. And like, look at what he's been tweeting. He's like, Walmart, why are you selling this racist product right out in the open? I'm literally shaking right now. Spick and span. He's freaking the fuck out over spick and span. He's trying to be like, look at me. I'm pretending to be an offended SJW. Look at how funny I am. Seems racist. Replying to a random unrelated tweet about a new type of peanut butter cup. Oh, and here's him shit-talking Black Lives Matter amidst making jokes about spick and span. What? It gets worse, though. It gets worse. Look. Hasbro, why does Operation only feature a white patient? How are little black children supposed to feel included in the medical field when they can't connect the game on a personal level because it basically ignores their entire African heritage and struggles? Ooh! This guy thinks he's the funniest piece of shit in the world. This guy thinks he's so funny. This is the type of guy, he made this tweet. Look at this, by the way. 10 likes. Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
You inspired me to make
Unfortunately, he is still relevant. Yes. Thank you. I'll take a look at this meme in just a second. White privilege dog whistle encoded into the MLB logo. This guy jacked off after making each of these tweets. He was so proud of this tweet that got 10 likes that I guarantee you, this guy had the greatest 2-second cum of his life after he posted this. Racist do-it-yourself blackface kit. Ah! Oh, he's still tweeting about Operation. Trying to make it happen so hard. Oh, here's him getting mad at Mr. Clean. You look like a neo-Nazi skinhead. If you really cared about ending racism, you would do what Aunt Jemima did and drop your racist and highly offensive logo. Ah! This guy, oh my God. Imagine, wait, listen, I just want you to know, imagine being trapped in a mental prison like that. Imagine spending days going online and thinking for 5 seconds and then tweeting about at Mr. Clean some stupid, not funny joke that only like 10 people are gonna actually get. Can you imagine the mind prison? The existential dread of being that person? It is actually sad. It's actually pathetic. Mix clanks claxing. Yes. Oh, here we go again. Coca-Cola Company. Well, sir is already, well, okay, I guess it isn't. I don't know. I'll have to think about that. We'll come up with a new one. We aspire to have diverse and equitable representation across our global workforce to mirror the diversity of our consumers and customers. Learn more. Sir, this is the soda aisle. Wow. He only got 5. Oh, I know. I heard about that, Posadas John. Ha 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 ha. I really want to find the one. So remember, this guy's entire thing. What? Wow. Nice. Oh, okay. I'll talk about that in a second then. Where's the fucking one I wanted? I want to find the one of him fucking melting down over the fucking potato head. I guess he's been mad about the Wamixon thing. See, this is the shit that I get mad about. Where's the fucking potato head? I want to see his potato head response. Why can't I find it? What? It's literally... What? This guy spends all his time calling people mentally ill and then has a literal meltdown and claims that we need a civil war over fucking potato. Where's the potato? Yeah, here we go. We're getting to the potato head stuff. Oh shit, here we go. Yeah, here it is. This is the one. Mr. Potato Head is no longer a Mr. Hasbro, the company that makes the potato-shaped plastic toys, giving the Spud a gender-neutral new name, Potato Head. The change will appear on boxes this year. It's time for Republican states to secede. Ah! Oh, the potato! The potato isn't a man! I can't imagine the potato having a dick anymore! Ah! Literally, just... And this guy literally spends his time online talking about how liberals have mental illnesses as he advocates for secession over a company no longer calling it Mr. Potato Head. Like I don't even know how to. This guy has 600,000 followers and is a blue check. Just saying. Anyway, where were we? What were we talking about? I don't even fucking remember. How did we get on the potato thing? Fuck me, right? Fuck me. How the fuck did we even get here? Is that not a real check? Does he not actually have a real check? Oh, I don't even care anymore. He's like a giant clown. Well, Mixed potato head. Oh, your meme. Yes, let me look at the meme. Here we go. We have a meme. Feminine content creators. Can we get online tools to help keep us safe? Twitch. Best I can do is mixin'. True though. True though. True. I gotta give you a follow. There we go. I can give you a follow. I don't use my Instagram much, but it's true though. Also, let's look at the box. Yeah, by the way, just so you know, Mr. Potato Head isn't actually changing the box. Like, literally, they're just changing the branding. There's still a Mr. Potato Head. There's still a Mr. Potato Head and still a Mrs. Potato Head. It's just the branding. It's just the branding. That's it. That's all. They're just saying the Potato Head brand is... Okay, because originally, let me explain this. So originally, Mrs. Potato Head was a variant of Mr. Potato Head. Now, there is Potato Head brand, and there is the Mr. Potato Head doll, the Mrs. Potato Head doll, under the Potato Head brand. Previously, Mr. Potato Head was the brand, and Mr. Potato Head and Mrs. Potato Head were both Mr. Potato Head toys. Now, that's all. That's all that they changed. That's it. And they're losing. And remember, the Republican states should secede! Ah! Sorry, my neighbors are going to kill me. I think that qualifies as a re. I haven't done a re on channel in a long time. Okay, listen. I know for a fact that cringe political post hates my guts, but just so you know, cringe political post hates my guts, but this is kind of funny. The U.S. Air Force admitted that the F-35 stealth fighter has failed. 1.727 trillion. Ending world hunger by 2030 would cost only 330 billion. Oh, you're very... Oh, I love you too, Retcon. Much love. Yeah, you finally got a proper re. Yes, true, I was, Gina. True. And yeah, he does hate me. He does not like... or whoever this is. I don't know actually who runs this. They? I don't know. Oh, he, him. Yeah, this person doesn't like me. This person has liked basically every tweet that was about me being a transphobe for like the last month. Wait, lefties defended the F-35? Who? Who? Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know. They just think I'm a transphobe or something. Wait, Liz is not a left... Sorry. No, I shouldn't say that. Liz might be a leftist, but let's just say that Liz's takes. Wait, hold on. Am I misremembering? Hold on. This is pseudo CIA, right? Pseudo CIA, right? Isn't this the person who had like the neoliberal icon in their name for like months? True, Gina, you're right. By the way, anybody who would defend, and I'm sorry, I know this might hurt, but anybody who would defend the F-35 is a dumb fuck. Like, you actually have to be, like, the boot of America has to be coming out your ass through your intestines in order for you to think that the F-35 was a good program. The F-35, I'm sorry. I don't care. You could bend over backwards. I don't care. I would literally tell this to the CEO of fucking Grumman or whatever it's called. Fucking Grumman, what's it called? Grumman Airlines, whatever it's fucking called. It's the F-35 is a massive Northrop Grumman. Yeah. Look here, look. Let's just look at this. Look, this is a fun little side. It was Lockheed Martin that made the F-35. Let's just look at this. Here we go. Let's just go to Wikipedia, okay? Wikipedia, notorious anti-American website. Okay? Oh shit. Oh shit. That's great. I'm getting the P.O. box this week. So watch this. Ready? Let's go down here. Notoriously anti-American Wikipedia. Here we go. Where do we have it here? Wait, oh, did they get rid of it? Oh my God, they might have actually gotten rid of the section. There was a section that was talking just about, there was one that was just talking about the critiques of the F-35 program. They might have gotten rid of it. Aww. Oh, it used to be here. That makes me so sad. Oh yeah, you can click on the history, right? Maybe it wasn't in this article. No, it definitely is. Hold on. I'm pretty sure it's here somewhere. Yes, here we go. Here we go. Uh-oh. Here we go. Testing found several major problems. Early F-35B airframes had premature cracking. The F-35C arrestor hook design was unreliable. Fuel tanks were too vulnerable to lightning strikes. The helmet display had problems, and more. Software was repeatedly delayed due to its unprecedented scope and complexity. In 2009, the DoD Joint Estimate Team estimated the program was 30 months behind the public schedule. In 2011, the program was re-baseline. That is, its cost and schedule goals were changed, pushing the IOC from planned 2010 to July 2015. It's still not out. The decision to simultaneously test, fix defects, and begin production was criticized as inefficient. In 2014, Under Secretary of Defense Frank Kendall called it acquisition malpractice. The actual Undersecretary of Defense called it acquisition malpractice. The three variants shared just 25% of their parts, far below the anticipated commonality of 70%. What this means, by the way, means that every time they made a new model, the United States government would pay for, just for a model upgrade, they would pay for 75% of a new ship every time they made a slight upgrade. They would have to redo it, and the government would pay for that. The program received considerable criticism for cost overruns and for the total projected lifetime cost, as well as quality management shortcomings by the contractors. The JSF program was expected to cost about $200 billion in base year 2002 dollars when it was awarded in 2001. As early as 2005, the Government Accountability Office had identified major program risks in both cost and schedule. The costly delays strained the relationship between the Pentagon and contractors. By 2017, 15 years later, delays and cost overruns had pushed the F-35's program's expected acquisition cost to $406 billion, with a total lifetime cost of $1.5 trillion in then-year dollars, which also includes operations and maintenance. $1.5 trillion 2001 dollars. The full rate production has been pushed back to 2021. And guess what? It's going to get pushed back again. Oh, yes, when you understand the actual purpose of the program, which is to fleece the U.S. government, yes, it was a great success. For 20 straight years, the government has been filling the pockets of Lockheed Martin's executives. Sunk costs allocated. Oh my God. It's so bad. Oh my God. Yep, 2.2 trillion in today's money. Why would anyone in their right mind? Because sales is everything. You understand that? Sales, it sucks, but in capitalism, sales is everything. What you do is you have a bunch of fucking sleepy bureaucrats who sign off on where the money goes, and you have these guys come in that look, they'll come in and they look like fucking, they look like, you seen Iron Man? You know, in Iron Man, there's that scene where Tony Stark puts his hands up and it blows up in the background. He's like, or what I say? Yeah, Tony Stark. He's like, they look like Tony Stark. And it comes in and he's like, I can make you an army of these guys. And they go, whoa. And then they go, watch this. And they show a video of shit blowing up. And then the sleepy bureaucrats go, oh shit, it's blowing up. And then the Tony Stark guy goes, yeah, guess what? It'll cost less. It'll move faster. It'll be invisible. And guess what? It'll even fix erectile dysfunction. And they're like, and they all grab their crotch at the same time. And they're like, we gotta do this. And so they sign off on a contract, on a 20-year contract for 2.2 trillion taxpayer dollars, all of them making the soy face at the exact same time. And then they all go out to a 5-star lunch paid for by Lockheed Martin. And there you have it. That's it. That's how it works. That's sales, baby. And they were there mostly for the lunch, but then they got showed some cool videos of people blowing up. And they were like, whoa! Soy facing. You would be amazed. Like, you want to know what the difference is between a con and a successful sales transaction? Do you want to know what the difference is? Anybody? There isn't any. Well, okay, there's one difference. There is one difference. The con, you went to prison. You got caught. That's the only difference. You don't get caught. That's all. There is no difference. Sales is just literally bullshit artistry all the time. Yep, the mark doesn't catch on. That's it. And when you have the nonsense contracting system that our country runs on, which is ridiculous because everything has to be done through private industries. We contract out. All it is sales. All it is sales. And if you have the coolest presentation, the government will give you so much money, you won't even know what to do with it. You will shit your pants and celebrate it because the money on the table will buy you 100 new pairs of pants. Look, I used to work in sales, and I was one of the lower bullshit people. But sales is fucking bullshit. Yeah, that was one hell of a grift. Here's your commission. Auga! And their eyeballs pop out, and they go, humana, 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 when you see the check that you get. Yeah, fuck sales. I can't go back to sales. I would never go back to sales. Well, okay, I would if I had no other choice. And I would make it my fucking mission to fucking fleece every fucking rich motherfucker that I found. I mean, I would convince them of a worthy investment of their money. My apologies. Yeah, exactly. Trying to sell a GPS in a day when all cell phones have GPS? No, this is a special GPS. Did you know this GPS, it is updated, it was updated 2 years ago to the latest maps. Sounds exciting, right? Oh, wow, that's convenient. I'd pay $17 a day for that. Christ. Yeah, the maps were updated 2 years ago. How amazing. Yep, I know. I should try selling insurance. I did sell insurance. And I was fucking good at it. Car insurance, but whatever. I was really good at sales. I told you I was fucking the best in my region. Like, a lot. I have literal trophies in my fucking closet. I fucking hated sales. I fucking hated that shit. But I was good at it. I was really good at it. I can't show the trophies because they have my dead name on it. Yeah, I have my dead name on it. Yeah, all my sales accomplishments, well, almost all of them were under my dead name. The company tried to get rid of me when I transitioned. Wham. They tried to push me under the rug, but I stuck on them. Actually, I might have thrown them away now. I can't remember if I kept them or if I threw them away. I might have actually thrown them away during the last move, now that I think of it. But it doesn't matter. Yeah, they did. They tried to get rid of me when I transitioned. Yep. Sucks. People do like to... Yes, they do. Yes, that's actually true, Joysons. Until you learn the secrets. But it sucks. It sucks. Trying to do sales as a woman is way worse than sales from a man. See, here's how you do sales. Oh, God, this is going to be really fucking weird. You want to know? Okay. Here, let me give you the difference. Ready? I'm gonna gender code switch right in front of you. This is the most non-binary moment that you've ever fucking seen. Okay? Watch this. Okay? Here's how I would sell as a guy. Ready? Hi, how's it going today? It's great to see you. Thanks for coming by our stand, whatever we want to say. You can imagine whatever it is. Hey, thanks for coming. Just wanted to make sure. Can I just get your name? Yep. Okay. Thanks, Mr. Whoever. So, is your first time coming to the state? No, really? You've never been here? Oh, I could tell you some great places to eat with your family if you'd like. But let's figure out what we got you in for today, okay? All right. So, it looks like what we have your reservation for is set up for this, this, and this. Oh, I do want to let you know, we do have some specials running today. It looks like you got a lot of people, a lot of luggage. That's fantastic. Don't worry, we've got some really nice SUVs and their prices are fantastic today. I mean, we're running specials because it's summer. So you got a couple of options in front of you. You could stick with the economy option that you reserved originally. We've got you set up with a, looks like we've got you in a Chevy Sonic, it looks like. So pretty small car, definitely great gas mileage. You won't be hurting the economy, or you won't be hurting the environment with this car, that's for sure. But if you'd like something a little bigger to fit that luggage to, take out on the trail with you, you can grab the Ford Explorer. We've got a Chevy Tahoe. That's the big one if you want something, if you want something real rugged. And then they'll go, oh shit. Oh, how much is that one? And I'll go, oh, that's just $20 additional a day. Great fucking cost right now. We've got 1 million of them out there, so our price is really good. And they'll go, interesting. They're like, now listen, I just want to let you know, with cars like this, this is a pricey car. You're gonna be driving in style, so you want to make sure that you've got this covered. Thankfully, we do offer coverage for just $35 a day. If you'd like it, I can get you hooked up with that. It means you don't have to worry about anything. If you damage the car, you're perfectly fine. You don't have to think about a single thing. No paperwork on your part. We handle it all. Then they go, "Do you want me? Can I get you set up with that?" And they go, "Yeah, sure." Or if they say no, then you go, "Oh, well, the good news is we do also have a partial plan available, which will take care of the basics. It means that if you need a tow, you're totally covered. You don't have to worry about it. We'll re-tow anywhere. So even if you're up camping, you're good to go." And there you go. And you run down the line like that. That's selling as a guy. As a woman, you go, here's how you sell as a woman. Hi, how's it going today? Oh, your family looks so wonderful. Are you on vacation? Yeah, okay, sick. Well, listen, I have a whole bunch of options for you today. And we have like a ton to choose from. So right now, I'm really sorry, but we've got you set up in a Chevy Sonic. It's a smaller car, which is fine. Really, really good for the environment if you want. But I know that, sometimes people aren't really super comfortable in the smaller cars. So we have a couple of different options if you want to go up into something more comfortable. We've got a full-size car. We've got a Ford Explorer. Those are like a lot more rugged. And then the Jeep The Jeeps are really cool. If you like Jeeps, like, you will really have a good time in the Jeep. They're like a really like rugged car, and it will totally be great for camping. And then the next thing, then they'll be like, oh yeah, you know what? Give me the Jeep. Yeah, I'll take the Jeep. I'll take the Jeep, honey. And then I'll be like, oh, cool, fantastic. I think you're really gonna love it. If you want, I can show you through the whole car. I'll take you out to the car and I'll show you if you want. And then the next thing you go into is like the coverage. It's like, well, now listen, I know you hadn't selected any coverage online, and that can actually like really cause some problems. So our coverage, if you choose to elect our coverage, it's significantly better than the coverage you can buy online. It's a little bit pricier, but it'll make sure that you don't have to do anything. If there's an incident with your car, you don't have to stress it at all. You don't have to worry about your kids sitting out in the cold or anything like that. Our agents will come take care of you. They'll get you a new car towed to your location, and you'll be good to go. Can I get you set up with that? Yeah? Awesome. That sounds fantastic. Okay, let's go out and let's take your car. And then you walk them out. You always gotta fucking do that shit. When you're fucking selling as a woman, you wanna spend fucking time with those motherfuckers. It's just true. There you go. Now you have it. That's the difference. Sucks, but it's true. No, so for men, you want to, here's the secret. I'll tell you the secret. When you're selling as a guy, you're talking to an equal. You're talking to a guy who, yeah, you know, you want to buddy up to them. You're a professional, and you talk with authority, always. And when you're connecting to an equal who you're letting them know you got a good deal. Yeah? You got a fucking great deal that you don't need to tell the wife about. I'm gonna get you a fucking nice car, and you're gonna make your wife feel great, and she's gonna think you're a big man with a huge dick. And when you're playing as a woman, when you are selling as a woman, you have to make suggestions. You have to like be careful, and you apologize for things that would make them mad because that makes them feel calm. And then if they think that you're cute, they'll buy things from you. They will. They'll buy from you if they think you're cute and if they think that you're right. Now, selling to a woman is very different depending. Yep. Also, you have to not sound too smart. This is really stupid, but you have to not sound too smart when you're selling as a woman. I'm not kidding you. You can't sound too smart, because if you sound too smart, they will be suspicious of you. So you have to be like, yeah, so there's a couple of different cars, and I think that you'd really like something like the Explorer, and you know this. So you make one suggestion that's like a dumb suggestion, and then another one that's spot on. And they think you're dumb, and that you just, yeah, it's terrible. Oh, it's terrible. I'm telling you. I told you this fucking shit was soul crushing. Yes, they have to think that you're the dumb shit and they're getting a deal. Whereas with a guy, you're like, dude, it's the bro code. I'm gonna get you set up with a fucking nice ass car. This is the bro code. It's true. It's true. Yep, that's exactly what it is. You're being duplicitous. You're seducing them. Never argue. You never fucking argue during a sales. During a sale as a woman. You never argue. Wait, that's on Friday, Gina. That's on Friday. Yeah, you never argue during a sale. Now, if they're being an asshole, you can argue all you want. You can be a bitch then, but that's because they're causing trouble. You cannot, there is no room for bitchiness ever. Well, Benjamin, you're also, well, look, this isn't a sure shot. Okay, something you have to understand about sales. Sales, this is again, soul crushing. But sales is about maximizing your chances. So I don't fucking give a shit about X random fuckhead who like thinks differently. You have to approach the lowest common denominator. And chances are 90% of the guys who are going to come rent from you hate their fucking wives, hate their fucking kids, want to drive a big ass car. No one will tell you that, by the way. Wall panel, no one will ever tell you that. They don't even know. Dude salesmen don't know this. They don't even know. And this is why dude salesmen can be vulnerable to women salesmen. Saleswomen. Female, like women salespeople can outsell male salespeople because male salesmen do not know how women have to sell. They don't even think about it. They don't even fucking think about it. You figure it out yourself through experience, wall panel. That's how you know. What I do, look, listen, the reason why I was good at sales, here's a secret. A reason why I'm good at sales is because I am literally a hyper empath, okay? I know that's like a meme, but I can read people's emotions on their face like they're a fucking book, okay? I'm really good at that shit. And so I learned this shit by watching people's reactions and gauging every single second of every single interaction. Now, I was very good at sales because I wasn't totally cynical about it. Because I actually did care about every, like, not literally every single person, but I could get sales where other people couldn't get sales because I was so good at reading people that I could pick up cues and switch. But it was soul crushing, and fuck that shit. I never want to do that shit ever again because it's terrible. Oh yeah, confidence is only allowed for men in sales. You don't get to be confident as a woman in sales. As femme presenting in sales, you just cannot. It's not allowed. Like, you have to be very apologetic and you have to be very, very nice. It's really sad. It's really fucking sad, but it's true. Dudes can just be like, yo, what's up? You want to get in a fucking truck? Let's do this shit. And that's fine. That person can succeed. If there's a woman who does that shit, you will never make a sale. You will never make a fucking sale. Every single dude who comes to buy from you, which is going to be most dudes because that's just the way the world works, they will think you're a bitch and they will complain about you. Yep, friendly, bubbly, conciliatory. Yep, you fucking got it. Now, it's really funny too, because now there are some strange situations. Let me explain another one. A coworker of mine who was very young, a smaller guy, and brown, most importantly, he was really good at sales. And you know what he did? Do you know how he succeeded at sales? He played into his kidness. Not kidding you. He played into the idea, even though he was way, way smarter than most of the customers that came in. Because he was young, because he was brown, and because he was a smaller guy, he would lean into being like a kid. Like, so he'd be like, he did really good at sales. Yeah, he was Mexican. He was Dominican, not Mexican. And he would lean into being basically like a student who was still learning, and he would do things like he would like crouch down on the ground and be like overexcited. It was cynical. He knew this shit worked, and it would work because dudes would come in and not be threatened by him because he's just a young kid who's trying to make a living. And it worked. It worked. Unfortunately, sales is all about reading people. No, wait, I said no, he was not Mexican. I said he was Dominican. How did I figure out how to be a saleswoman? Trial and error? Yeah. Yeah. Trial and error. More or less. Trial and error and a lot of informed gambles. Oh, I could tell you to do that. I used to do that. Yeah, you need, okay, to sell warranties on computers, okay, it's actually going to be hard to do it on a $500 computer, but the thing that you need to do is you need to sprinkle in throughout the conversation, you know, stories about like something bad that happened to you. So like, oh shit, like now we offer, here's an example. Now we offer a premium protection plan on here. A couple years ago, I had a computer that I bought a computer here, and because, you know, I get my nice employee, just, yeah, I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty great. But the computer, I spilled a drink on my computer. Thankfully, I did have the coverage. So it's definitely worth considering the coverage. If you have kids, you don't want to, there's nothing worse than having to buy a whole new computer when you could just replace it with the coverage plan. And the cool thing is, we make sure that you have something to work on in the meantime. Sell me this gun? I could sell you a gun. You just need to give me enough time. Knowledge. Well, wall panel, for what it's worth, I have ADHD and I was extremely socially awkward for most of my life. I learned sales because I systematized it. I learned to analyze sales like a problem space, like I was speccing into something. Yep, so you can learn it. Anybody can learn sales. It's just, it's varying levels of difficulty. I'm not a capitalist. I fucking hated sales. I was just good at it. I got good at it because I needed to survive. Literally, just so you know, the reason why I got a job in sales is because I got disowned by my family. I couldn't continue going to school and I needed to pay rent. So I did. So I learned it. That's why. That's why I learned sales. Now, have I been able to use sales well? You motherfucking bet I have. You motherfuckers know I learned sales well. And guess the fuck what? It's very helpful being a Twitch streamer. Because actually, I don't have to do much sales. My sales is just reminding you to hit the like button, reminding you to hit the subscribe button, and if you have the money, to subscribe to my website. That's all I got to do. I don't have to do, I sell you with my art instead of trying to get you to buy insurance or a car upgrade or whatever. But it does mean I know how to do it. See? The segue, right? It came right in naturally. That's because I've been doing this shit for fucking ever. Drink some fucking water, by the way. But sales as a school, or as a skill, sorry, not a school. Sales as a skill is fucking valuable. Sales as an industry is miserable. Fucking miserable, okay? It's fucked. Sales is a finesse skill. Debate equals sales. Well, yeah, nah, I won't end our friendship, Glooby. I'm basically impossible. I'm basically impossible to offend. Not really. Not impossible, but it's very hard. Sales does use rhetoric. It just uses very weird... Okay, there's a lot of things I learned in sales that that are hard to talk about without actually explaining. Oh yeah, the other thing that's really cool about being a Twitch streamer is that I don't have to do that fucking demure bullshit anymore. I can just be me. I don't have to fucking put on... I used to... Listen, let me tell you... Here, let me tell you let me tell you a story, okay, from sales. One thing I used to say to my closest friend all the time was that I felt like I was wearing masks. Because and this was at the beginning of me starting to understand gender, but it literally, when I would go into work, it was like strategic dissociation, because I would become almost a character. Now, there was a lot of me in that character, right? Like in the guy salesman. But it was, it felt, I could feel the mask at all times. I could feel it weighing on my soul at all fucking times. The idea that, like, I have to dress, behave, act, style myself in a certain way in order to be acceptable here, in order to succeed here. And I realized that my best shot was to get as comfortable as possible in that mask without ever forgetting what was underneath. It was the mask. Yeah, it was. And it's really funny because later on, it's interesting. When I first started, well, the thing is, here's the thing. It wasn't, like, I hate calling it faking it, because it wasn't faking it. It was just channeling a certain part of me, right? Like, it's a front, but it's a front that's crafted from who you are. Like, it's a mask you make out of your own flesh. You have to carve a piece of yourself into the making of this mask. So it is a part of you. Like, that mask salesman, the mask as in masculine, the masculine sales element was carved out of my soul somewhere. You know, I wasn't a fake person. I wasn't like, okay, time to go into work. Haha, I'm somebody else now. It was like, yeah, it's more like shape-shifting, but like under duress, because I had to do it. It was a little bit coercive. I needed to go to work. I needed to make money. But I also wanted to succeed at it. And I did have to pull from myself in order to do that. It's very complicated, and it is hard. Is it like acting? Yeah, I would say it's like acting to a degree, but acting gives it the idea of it being fake. Good actors get into their role. You know? You get into a role. For me, putting on the tie, putting on the vest, fucking clocking into work was like, okay, I am stepping into my role now. It's a persona. Yeah. And it can be valuable. Yeah, you find it's like, maybe a mask is the wrong way to put it. Well, okay, a mask is a right way to put it, right? Look, I put this on. If I take my glasses off and I put on the eye patch instead, you all still know it's me, right? But suddenly, I've changed, right? But it's still me. I'm just different, yeah? A little bit. Likewise with sales. You're selectively channeling portions of who you are for a certain end. And in this end, it is an exploitative you know, it was an exploitative one. Yeah. Yeah, I would really dress up nice for my job, especially during the summer. Yeah, a personality suppression? Yeah, certain portions were suppressed. Absolutely. And others are exaggerated. For what I know, in sales, you don't just list off the features of the item. You want to ask questions and understand what the buyer wants and needs. Yes. Then you try to sell them an item using that information. Are you correct on this? Yes. 2 important things. If you're in sales, 2 pieces of advice. Become good at listening. very closely and don't just listen to what the words they are saying. Listen to what they are telling you, okay? Most people who come into your place have no fucking clue what they want. Well, okay. They don't know how to tell you what they want. They know what they want, but you have the jargon and the knowledge to figure out what it is that they want out of your products. They don't have the words to describe what they want. You give them the words. Now, in sales, you're trying to nudge them in a certain direction, but that doesn't mean that the skills don't still apply. And then part 2 is stories. People love fucking stories. Tell them a story with what you're offering them, okay? Even if it's a boring story, even if it's like, listen, you don't want to end up like, listen, you can pick up our AAA service, which will, you know, if you pop a tire, if you accidentally hit a stick on your way to camp and you pop a tire, you're good to go. Our AAA will come get it. There's a story. Bam. They now have put themselves in their mind, oh shit, and you're not scaring them. You're not like, wouldn't it be bad if something happened to your car? You're just like, hey, this is a normal thing. Popping a tire is a common thing with a car. Wouldn't it suck if you're on vacation and you mix that into everything else that you're telling them? But you can see how manipulative this is, right? And why you would fucking... Well, here's the thing. You have to be careful with bullshit. Everything, okay, all of sales is about strategically injecting bullshit, but you have to know where to inject it. And I will say this honestly, I was a rather honest salesperson. Like I was quite, as far as salespeople go, I was quite honest. But honesty, you can be very honest while still pushing a narrative in a certain way. And you have to, because that's your job and you're told to do that. And it sucks. And that's where the mental pain of sales comes in. Because you have to do certain things and the pressures really build up fast. Yep. Yep. So yeah, sales kind of fucking sucks. Yeah, uniforms sucked, but I always customized it. Circling all the way back to effect rhetoric, knowing your audience and tailoring your message. Yeah, but here's the thing. I find rhetoric. Now, here's the thing. I was able to do sales for as long as I did because I do like rhetoric, because I do like persuasion. Persuasion is really cool, and persuasion doesn't have to be bad, right? It doesn't have to be bad. And that's why I like streaming, because the rhetoric is something I can engage in to help convince people of good ideas, as opposed to trying to sell them a fucking bullshit wingding fucking knob or a fancy insurance package or an upgrade. I don't fucking give a shit about any of that. And you'll notice I don't even I don't like upsell people into my different tiers. They're just there because I don't have to think about that at all. It is so much better. But there are some similar skills. Rhetoric is about understanding your audience, recognizing what they're understanding, what they're able to digest, and what's flying over their head. There's a lot going on to it. There were times, Ziggy Richards, there were times when I found sales fun. There were times when I found sales fun, particularly in the summer, when energy was high. We had fancy cars, and there were rich people. See, because I never felt bad about selling to rich people. You can't sell to poor people, usually. It's hard to. But rich people, they'll buy anything. Those motherfuckers are dumb as shit most of the time, and they'll buy anything you tell them. There was this one time, this fucking international, like, businessman came in. I loaded that guy's contract up with so much bullshit. I made so much money off of that. it was ridiculous. I sold him, he came in with 3 fucking reservations for shit ass economy cars, and I upsold him into 3 premium SUVs with full coverage, fuel refill, and a fucking GPS. That was, oh, fucking bank. That was so much money. And I was like totally pushing my boundaries. I'm like, well, I'll get you a great deal. Yeah, it's fucking great. I used to make not crazy. I made decent money, but yeah. Did we have SKOs? No, we didn't really have those. Did I make commission on that? Oh, yes, I did. Oh, yes, I did. I got him a great deal. The 50% off price that I made up. That was one thing. We were allowed to bullshit completely. That's where the bullshit comes in. We could make up prices. Like, just make them up. Like, our boss would just be like, hey, everybody, wink, wink, make sure you set your prices well today. And so you could literally say, I'm going to give you 50% off. And it's true, because maybe you'll just pretend that at the beginning of the day, you set the price at $12 and you're giving them 50% off. It's total bullshit. And your manager says it's okay. Your manager goes, I trust you. Do whatever the fuck you want. Just get the cars out. Yeah, it's all bullshit. Law boy, it would make you go crazy. No, you don't lie. You're telling the truth. You're telling the 100% truth. The price is great. You just get to make up the price on the spot. So at the beginning of the conversation, maybe I set the price at $40. And then I give them 50% off during the course of the conversation. I have that right as given to me by the manager. No, you can't lie. You are not allowed to lie. It is not allowed. You are never allowed to lie. But the truth is very malleable depending on how you frame it. That's a secret. Oh, all managers are sociopaths. Oh, my manager had literally fucked people on multiple occasions. Yeah, it was really bad. My manager was a fucking piece of shit. We all hated her, but whatever. Yeah, you can't lie. You're not allowed to lie, but you are allowed to do all kinds of stuff. Like, so for example, one thing that you are allowed to lie about, well, not lie. Sorry, you weren't allowed to lie. You're never allowed to lie. But you could, there was a thing that you could do where you could say, give me just a second. I'm going to go out back. You were told, the managers would tell you, hey, if you need to like get a deal and you need to make a sale, come out back and call me. And what they meant is you go into the back room, you sit at the desk for 3 minutes, and you pick up the phone, you hang the phone back up, and then you go out front, you'd be like, okay, I just talked to my manager. I was able to get you $15 off of this deal. You could do that. They would tell you to do that. Your boss would tell you to do that. You could do that. Yeah, just come on back and call me, and I'll authorize whatever. And they just gave you the right, the managerial right to step in and do that. That's not a scam. You were pre-authorized by your manager to make changes. So bad. Yep. No, I mean that they ruined someone's career. Acelaces. They ruined someone's career because they didn't like them. Like literally screwed their life over. But now this makes all salespeople out to sound like supervillains. So maybe I should stop ranting about just the negative stuff. Because, oh yeah, it's Space Pirate Captain. Yes, that is normal. Yeah, this is normal. That is a like bottom of the base. That's like a basement, like literally tier 1 sales tactic is the going out back to talk to the manager. you know that like at Walmart, they'll be like, I'm going to go check in the back room. And then they go into the back room and they walk around, smoke for a minute, and then they come out front. They never fucking look for your shit. That's fucking normal. That's like baby's first sales tactic. So here's the other thing though. Let me tell you some other things, because I don't want to make it seem like all salespeople are evil, because at the end of the day, salespeople are literally under, just remember this, listen, just remember this. Salespeople are under an unfathomable amount of duress at all times. Most of their money, they are usually paid shit. Some of them don't even get minimum wage. Some people only make money off of commission. So remember that salespeople are under a crazy amount of duress, and they fucking hate their bosses as much as you do. And if you can actually connect to salespeople on a human level, they have a much harder time selling to you. A much, much harder time selling to you. And sometimes, if you really connect with a salesperson, they will actually get you a good deal. There were numerous occasions where I liked a customer and I gave them a manager approval and just gave them a luxury car for free. I like you as a customer, take it. Not gonna make any money off you anyway, so might as well give you something fucking nice. I did that all the time. There was multiple, and this is where you're gonna hear the good part, where I stopped making myself sound like a villain. Multiple occasions was I able to get like crazy good deals for people. Because they were like, I saw an opportunity. There were multiple regular customers who like I connected to on like a personal level and got to know them, and I would set aside a fucking convertible for them if they wanted it. If they asked for it, I would set aside a free convertible. Like, no problem. If it was a customer I liked, if it was a customer who was kind to the workers, we'd get them a fucking luxury car if they wanted. They would be setting out in a fucking Mercedes if we had one. And yeah, maybe I could have made $50, but I'd rather give it to somebody I like. No, I was paid a wage. But there are lots of people who are paid on commission pools. It's very complicated. It's not illegal. It's basically you get paid a minimum wage, but that minimum wage comes out of your commission. And if you don't make your commission, if you don't make the minimum wage, they fire you. So technically, you're not getting paid a minimum wage. Yeah. Yeah, there was a time where here, let me tell you a cool story, okay? These two old ladies came in once, and it was kind of late at night. We didn't have a whole lot of customers. We had a whole lot of extra cars on the lot. And as it turns out, these two old ladies had been hiking the Appalachian Trail for like 15 years. And every year they would go and they would hike a small stretch of the Appalachian Trail. And they would do it the next year, and they would do it the next year, and they would do it the next year. And they finally were on their last stretch. And these were old ladies, okay? Yeah. No, Appalachian Trail. They came in, and I was like, hey, what's up? And it was slow, so I was like, hey, let's talk a bit. They seemed nice. We started talking. They started telling me their story, and I was like, you know what? Hold on a second. Go into the inventory system. We got a fucking luxury car. And I was like, we ran out of economy cars. Whoops. So I put in the system, ran out of economy cars. Free upgrade. Luxury car. I'm like, listen, I'm really sorry. We're all out of economy cars, so I've had to upgrade you to I can't remember. I think it was like a loaded Genesis or something, like a Hyundai Genesis. I was like, sorry, I had to get you guys a loaded Hyundai Genesis. Shame that you'll have to spend your, go hike the last of the Appalachian Trail in a literal luxury car. And they were like, what? You don't have to do that. I'm like, no, it's good. It's okay. We are all out of economy cars. And they were like, oh. And so I fucking signed them up with it, got them all set up, sent them on their way. Did you know they sent me a letter? Those people sent me a fucking handwritten letter afterwards to me that was sent to the address and addressed to me, telling how they finished the Appalachian Trail and they remembered that I gave them a nice car. So there were some good moments, okay? There were some good moments. That was one of them that I was always proud of. No, they didn't get my address. They sent it to the business address. Yeah, also, one thing, here's another little hint. Here's a hint from the ex-salesperson to the people who probably have to deal with salespeople. If you like a salesperson, leave a comment or a note or a letter or send an email to their manager if you ask for their manager's business card. If you go to that business, that salesperson will remember you fucking forever. Sometimes a tip, you might not be able to afford a tip, but literally, if you do that thing, now, a lot of people don't know this, but most companies have a bounty where if you get like a really nice letter that was sent to corporate or that was sent to your manager, you get a bonus. And most people don't know this. It's not like public knowledge most of the time. But if you do that, it will literally, help that person, even if you can't tip them. And they will remember it. So if you go back there again, if you're a regular, they will treat you nicely. And if you keep leaving them reviews, it can literally boost their career. And they will treat you like a fucking monarch. You will be treated like a monarch if you do that. And it will break down the sales barrier. You'll see past the mask. I'm serious. That's a secret. There's a secret thing. It is like the unspoken code of sales is that if a customer treats you well and takes care of you, you always take care of those customers because those customers can make your life. Here's another story. Ready? I'm like fucking story mama tonight. When I was really fucking poor at one point, there was a 7-Eleven near where I lived. And this 7-Eleven, they knew we were poor as shit. Yeah? They knew we were poor as fuck. And so when we would go in at night to get some stuff while I was working late, they would give us the leftover donuts from the day. They would just be like, hey, you want a dozen donuts? And we would be like, oh, thank you so much. And this is me and my partners. And so they would give us the donuts. So what we started to do was we got the app, the 7-Eleven app. And every single time we went to the store and checked out with something, we would leave a review because it asks you when you check out, it's like, do you want to leave a review for the store? We would leave a review and we would put the name of all of the employees that helped us into the app. It took like 5 seconds and we would just be like, I can't even remember their names now. It's been so long. It's been so many years. We would put their names into the app. And once we did that, they literally fed us. Like, we would go in the morning and they would be like, hey, we have to throw away the breakfast sandwiches. Do you want to take them? And we would be like, yes, please. And they would bag up. Instead of throwing away the sandwiches, they would bag them up. And then we would have a whole bag of fucking sandwiches that we could take home that they would have thrown away otherwise. And it is technically against the rules for them to do that, but they would do it for us. And it was because we took care of them, they took care of us, and there you have it. So we live in a capitalist hell, but being kind to one another actually does help sometimes. And sometimes you might be surprised how far it can get you just by taking a few seconds to do something kind. And that is a hack, by the way. A corporate hack, if you put an employee's name into a comment box, into an email, or into a corporate review app, they will almost always, that will look very, very good. And it costs you almost nothing to do that. And if you do that, they will know about it and they will usually get something for it. They might get just an accolade, like a pat on the back from the manager, which is the minor thing, but it still feels nice. They usually will get like a gift card or some cash, depending on the business. Yeah, it pokes holes in the matrix. Yeah. Yep. Also, we won a drawing at that 7-Eleven for a month's supply of hot dogs, and I'm pretty sure somebody put their finger on the scale for us. I'm pretty sure somebody put their finger on the scale because we didn't even know until we went in. They were like, hey, your account has a month's worth of hot dogs on it. It looks like you won the hot dog drawing. I was like, what? The hot dog drawing? They were like, yeah, it looks like you won the hot dog drawing. And so we got hot dogs for a month. It was fucking awesome. Every time we went to go get sodies, we would get fucking hot dogs. And you're kind of trash hot dogs, but they were actually, to be fair, 7-Eleven hot dogs are pretty good. Yeah, we basically got 99999 points. It's fucking cool as shit. Yeah, it was very, very kind. I do miss that. I do miss that fucking place. We took good care of, we took care of each other. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I don't have them anymore. We used all the points, but it was a hot dog cheat code. Yeah. Cheat codes in capitalism are realize that everybody hates their fucking job and that you have solidarity with the person behind the counter way more than you do with their manager. The reason why everybody hates fucking Karens so much is because Karens are utilizing the power structure against the fucking people who are hurt. Who are hurting. Jesus, what the fuck? How did I get into this story mama segment? I've just been fucking Abe Simpsoning over here. Do you all actually like this shit? You all like this shit, don't you? You like this fucking story shit. Karens are class traders, it's true. I have so many fucking crazy stories. Yeah, people do love stories. Well, here's the thing. Do you want to know? Here's another secret. Ready? Do you want to know one of the things that made me good at sales? The fact that I wanted to be a writer. I'm not kidding you. Learning to write made me learn how to communicate, which taught me how to actually tell people stuff in a meaningful way. I do have a very strange life. I do have a very weird life, and I have so many more stories you won't even believe it. It's actually ridiculous because I've done, you know that old song that's like, I've been everywhere, man. I've been everywhere, man. Da, 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 da. That's me. I've done fucking every job you can think of. Yeah, very strange. I have sometimes interesting, sometimes depressing, but yeah. I'll tell some of my nightmare stories at some point. I'll tell you some of my nightmare customer stories. Oh shit, that's kind of cool, Lone Cat. I haven't become an astronaut yet. All right. Yeah, I have some nightmare customer stories. Holy shit, I have some really funny ones. Luggage fort. The luggage fort. Luggage fort's a great one. Luggage fort. All right, now I have to tell luggage fort. All right. This was the same sales job, right? Okay. So I was working luggage fort. This is a great one. Okay, listen. Okay, so it's summer, right? It's very, very busy, and we have a lot of people in line. And I'm working on one side of the desk, and then on the other desk we've got my coworkers. One of whom is like this older lady who was like, you know, Stanley from The Office. Just imagine Stanley, but a woman. Just female Stanley. I'm not kidding you. She was the most like no give a shit. She'd been working for the company for 15 years. Just like if you asked her, she'd be like,
I'm doing my crosswords. She did not give a shit anymore. She'd been working there for 15 fucking years, didn't give a fucking shit anymore. So just imagine, yeah, just female Stanley. I'm not kidding you. And so I was like going through my, customers, dealing with the customers, and I hear like a bit of a ruckus. And I'm like, the fuck's going on over there? And I look and I see this really big guy wearing a Hawaiian shirt. So obvious, like, if this had been 4 years later, it would have been MAGA country. He would have been a MAGA guy. Like, just the MAGA, the pre-MAGA guy. So, big chunky guy, fucking gammon-faced, red in the face, bald as shit, wearing a giant, yeah. And so, yeah, Big Chungus. Yeah, Big Chungus. He looks like Big Chungus, yes. Actually, the build of Big Chungus. So, he's got his headphones, like, looped around his ear, right? And, like, he pulled them out, but they're kind of, like, looped around his ear. And he's, like, really mad about something. Apparently, we didn't have the exact car that he wanted or something along those lines. He was very, very angry. So I can hear him starting to get irritated with my coworker, and she's not having it. She's like, she has like zero, like, she has like 2 inches of patience, and she's run out. She's like, I don't care. You're getting the car. Like, I don't care. Like, this is what we have. You can either take it or don't or whatever. And the guy's getting really fucking mad, right? He's getting really mad. He's like, and he's starting to lean over the counter like this. He's like, and all this shit. He's like, I want my car. I fucking paid for it. And blah, 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 blah. Stupid bullshit. Like, stupid customer bullshit. And then he's like, well, I'm not moving. And oh, I know what it was. He came a bit early, and we didn't have his car ready. So we had to wait for his car to be cleaned, and he didn't want to wait. And so he was like, I'm not moving from this spot, because she asked him to go sit down for a minute, and we'll bring it back over. And he was like, I'm not moving from this spot until you give me my car. And she was like, well, we need to help other customers. Your car will be on the way. There are other people in line who we'd like to help. I understand you're frustrated, blah, blah. And then she's starting to get really impatient because he won't move. He's like, I'm not moving. I won't fucking move. And so he puts his headphones in, and he's standing like this going, and he won't move. He's literally just standing in front of the counter, physically blocking the counter so other people can't. And he literally, with his headphone, he puts his headphones back in. And he's getting angrier and angrier. And at one point, like, she's like, I'm gonna need to ask you to fucking step back. Like, she's like, I'm gonna need to ask you to step away from the counter so we can get other people in here. We have to help other customers. Please step away from the counter. And he gets really mad. And at this point, like, the Stanley level, like, trips over. And so my coworker is like, can you please stop reaching into your pocket? And the guy's like, what do you mean? What do you mean? Are you trying to accuse me of something? And she's like, yeah, I don't feel safe. I don't feel safe anymore. And he's like, oh, that's rich. Oh, that's fucking rich. I don't care. And he puts his headphones back in. And so she picks up the phone, and she's like, she comes over to me. She's like, could you please call security? Because this guy won't step away from the counter, and he's been reaching into his pocket as if he's gonna pull something on me. And I'm like, oh shit. So I'm like, yeah, sure, we'll call security. And he's like, did I hear you say you're gonna call security? Well, I'm not going anywhere. It's my right as a customer. I'm not going anywhere. And now this is where the details come in, because now I'm like really paying attention to the situation. I've been asked to call security. I'm like, hey, security, we need some help over here. Airport security, blah, blah, blah. And then I hang up, and I'm looking, and I see his family over in the little chairs, like little airport chairs next to where we are. His family's sitting there, and his wife is sitting there like this. And she's like got like a look on her face like, I am going to kill this man. I am going to kill him. I hate my husband. And her kids and his kids are like hanging their heads in shame over sitting in the chairs, like trying not to make eye contact with any of the customers. And
at this time, he's got his headphones in and he has taken the family's luggage and he has built he's building a wall with his luggage around the desk so that nobody can get in line around him. I'm not kidding you. And he literally blocked the walkway and was like, after he set up this like shitty like luggage wall, and his family is hiding their faces in shame. I'm not kidding you at all. Like, they're literally like, the kids are literally like this, and the mom is just like she's like, I'm gonna kill him. And like, so and then he's like all mad. He's got his headphones in. He won't listen to anything. And he's just like standing there as the cop, the airport cop comes over. And he's like, the cop is like, oh, I can already see this, because the guy almost trips over the luggage. And he's like, sir, is this your luggage? Did you block this walkway? This is a fire hazard. And he's like, I'm sorry, what? Are you talking to me? And the cop is like, now listen, I already know what's going on over here, so I don't think I should. So I'm gonna ask you one time to clear out this walkway and leave the lady alone. And if I have to ask you again, I will be asking you with my body. And the guy goes instantly, like, and he's like, well, I mean, I guess I could, listen, this is unfair. And so he immediately just authority check passed, intimidation check, natural 20. Guy starts scooping up his luggage embarrassingly, like desperately trying to move his luggage before this cop is just like, I'm going to take you down. And then, of course, and then so he's over, and now he's standing over in the corner, like with his arms crossed, and the cop is like, they've had to call security on you, so you're gonna need to fucking cool it, okay? And it was just like, oh, Jesus Christ. And he gave him a fucking lecture in front of his family, and the wife is just like fuming, and the kids are just like, as he like disassembles his fucking wall of luggage that he's built with his kids' own luggage. It's fucking great. Yeah, okay, one thing you should understand about the airport cops is they didn't do anything ever. They just sat around in their office all the time, like, not to like do propaganda, but I was rooting for the cop in this particular situation, okay? Listen, no propaganda. You're never gonna hear that from me any other time, but they're just an airport cop, okay? He's just fucking trying to do his day in the summer. Stay cool. Yeah, it was pathetic. Oh, it was, well, I mean, to be fair, it wasn't me who had to be screamed at. Now, there have been times where I've been screamed at by customers. Also, I've told this story before. I rented to the Tiger King. I'm not kidding you. I actually rented to the Tiger King. I didn't know he was the Tiger King until the Tiger King series came out. But when the Tiger King series came out, I was like, ah! I did the Leonardo DiCaprio going, I was like, I rented to that guy. That's the tiger guy. He made a joke about rescuing tigers, and I was like, haha, don't put any tigers in our car, please. It was the fucking Tiger King. I'm not kidding you. I was like, what the fuck? It was it was weird. It was a weird experience, but he wasn't famous at that point. He was just some random fucker. But it was him. Literally, it was him and his little crew. I mean, I also rented to like a bunch of other famous people because it's just kind of complicated. I don't know if he put tigers in the car. He might have, but there wasn't any damage, so he got away with it if he did. Yeah, it was fucking wild. Yep, it was Joe Exotic. What was my first thought? Like, okay, look, this is what this guy looks like. So when I first saw him, I was just like, oh boy. Like, I was literally just like, this is gonna be a character, because you get a sense for when you're gonna deal with a weird customer. Okay, okay. for the reference, after you've worked in like an airport in sales for a while, you get the feel for weirdo customers. I had a guy come up who had BDSM like tattooed on his fingers. It said BDSM. I'm not kidding you. And like, no shame, Marino, but that's pretty loud. Okay, that's pretty loud. And he was a very strange customer. You just kind of get the, you just kind of get the vibe for customers, that are like that. Another time, here's another one. Here's another example of a customer that you're just like, I once asked a customer, so are you coming up to Maine for business or for pleasure? You coming on vacation? And they were like, well, mostly for business. And then they look at each other and go, but also a lot of pleasure too. And I'm just like, that's not what I meant, but thank you. And it was just like these fucking horny boomers. That kind of shit happened all the time. Yeah, it was one of those. Also, once when I was like, I had already started HRT, and I was like, I always wore like a tie and a vest. I got like mad hit on by these two old gay guys who were super, super nice, but they were mad hitting on me. Honestly, that was one of the more pleasant like conversations, but it was like, they were nice. They were just mad hitting on me. I'm like, well, I'm not going to complain, I guess. It's very nice. But yeah. No, because I've never been like well, okay, I have done cashier work, but I wasn't really a cashier. That's the thing. Well, Lone Cat, I would start by researching what colleges might be able to facilitate your needs. There are lots of colleges that will do that. Yeah, fellow Englander. Oh, I could probably... Oh, I intend to do tie and vest again in the future, by the way. Just not mask style. Or not hard mask. I'm going to do Futch. I have plans for that. I have plans for that. You'll see. I'm going to look fucking fancy. You'll see. Yeah, I'm from New England. Yep. Actually, you know, I might have a picture. Hold on. I might have a picture. Hold on. Let's see. Let's see if I got a picture. Let's see. Let's see. Maybe I do. Maybe I do. Let's find out. I don't know. These might be too old. Let's see. Oh, shit. I have to go through and sort my pictures. I don't actually have these things in, like, good order anymore. They exist somewhere. But I just don't remember where. Well, here's me in a fucking dress shirt. But that's not all that fancy. Nah, this is kind of lame. Kind of tacky, honestly. TBH. TBH. Oh, this is a funny picture of me. Hold on, this is a funny picture of me. Here we go. Here you go. Here's a funky picture of me just after I got my lip piercing. Look at that. Bam! There you go. I used to love fucking doing this style. Look, I got the little alien earrings and everything. Yeah, this was a couple years ago. Big gulp. Yeah, I know you do, Glooby. Of course. Yeah. Yeah, some throwbacks. All right. All right. We got another response apparently from the Gloobster. It depends on your state, Lone Cat. It really depends on your state. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Let's hear the response. This is the response. It's so quiet.
Hi there, it's me, Glooby, here with another diss track. I know, it's whack, but yeah. So, I'm off key, but that's okay, cause I got people to shit talk here. So, here we go. Gay Fesh, first off, your track was kinda whack, bro. Not gonna lie, that shit went hard though. So here we go with the second verse and oh. You thought it was gonna be one of those kind of responses. Nah, I ain't doing that. You don't get fucking that lucky. Anyways, here we go.
Yoxy.
Watching your streams makes my brain die straight catatonic. Would rather watch Destiny, that shit is mad ironic. RDR got nothing on you, this shit's mad iconic. Old drama got nothing on this one, this shit's mad exotic.
Oh, fuck, fighting words.
Hated you since we had that Twitter beef, that's the truth. Should've stuck to soundtracks with your dog shit voice, get out the booth. Fuck all of your music, this shit's booming, that's fucking facts. Fuck all of your shit and fuck your stupid cat. You call me a kid and that shit is fucking whack. You look like you belong on illicit, that's a fucking fact. When I said your content was like Vosh's, I was fucking joking. All of your content is stolen, that shit is mad annoying. Nobody cares about you, the cloud is all around you. That was just a joke, I hope the best for you. Love you, dude.
Glooby, you know you can be mean to me, right? I'm not gonna kill you.
When I started this drama, I thought it'd be over quick. Gayfish dropped the track, now I gotta fucking end this shit. Hell is freezing over, I'd move over unless you wanna die. I'd be blasting shooters with the Buddhas in your fucking eye.
Damn, Glooby! Damn! Now, Glooby, I'm gonna need you to take some time and clean that up. Clean up those bat levels. Add some fucking lyrics. Whew, that was good as fuck. That deserves a clean pass. boy. Oh boy. Wow. Those are really fucking good. Wow. Gayfesh, you're going to have to respond via rap. I'm not going to let you sort this out via voice. You think I'm going to let you sort this out via fucking voice? Nay. Nay. Rap only. Rap only. All right, fine, Gayfesh, get in here. All right, Gayfesh, I'll break my rules. Get in here. Gayfesh, get the fuck in here. Get the fuck in here. Hello, Gayfesh.
Okay, real fucking quick, Glooby. I got a response for you. It's coming. Friday. Next stream, which, by the way, happens to be Bandcamp Friday.
Whoa!
So all y'all better fucking buy my track when it drops on Bandcamp and on Demon Mama's stream. Friday! Let's go! Gayfish out!
Yeah! Oh, fucking hype! That's gonna be motherfucking hype! We got a debate and a Bandcamp Friday? Holy shit! Now that's what I call fucking content. You all know! What did I tell you? You come to my streams and I give you motherfucking content. Original. Brought to you by members of this amazing community. See? Gloopy, oh my fucking god. I am debating Ask Yourself and Avi on fucking philosophy shit. It'll be fun. Hello.
Hello.
You're so quiet. What the fuck?
Hold on. Sorry, I had to turn down my fucking gain. Hello?
Hello.
Alright, fuck. I have something already in the works for Friday as a forward response. Fesh, I'm sorry about the cat thing, but I just had to say something mean to piss you off. Just fuck your cat. Yeah. Fuck your stupid cat.
I'm looking forward to this fucking Oh, well, he jumped out of the call, or they jumped out of the call. Sorry. Well, all right. Well, I'm looking forward to this. Yeah, Phantom Queen May. That's what I aim to build. I aim to build a fucking awesome. I know we haven't been talking politics in a while, but what am I supposed to say now? I got all the politics out in the beginning. Also, I might have to fucking jump on emergency stream tomorrow. Because if there's fucking shit that happens, then look, I'm a political edutainer, and being an edutainer means that you get the entertainment part sometimes. Yeah? What shit? There's been not an emergency declaration, but they're expecting attacks on the Capitol tomorrow for Inauguration Day. So we're going to talk about, if anything happens, I'll be covering it. I'll be waking up and checking. Chances are nothing happens, but just in case, I will jump in and I will cover it. Because I always do that. You know I do that shit. Hell's Record Studio? That'd be fucking pog. I don't know if I'm good enough for that, though. Yeah, the right is crazier and crazier. Yeah, so we were talking about. Did you see fucking CPAC? They lost their shit at CPAC. They were fucking losing it. Oh my god. Yes, Pan, get in. Get in. Oh my god. Y'all are hijacking it. Pan, get in the fucking call. Come on, get in the call already. Let's get this over with. Come on, Pan. Get the fuck in here. Y'all fucking hijacking my shit. Come on. Come on. Come on, I'm letting you in. Come on. Hello.
Okay, how's my audio?
Fine.
Okay. Is it good?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay. So I just wanted Gloopy. I told you not to put me in. Okay. I'm gonna have to go. Okay, this is just a quick roast I just made. So it's kind of crappy, but at the same time, I tried. Glooby. Makes 0 viewers on average. I saw you try to roast me, but your roast was just as milquetoast as your live streams. Stop trying to be cool. because the only thing on ice is your cold bars. Real quick, I want to move on to a YouTube chat. Now, I wouldn't roast you because I love y'all, but another reason why is how can I roast something that isn't even on stream? Now, trying to get back to Glooby. My friend, you claim that I am but a simp, yet I just think you're just mad that I got promoted to Vizier faster than you. Before I finish this short roast, I want to tell you something. Don't call me out again, because if you do, that call-out post will be the end of your short, clout-sharking, wannabe Eminem joke of your so-called career. Thank you, and all of you have a good night and a good stream.
Mic drop. Damn! What the fuck? This has become a war. I have facilitated a war zone. Oh shit, Glooby's gonna hit both of them. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Murder on stream. Friday is gonna be fucking Pog. Friday is gonna be motherfucking Pog. Holy shit. Yes. It will be all Snuggies after the war. Cyborg Jin? Yes, Cyborg Jin should descend into the fray. Yes. Yes. I want a bloodbath. Yes! Fight! Fight! Ooh, that's rough, Silent. I'm sorry. However, I'm happy to see you. I hope that you're I hope that you still feel good about getting 13%. 13% is fucking close. So, good job. Good job. That's very close. Very, very close. Silent, you've been missing the mod rap battle that's been going on all day today with multiple installments. Hey, that's awesome. Well, that's good then. All right, let's take a look at your unliked meme, Posadas John. You know what? Yes! Yes! I already said this. Listen, when I saw this, okay, a cephalopod has passed a cognitive test designed for human children. Now, I saw this report the other day, and I informed my loved ones that I will be siding with the cephalopods. So, listen, I gave it a like. I will be siding with the cephalopods. So, sorry. I know they're going to win. Motherfuckers, they're going to kick our asses. You kidding me? Betraying my own race? So you think. So you think. Yes, Cuttlefish passed the marshmallow test. Cuttlefish passed the marshmallow test. Aw, no worries, Soggy Water. That's what I'm here for. That's my job. Do they kick? They slap, I guess. Yes. True cephalopods are all demons. Yes, yes, yes. Me too, errata. You know, what should I do? I want to do one more thing before I end stream today. Not anymore, cephalopod gang. True. Damn, Cyborg trying to get in on it. Splat Tim IRL. Oh, I had some stuff that I wanted to watch on stream. Let me see. Let's take a look. Let's see. What do I have on here? I had some stuff to watch on stream. Oh yeah, do you want to watch the K's cooking Q&A that we couldn't make because it wasn't like fully figured out? Yeah, you want to do the K cooking Q&A? K's cooking Q&A? Yeah? 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 No? Yes? Yes. All right, we're doing it. Let's do it. We couldn't catch this. We wanted to catch this live, but as it turns out, it was not a live Q&A. It appears that K simply took questions from the comments. So we missed it, but we're going to catch it now.
Let's hear what Kay has to say.
Right, and it's the 28th of February, which I promised I would do a Q&A. Just before I get going with the questions, I need a quick drink.
Me too, Kay. Me too.
Right, so now we start with the questions.
Oh,
now I wrote
shit.
these down,
Manually written.
and I can't really see all of them. But anyway, what's your favourite foreign food? Well, we did actually go away, and I did actually try some Maltese food.
True silence.
I don't know what it was, but whatever it
Maltese.
was very, very nice. I do like Indian food as well. I don't know, I haven't really tried a lot of foreign foods. What do you put on first? Cereal or milk? Cereal, you've got to put the cereal on to know how much milk you put on.
Yeah, we can do cop rock. I'll do that after.
Excuse me. Hold on now. Because some of these questions, I can't even see them. I can't find my reading glasses. I used them yesterday and that's it. Have you had... have you had a hobby that you've always wanted to do?
Wait, hold on a second. Are there people who unironically put the milk in first? Are you fucking kidding me? You have to be joking. That is so fucking ridiculous. Good night, Rockfin. It is something a child would do. Like, literally, the ratio is going to be all wrong. It doesn't even make sense. No, the cereal does not stay crispy. If you put it in first, it's literally dry. Why even bother having milk if you're going to put the milk in first? Is this for real? Is this for real? Are you okay? So here's what I imagine. I imagine that the people who put the cereal in first, who put the milk in first, people who put the milk in first and then eat through the layers of cereal to try and scoop like a small few drips of milk. Like, I feel like those are the types of people who put the water in first to like the tang or like iced tea mix, and then they just drop the iced tea mix on top and then immediately sip like a pile of powder with the water. Is that what you people do? Because that's like the same fucking logic.
Haven't tried it. Not really. My hobby was doing a jigsaw, and I haven't done that for...
What do you mean, how the fuck is that the same? That is literally the same logic. The reason you put the cereal in first is because when you pour the milk in, the milk flows in between the cereal, making it actually nice to eat. Cereal is about the contrast? What? What? What type of cereal do you buy? If your cereal turns to mush the moment that it touches milk, what are you buying? If you put the powder in first, it gets stuck to the bottom. No, it doesn't if you stir it. If you actually use tools like the fucking advanced simians we are. Jesus Christ. Hey, welcome. Well, I can't say that on stream, but yeah.
Couple of months now, but no, I can't really recall having another hobby that I haven't done. Phone again. If you could meet a celebrity chef, who would it be? Probably Ainsley Harriott. because he is so
Ainsley?
lovely. He is a wonderful man.
Ain't that Ainsley?
That's the only reason why. Have you ever used the slow cooker? Yes, I've got one. I have got one. And yes, I have used it. I use it every Christmas Eve and New Year's. Well, Christmas to cook the Christmas turkey and before New Year just to cook the New Year's turkey.
New Year's turkey.
Where do you
people do
buy
New Year's
all of
turkeys?
your kitchen appliance? Excuse me. Well, I normally go to Dunelm. I like their kitchen stuff. I do tend to buy a lot of knives from them. I have bought some before from Asda as I've been walking round. So, well, I hope that answers that question. Where do you buy? Yeah. What dish do you enjoy making? What dish do I enjoy making? What dish do I enjoy making?
Uh-oh.
I
Kay, you have run a cooking channel. Come on.
don't know. I really don't know.
What?
I don't mind doing things with meat and taters and greens and that. I don't know. I haven't really got anything that I really enjoy cooking. I think just
You run a cooking channel? What do you mean?
I just take it as it comes. Why do you do stuff your own way? Well, in a lot of the ingredients of the things I do, there's things that I can't have or that makes me ill, so I change it to my way. As I'm the one, well, not just me, but as we are the ones eating it, I'm hoping then it tastes a lot better.
Okay.
Have you ever made peach cobbler? I think I've got that right. Never heard of it. Never heard of it, so obviously I haven't made it.
What?
What kind of Seconda watch are you wearing? It's not a Seconda watch. Seconda watches do not range up to £500, and that is what this, well, 529 actually. But no, this is not a Seconda watch. Hold on, my torch on again. Right. What is your favourite savoury food?
Wait, but cobbler is like, but peach, you've never heard of a peach cobbler? That's weird to me.
Oh, favourite savoury food? I don't know, because I like a lot of savoury food. Really do like a lot of savoury food. I'm a savoury person, really. So I don't really know. Savoury food, I can't think of no.
Peach cobbler.
I don't know. I don't know, flan, some flan or something.
Flan? Flan is not savory. What? Flan is sweet as fuck. It's like the sweetest shit. What do you mean? Flan? Wait, you don't know what flan is? This. It's this. This is flan. This is flan. It's custard with caramel on it. It's not just Mexican, by the way, but it's a Latin dessert. Also, peach cobbler. Here we go. This is what a peach cobbler looks like right here. Look. Peach cobbler is so fucking good. Look at that. That's what a peach cobbler looks like. Look at that shit. It's so delicious. Yeah, peach cobbler's amazing. It's like so good. Anyway, let's continue. Flan? A flan?
What is your
is
favourite?
it flan? Wait, is flan different in Britain? Come on, I know we have some British folks in chat. Is flan a different thing in Britain?
Because I don't categorize it as fucking savory.
Sweet food. That would have to be. Let me get this right because I always make a mistake.
It might be.
It's mint choc chip ice cream. I think I've got it right.
Mint
I've
chocolate
probably
chip
got
is
it wrong,
great.
knowing me. Right, where are we? What's your favourite sweet food? What's your favourite? Yeah. Will we ever see Lee cooking again? Well, that's not really up to me. That's up to him. If he wants to cook again, he can cook again. There's no reason stopping him. If you could be a celebrity chef for one day, who would it be? Probably Ainsley Harriott. It would have to be Ainsley because he's just awesome. He's an awesome man. I know I keep saying it, but he's an awesome
I guess there are
man.
savory ones. Weird.
When are you going to collab? I always get them collab with Mimi List. Oh, I'd love to do a collab with him. I would love to do one with him. I really would. I think he's brilliant. You'll have to excuse me. Let me just. I'm sorry. I don't know why. I'm just.
Crumble, yeah. That makes sense.
Just need to have a quick drink. Keep it in a frog in my throat. Right. Torch on again.
I love Le Chef Lamb. Yeah.
Why are you wholesome and sweet? Why did I write that one down? I didn't know I was, but thank you anyway.
I hope not.
Why are you amazing doing cooking? I do my best and that's all I can say. What is your favourite food? Not just cook. Or not just to cook. My favourite food, I will admit, I think it's scampi. I'd have to say scampi. Mind you, I do like garlic mushrooms in breadcrumbs.
Ooh, actually though, good taste. Yeah, garlic mushrooms. Breaded garlic mushrooms is good. I will say. Good taste, Kay.
Oh, I'm hungry. Right, I can't even see where I am now. Why did you change the name from Kay's Good Cooking to Kay's Cooking? I wonder when that question were going to come, and I'll tell you the truth. I was cooking something. Excuse me one moment. I was cooking something, and it went wrong. And then I did another 5 dishes, and it didn't turn out right. So I went, stuff that, drop the good, and just get the Kay's Cooking. So that's the main reason why. Because 5 dishes turned out wrong, and that's why I dropped the name. Oh, Torch. Oh, the bloody phone. Right. Right. When you started the channel, did you ever expect to reach 1K? No.
100K.
I didn't even think I'd reach 4.
100K. 100K, by the way. Not 1K. 100K. Literally, K is going to be getting a fucking medal with a YouTube medallion. I want a YouTube medallion.
4 subscribers. Hold on.
Can you imagine if I had a YouTube medallion on the wall? That'd be cool as fuck.
4 subscribers. Do you plan? Oh, where do you plan to hang your plaque? Well, depends if I bleed and get it, really. I'll do want to hang it in the living room, lounge, whichever you want to call it.
I don't know, Windleby. We'll see.
Why is Lee not doing the taste test? Well, he is sometimes. It's just sometimes I go, stuff you, I'm doing it. Who's got you into cooking?
Hi, YouTube chat.
And where do you get your recipes from? Who got me into cooking? I'd say I've always had a passion for it, really. I've always
Hi,
liked
Mixer.
cooking.
Hi to MVM.
I used to watch my teacher when she used to make things, and I thought, oh, I wouldn't mind doing that. And I forgot the rest of the bleeding question. Who got you into cooking? Oh, where do I get my recipes from? Google. I get a lot of my recipes from Google. Sometimes it does it wrong, but sometimes it says things and it turns out right. Have you ever watched Formula One?
Ooh, judgment.
Not for
Damn
me.
judgment. Judgment.
Who is your favourite driver? Oh, who's your favourite driver? I don't know because I've never watched it. Never watched Formula One.
No zooming. No zooming. No vrooming.
Are we going to see your plaque as soon as it comes? If it ever does, yeah.
No, I
What's
haven't.
your favourite meal? Well, I think I've already answered that once. Scampies. What is your favourite song? Oh, really? I don't. There's nothing of this day and age. It's nothing of this era's music. It's shit.
Okay. Oh shit. Fucking dissing on the Zoomer music. It's shit. Oh. Judgment.
I don't know, because there's a lot of bands I like. As you know, I like David Bowie, I like Meatloaf, I like Fleetwood Mac. I couldn't pick a song. Def Leppard, I even like them. I can't pick a song. I really can't pick a song because I like, there's lots, you know, Mamas and Papas. I know you've probably never heard of half of these people, but
yes, I have.
I can't
Kay.
really pick a
Yes, I
song.
have.
Can't really pick one. Sorry. Favourite song. What is your least favourite cook? I'm not keen on cooking things with pastry. I don't like pastry. Hate pastry. Never liked it even as a child. So that's my least favourite thing. But I will do pies if I have to. If
I
it's
wonder why she hates pastry so much. That's so interesting. I wonder what it is.
on my list, but I'm not keen on cooking pastry at all. I don't like pastry.
No, it was in the cat. The cat was in the video.
Have you had a good day? Not bad. Been all right.
Okay. All right.
If you had a cooking show, what would you call it? Probably Kay's cooking show, or or cook with Kay, or Kay shows you how it's done. I have no idea. I don't think it will ever happen.
Hey, you already have one
Not
right
now,
now, Kay.
anyway.
Kay, you have one already. You've got one
What
already.
do you
Kay.
think? Or what do you think helped your channel grow?
We did, imps. We did.
Oh, what?
By the way, imps, I'm gonna drop this in here. I want you all to go and put a fucking like on this video. Go, you fucking put a like on this video.
Do you think helped your channel grow? Do you think it was on the TV or Meme-less? Well, when I was on TV, it was Kay's Good.
Meme list? Did she say Meme list? Oh, Kay. Meme list.
Cooking that threw me 1,000 more viewers. But this channel, which is Kay's Cooking, is it was Meme-less, yeah. There's one question I don't think I've got it wrote down, but somebody said, "What is K short for?" Well, K is short for K, K-A-Y. I can't see how you can get a different name from that. I mean, if it was Catherine, I'd be called Cat or Kath or something. But K is short for K. So, hope we've cleared that little mystery up. It's like somebody saying, "What's John short for?" Oh, no, not John. What's Tom short for? You know, it's...
Thomas, Kay. Tom is short for Thomas.
just
This might not be Kay's best take. Just saying. Or Tomathan, yeah.
my name. You can't lengthen my name and you can't shorten it. If you visited, if I visited you from Australia for one day, could I come over for tea? No.
Oh!
No, I am, as you all know, I've not made a secret of it. I am scared to death of Corona, and I would not want anyone coming over, bringing Corona over to me. So, no, I wouldn't invite you for tea.
Oh, shit! Damn! Good reasoning, Kay. Cold, but good reasoning.
So, that answered your question. What's your favourite... what's your favourite current song? Well, I haven't got a current song because I don't like this. What is your favourite animal? Lion.
Oh, good call.
Who's your celebrity crush? I'd have to say Christopher Lambert and Ben Shepherd.
Wait, I don't know these people. Hold on. Christopher Lambert? Okay. And what was the other one? Matthew Shepard? Matthew Shepard? Was that it? Matthew Shepard? No, that's the guy who died. Ben Shepherd? Did she say Ben Shepherd? Okay, Ben Shepherd. Oh, from Soundgarden. Oh. Okay. Ah, okay. All right, I get it. All right, I'm not going to judge too hard.
Do you like to dance? No, but I have done in the past. Do you ever get... would you ever get Instagram? No, because I don't know what you do on it. Do you like... Oh, God, Apila Grande. I can't even say her name.
Ariana Grande?
I don't even know who she is.
Apina Grande.
Why do you boil your mincemeat? It's just what I've been shown over the years, that mincemeat gets boiled and, well, that's it. That's why.
Wait, isn't mincemeat... Wait, mincemeat... Mincemeat is the fucking fruit shit, right? Isn't that the, like, fig shit or whatever? No. No, it's not. Wait, it's not ground beef. Wait, hold on. Or is it mince? Hold on a second. Hold on. No, it fucking isn't. Hold on a second. Mincemeat is a mixture of chopped dried fruit. Yeah, I was right. This is mincemeat. Mincemeat. It's a mixture of currants, raisins, sugar, apples, candied citrus peel, spices, and suet, typically baked into a pie. Look, it's like this. It's pemmican. It's pemmican, basically. It's basically pemmican. It's supposed to be very good. Yeah, they're probably asking about meat. But I think that... I don't know.
Would you do a... I've got that. Would you do a collab with Mimi Les? Yes. If you... Oh my God. I don't know how far I've gone down now. If you don't like Iron Maiden, why do you have so many shirts? Because I like the t-shirt. You can like something.
Oh no, she doesn't like Iron Maiden. Oh my God, she doesn't like Iron Maiden, but she wears the shirts. Oh. Okay.
Without...
You're throwing me.
You can like a band without liking the song. Liking the song. I couldn't even name you a song.
Oh,
I couldn't even name you a few lyrics in a song. I just like the Iron Maiden t-shirts. That's all it is. It's like somebody buying. I don't know. I like Coca-Cola and they'll be drinking Coca-Cola in their life. Mind you, then again, if they don't drink Coca-Cola, I want to know what's wrong with them. Hold on, phone's messed up again. I need a new bloody phone, that's what it is. Right. Oh shit, how far am I down? What's your favourite film? I do love a good Die Hard. I like to see Bruce Willis in Die Hard films. Would you do?
Okay.
I've done that one. Do you get what? I can't, I'm sorry. Do you get when I'm sorry, I can't read that one. What's your favourite film?
True Holodour.
What do you do for a living? I'm a carer and I do something else and I'm also a YouTuber.
A carer, I do something else, and I'm also a YouTuber.
How do you feel about these channels that react to your videos? Do you watch them? No, I don't watch them unless it's Memeless. Anybody else apart from Memeless who reacts to my channel to take the piss out of me. Obviously, they can't make it on their own, so they have to pick somebody. Oh, excuse me. They have to pick somebody who's more famous than them to take piss out of them because they can't make it on their own.
K. Excuse me, we shower K with love. We shower K with love here, but I don't know after that take.
But not Memeless because he tells everybody to go and subscribe.
Hey, wait a minute. That puts me in that category. I'm on the same category as Memeless.
Would you... do you watch Psychopaths? Not as a ruling. Whoa! Torch just went off. Film... If you had to own a dog, if you could have any dog, not a greyhound, other than a...
Do you think that... I can't tell with K anymore. I don't know. I don't know anymore. I don't know if she knows. I'm very confused myself. Don't worry. Let's continue.
greyhound,
Let's not think about it too
what would
much.
it be?
Let's not think about it too much.
An Alsatian. Used to have an Alsatian when I was a kid. But yeah, I'd have an Alsatian, yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong, I mean, I like all dogs, but I don't like, not say I don't like, I'm not keen on little dogs, because I fell over a few little dogs before today. Well, I stayed at a friend's house, fell over a dog, because it was a small one. What happened to Army Man John? Oh, he was just after me for my money, so I ditched him. God, I forgot all about him.
What? Holy shit! She just accused her ex of being a gold digger! Roasted, Army Man John! Holy shit! Roasted, Army Man John!
For how long have you had the interest in cooking and talking, and who taught you to cook these fine dishes? Well, like I said, my teacher was very helpful. She helped me ever such a lot. I suppose at a young age I did actually watch my mother as well cook when she weren't always working. So I would say I just thought, well, that looks interesting, and I just picked it up from there and then just carried on doing it, you know, and enjoyed it. God, what is up with this phone? God. Somebody send me a new phone. I'm kidding. I don't. I wouldn't take a new phone off anyone. I buy my own. Do you class yourself as a good cook? If yes, from 1 to 10. Oh, 10 out of 10. I would say some dishes don't turn out good. Some dishes don't turn out bad. But yeah, I would. Oh God, how many pages have I got? Yeah, I would say some dishes don't turn out good. Some don't turn out too bad. But yeah. So that's a rating. I'd probably say about 7. When things turn out good, 10. When they don't turn out good, probably about 5. Most embarrassing moment. Most embarrassing moment. Oh shit, I don't think I've got one. Most embarrassing moment.
You all better vote one.
I really, really, really cannot think of one. Most embarrassing moment. Phone not working right. Right. Would you ever consider cooking traditional Finnish food? No.
What? What do you mean no? What do you mean no? Why would you not consider it? What?
Where you put in your plaque. Like I said, I'm sure I wrote half of these down before. What's your favourite thing you made? See, it's the same thing but different way. Word. Most embarrassing moment, getting my words wrong. Good God. What is your favourite thing you ever made? Favourite thing? Not saying the favourite thing, but one of the things I did make that I was very surprised with, when that rainbow cake turned out awesome. Oh, that was nice. Only thing I missed is putting the jam. You know the layers. I should have put jam in, but I didn't. I just plonked it on top of each other. But yeah, I would say that was very good. That turned out very nice. Would you update your home? I am. We are. Sorry, we are.
Oh
we
no!
are updating
Wait for
it.
real, Windleby. Wait for real. Oh, come on.
Do you think? Oh, what do you think? Like. Oh, do you think? In other words, what it's saying is how do I think the government is doing with the UK virus? Oh my God! The most embarrassing moment with the vaccine. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I know a few people who've had it who said it gives them bad headaches, makes them feel like they've got flu. I don't know. I mean, if the time comes and they said to me, "Oi, now," I mean, as you all know, I have not made it a secret. I do get asthma bad. Well, I have got asthma. I don't know if I'm classed as on the danger list. Is it classed as a danger list? I don't know. But I think people who've had it are saying that they feel all right. So I think the government is doing everything in their power they can. I mean, well, they're doing everything they can, can't they? I mean, if people don't want to stop being together and they want to still be stupid and see people, then it's going to keep going into it.
Oh,
'Cause
damn.
People
Thanks,
are
Rivers.
some people are stupid. Where are you putting your plaque? Done that one? What was the fifth? Whoa, no. Yeah. How are you doing with this lockdown? Not too bad. Not too bad. I'm doing really well. I know a lot of people have got
Oh no, Windleby. Windleby, you got to report on it. What's going on?
anxiety and that, but I've got a way out of it. I walk my dog. And plus I go to work as well. Oh my God. When did you start adding variety to your cooking, trying something new? I didn't know I did. I really didn't know I did. All it is I get these A4 papers and I just, people write a comment, right, can you cook this, can you cook that, and I just write them down and I just do them. So that's it. Variety to your cooking. Do you think Duran is still hungry like the wolf? It's been 40 years. It's been 40 years since that you think they would have got a sandwich. Yeah. Well, I would have for 40 bleeding years. Yeah. Good song though, isn't it? Oh, I like that one as well, you see. Shirley, oh, sorry. Where did you learn to cook at school? Excuse me one moment. All these questions, it's just...
She went to cooking school?
Can't be without me Coca-Cola. Well, Diet Cola.
Oh, could be in a home ec class, yeah.
Right. Oh, come on, Torch. Stop being a pain in the arse. Do you think... Oh, I've got that, done the vaccine. When am I gonna be invited for dinner? There's a COVID around, you ain't gonna get an invitation.
Fair.
Would you ever do a reality TV show? I'm not sure what a reality TV show is.
Rivers, they're not printed, they're handwritten. She wrote them down from her page. She didn't even print them. She just wrote them down in a notebook.
So I'll have to say no. I think it's something like The Only Way is Essex and Big Brother. Not for me.
Fair.
If you were Prime Minister, would you have... How would you handle the pandemic? I'd probably handle it the same as Boris. I wouldn't know how to handle it. I don't like this corona shit. I really will admit it. I don't like it. It scares me. But I'd probably ask somebody to help me because I wouldn't know how to handle it. How much longer do you think you can keep going on YouTube? As long as I can.
Hey, true,
as long
me too.
As I can.
Me too.
Why do you... Nearly got that one. Why do you say onions, eggs, carrots, spud taters? I'm just having a laugh. God, if it upsets you, bloody hell, get a life. It's just a bit of fun. God.
Onions, eggs.
I know it does upset a lot of people, but get a pair, bloody hell, it's a bit of fun.
True though.
Would you do a meet and greet after COVID? Oh, of course, yeah. Who inspired you to cook? I said my teacher and my mother. Would you let Gordon Ramsay do your taste test? And what do you think he would say? Yes, I would let him do my taste test. And I can't say on camera what I think he would say. Do you know
Excuse me?
the E-Boys? I'm not sure. Do you mean, do I know them personally? Or do I know them for the messing about that they've done? If you mean, do I know about the messing about that they've done? Yes. Do I know them personally? Unfortunately, no.
Who are they?
Would you collab with another
okay.
YouTuber? No, it'll come to fisticuffs and no. What is your favourite band? Well, like I've said before, I haven't got a favourite record. I like Def Leppard. There's too many songs, too many bands out there that have come out. Yeah, I know you're going to say, well, what about all these new bands? No.
Whoa! Whoa! Holy shit!
Right, where are we? Who is Curly? Who is Curly? My wonderful, fantastic dog. Who is Curly? Curly is my brilliant, wonderful dog.
Curly? That's so cute.
I think that cleared that one up. Why do you have no worktops in your kitchen? Because I took them out because I got sick of seeing them. Because the council didn't put any in when it was a council house. But, like I said, we are having it changed, so there will be some worktops added to it. Right, what is your favourite dish so far? I think I've already answered that. Scampi. I'm not really into a lot of fish food, but scampi is one of my favourite. I do also like paella as well. What is your dish? Have you ever hated one of your dishes? Which one and why? Oh, shit, really? I can't, I do 3 a week. I know they don't always get put up and right down, but I do 3 dishes a week. I can't remember from, I've been doing this channel for about 2 years. I can't remember every dish. I really can't.
Well, they said any.
Would you try something different like art? I do like art, but no, I probably wouldn't. If I had to do anything different on a different channel, which it probably would be a different channel, would be gardening. It would be gardening. I do enjoy gardening when it's not raining. If you could replace the grass, what would you put in its place? Why would you want to replace grass? You can sit on grass and have a picnic. Why would you want to replace grass? I wouldn't replace it. I'd leave it as it is. Leave it alone. It's not hurt you. Oh, God. Have you ever considered making merch and selling it? Well, I do. I already do. I don't make it. I get somebody to make it and I sell it on. What's that? So far. Merch. Oh, here we are. What's the longest distance you've ever walked? Not very far. I've walked it, I know you might say, oh, that's not far. I've walked it from town centre back to where I live. I'm back to, I walked it to town and then back from town.
I love that. There's no way you could know how far that is. We have no clue. She could live in town center. There's no way we'll ever be able to know that.
To where I live. So I would say that's probably the longest I walk, but now, can't walk, hardly. If you were a food, what food would you be and why? What food would I be? I don't know. I'd probably be a rich tea biscuit because I like rich tea biscuits. They're nice. You can dunk them in your coffee. But I can't think of anything. Never been asked for food. Why don't you vlog like Lee? Because my life is as shit as his. What's your favourite Oh, here we go. I told you before, I do not like Iron Maiden. Well, Not say I don't like them. I've never heard a song. I couldn't tell you any of the songs. Well, I couldn't tell you any of the songs, so I don't listen to them. See, they were our class was too heavy. I like the T-shirts, but their music is far too heavy, and I don't like heavy music. What's your favourite Monster Munch? Oh, pickled onion or beef? It'd have to be pickled onion, but I think pickled onion's a bit too sharp. But beef is also nice. But I like them both, and I can't pick from. Has Lee ever disliked something you've cooked? Yes, he has, and he told me, and he told you on camera. How did you first get into cooking? Who showed you the ways? Well, I think that's just back down to my mum and my teacher. Like I said, I think half of these questions I've wrote them again, but in a different form. What do you think of German food? Can't recall ever trying it. When will you get your Michelin star? Well, I've got 6 upon wall. Really, I'm a chef on YouTube. Well, I wasn't even said that, but I'm a chef on YouTube. I won't be getting a Michelin star. Have you ever gone skinny dipping? No, I bloody haven't. It's too cold. Do you still remember what your first video was you cooked? Yes, stuffed peppers. Stuffed peppers on this one, and cheap buns on the first channel. Good memory. I'm really shit. Why do you use margarine instead of butter? Excuse me. I do not like butter. I keep telling you, but you don't listen. I don't like butter. What do you love most about cooking?
What the fuck would they hate? The butter hate. The butter hate.
I don't know. That's like saying to Gordon Ramsay, what do you like most about cooking?
What? That's a totally normal question, Kay.
I don't know. I just enjoy it. It's nice, especially the end result.
She's Neapolitan too.
What do you like most about cooking? Are your videos monetized? Yes, they are. Do you ever cook using a barbecue? No, I don't. What advice would you give yourself? What would it? Oh, for God's sake! What advice would you give your past self? Get on YouTube faster, earlier.
Fair. Yep, fair.
Celebrity crush. Oh, I've already. Oh, for God's sakes! Well, I've already said that. Ben Shepherd and I couldn't think of his name. Christopher Lambert. I couldn't think of his name then. Where do you get your recipes from? Google, which I've already said.
I love how she's getting annoyed at I love how she's getting annoyed at the people who asked the questions, and not the fact that she wrote down the same question like 4 times.
Have you ever seen a ghost? Oh my God, yes I have. Do you think they are real? Yes they are, because I've seen one. K on tour. Never gonna happen. Do you on tour? Do you think they are real? Yes they are, because I've seen one. K on tour. Never gonna happen.
K on what?
See one. K on tour. Never gonna happen.
Oh, K on tour. Okay.
Do you roll your pastry on a coffee table? Nobody rolls the pastry on a coffee table. Well, I'm thinking nobody does. Can you show your table?
I think a numpty does? What?
In full. No. Big table.
Holy shit, why is she such a hater in this video? Normally Kay's so nice. Why is she such a hater in this video?
Are you and Lee the same age? Do I look 25? Really, do I look 25? That is a stupid question. I don't even know why I wrote it down. Are you a vegan? I couldn't be a vegan, but no, I like vegan stuff, I will admit. Where do you get your recipe? Oh, I've done that one. What's your favourite Bowie song? Oh, shit. Oh. I do like early Bowie songs. A lot of people like Let's Dance. I don't like the video. I don't reckon much to the video. I can't see how a woman would put a pair of shoes on and start dancing. That'd be the last thing I think of. I'd say the first record I ever bought, had bought, was Golden Years by David Bowie. So I would probably have to say Golden Years. Or The Laughing Gnome. What's your favourite Bowie? How did you become so good at cooking? I just did my best. If you had to pick your last meal, 3-course, what would it be? A 3-course would probably be tomato and basil's. Wait, 1 minute. Sorry. Right, tomato and basil soup, that'd be my first one. Main meal would probably be scampi chips and marrow fat peas, because I love marrow fat peas. And my tea, third would be, as I said before, mint chop. Oh God, I got it wrong here. Mint chop ice cream. It's something like that. But yeah, they'll be my 3 meals.
Chip.
I'm gonna have to remember these meals, and I'm gonna write them down. And I'm gonna put them down and eat them. Do you drink alcohol? No, and I haven't since New Year. What would...
Good job, Kay.
Oh, and what would it be? Sorry, that was the meal. What did you do before becoming a YouTuber? Well, as you all know, I was a lollipop lady and a carer.
What's a lollipop lady? What does that mean? British people, please translate. What is a lollipop lady? What is a lollipop lady? A woman who helps children cross the road near a school by standing in the middle of the road and holding up a stick with a round sign on it that means the traffic must stop. Oh, okay.
What do you think of Nigella Lawson's cooking? Sorry to say, I don't even watch her. Bad, aren't I? Are you the best YouTuber? Or are you the best YouTuber? Oh, I won't say the best, but I'm not bad.
True.
Has your plaque come? No, and I don't really think it's going to. What's your favourite time of the year? Halloween. I love Halloween. I'm like a big kid. Love it. I decorate houses. Love it.
Aww. Good taste,
Do you have any special day? Nah, they're all the same. They're all crap.
What about Halloween?
Do you do something every day that you celebrate? You know, in other words, do I have a day that I celebrate? No, I don't. Yeah, I'm lying. There is a day of the year I celebrate, and it's Carly's birthday. 'Cause I love my dog.
Aww.
Have you
Curly.
got a family recipe? Excuse me, I'm talking. Yes, I have actually, yes. My mum used to do a meat and potato pie, because my dad loved meat and potato pie. Oh, it used to be steak and kidney. She used to do the pie, and I never had. Well, I had a very minimal, about less than a quarter of pastry, because as I've just told you, I hate pastry. What inspired you to start making cooking videos? Well, like I said, my teacher and my mother, watching my mother cook. What's your favourite takeaway? It's like a pizza with kebab on it. That's all I can say. I don't know its proper name.
A pizza with kebab on it?
Nearly finished.
Okay.
What is your dream deal from Tesco? I've never been to Tesco. How is your dog? Asleep and lovely. What's your favourite biscuit? I've already mentioned that. That's the rich tea biscuit. If you had to host a dream dinner date, which celebrity guest would you invite? Well, it'd have to be Ben Shepherd and Christopher Lambert. They're the only two I want. Would you consider bringing out a cookbook? Well, a friend of mine is said he's doing it, but he's having a bit of trouble. I don't know how. What is your favourite video that you ever made? I don't think I've got a favourite video. Like I said, I was surprised when that rainbow cake turned out really well. I was really shocked, but I don't think I've ever got a good video that I enjoyed making. Have you ever been so angry with Lee that you slipped some cheese in his meal? Not that I recall.
No, they gave her an idea.
Why can't Lee have cheese? Is he intolerant? No, he's not intolerant. Why do you think of what?
So then,
what do you think of Curly? What do you think of Curly? I love Curly. Oh, can he speak Spanish? English and Spanish. He can speak English, Spanish, German, French. Really? Some of these questions. Where was the... No. Oh, where was the weirdest beating? And now that's got to be wrong. Oh, where was the weirdest location? Oh, where was the weirdest location? I don't think I've ever been to anywhere like that. Anywhere that's been weird. I've never actually said, oh, it's weird here. No.
What the fuck?
But I might do soon.
I don't think I've been anywhere.
Just where's the weirdest location where someone's recognised you?
Okay, here we go.
I can't remember. Where's the weirdest location? PDSA, I think. I wasn't expecting anybody there. Would you do... What would you do for an ideal day? What would you do for an ideal day? Nothing. Just relax. Like what would you do for an ideal day if money wasn't an object? Probably the same I do now. Bugger all.
I'm sorry, what?
Oh, here we go again. We really like messing up. Have you...
This has been such a strange experience, chat.
I see you... Oh, your legacy of Khan. Does that mean you are gamer? It's just a t-shirt I got. I don't watch the game.
There's the answer, Fawn. Fawn, we got the answer. She's never played Legacy of Kain.
I've never played the game. I'm not a gamer in any way. I'm no one from the game. I know the difference between reality and real life.
You know the difference between reality and real life? Are we sure?
Do you have... If you have travelled, Where have you gone and why? Well, I've travelled abroad and it's just been for a holiday. No other specific reason.
Abroad?
Where whom taught you to cook? Well, I've already filmed that, answered that. What's your favourite childhood food? Oh shit, really? Childhood food. Spaghetti on toast. Oh, I love that when I was a kid. Sprinkle with, but you get it in a block. Cheese, that's it. Spaghetti hoops on toast. Sprinkle with cheese. Right, that's come to the end of all them questions, and look how many pages. Look, so many pages. Oh, and I think my torture's finally just packed in. So yeah, thank you for watching, mate. I'm hoping this will go out today. If not, it'll go out another day. But it's definitely done on the 28th of February. If you ask me why I'm picking that day, it's because it's the last day of February. There's no reason. So thank you for your questions. If you didn't get your question read out, it was because it was too close to the knuckle and I didn't like it. So thank you for all your questions. Hopefully not long before another Q&A. Thank you. Bye.
I don't think she did. She said she didn't.
Like 3 minutes to deadline.
She said she didn't. She said she didn't. All right, listen. Well, it looks like people are filling this with love. Okay? Filling it with love. And I appreciate that, okay? Listen. Kay is a very strange person. I don't understand everything that she does, but I am happy that her community is filling her comments with loves. And yeah, you know, I think maybe, you know, maybe one day I'll reach out to Kay for an interview and we'll talk with Kay. Wouldn't that be fucking cool? We could totally do that if we got to the right size. She's way larger than us right now. Don't you fucking dislike the vid? What the fuck? The fuck? Don't you fucking dislike the vid? You like that vid. I don't want to see any fucking anger. I will kick your ass personally. I will personally kick your ass if you dislike that video. Yes, yes, yes. Gun. I didn't get called out as a clout shark. She said the haters. I'm not a hater. I always give love. Glooby drops a diss track. You have provoked a gang war. True, though. True. Listen, someday we will do MamaCon. Listen, you think I'm kidding? Someday we will do MamaCon. Someday. If I become greater. If I become greater and more powerful, then we will do MamaCon. Okay, real quick question. Oh my God, Gay Fesh. I'm so excited. Yeah, MamaCon will happen. But we have to wait for COVID to be over. And I have a quick question. Okay, does anybody know, does anyone here know, can anyone here confirm if Mouthy Infidel is 16? Is Mouthy Infidel a literal child? Hi, Dan. I'll do Cop Rock in a minute, but we have to determine this first. Can anybody tell me if Mouthy Infidel is a child? Hello? Anybody? I know some of you are like in the know on this stuff. Probably Windleby knows. Nah? You don't know? Okay, so nobody knows. Okay, I'm guessing that they are a child because I saw them in a video and they looked and sounded like a child, and their tweets remind me of a child, and I want to roast their tweets, but I don't want to roast their tweets if they're a literal child. I simply do not. They look and sound like a child, yes. Wait, am I on this? Oh shit, am I on this? Nope. Boring. I'm not. Why? I don't like things that I'm not on. I want people to put me on images. What is this nonsense? What is this fucking nonsense? Why am I not on this image? Jesus Christ. Boring. I want me to be on images. I want people to put me on images for clout. Who am I kidding? I got fucking raps done at me today. I got fucking roasted today. I know Tech Debt, but you have a little bit of a darker approach. I don't like owning children. It's not satisfying. It's too easy. Wikipedia. All right, let's listen to this cop thing. I've been sent this thing and I need to show this apparently. I really don't want to get... Wait a second. Wait a second. This is going to get me hit. I can't watch this. This is going to get me hit. Isn't it? This was shown on fucking John Oliver? There's no fucking way I'm going to get hit by this, aren't I? Yeah, I think this is going to get me hit. I can't. I'm sorry. Sorry. Not worth it. I can't do it anymore. I got to stop taking these risks. My channel's getting fucking owned. And that hurts. Listen, that not only hurts my income, but that also hurts my team's income. And I got to think about the team, you know? Google Mesh? The fuck is Google Mesh? I could watch it off stream. That's a good idea. Whoa, what the fuck is going on here? Dude, YouTube is exploding today. What the fuck? YouTube is just fucking exploding today. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, no anger. Exactly. Hi, YouTube chat. I'm popping in. Toranala, no anger. I'll kick your ass. Much love to you as well. My eyebrows say so much. I respectfully observed. It's true. My eyebrows are very expressive. I've always been that way. I don't really know why. You heard bad things about that K's cooking lady? Oof. Like what? Hi, we're in hell? Well, it's not hell right now, is it? We missed the Q&A, Coco. Well, I think Coco was probably here. Oh, maybe. It's possible. It's possible, Coco. I don't know. Maybe. Sometimes I wonder, listen, look, I really love Kay, but I don't know, like, I don't know. All right, should I talk about this take, hippie punk? Listen. Okay. Here's what I'm going to say. Look, Mouthy Infidel really doesn't like me, so who cares? All right, let's do this. I'm going to do a little thing. I'm going to do a thing. Look, Mouthy Infidel, I don't know if you're a literal child. I really, really don't know. The The Waco discourse just proves how many leftists actually support child rape and far-right doomsday cults. Okay. Here's him making lots of tweets at Mike from PA. Unlearning economics when someone uses indexes measuring democracy or freedom. What did he mean by this? Wait, everyone knows what this means. It means it's bullshit. Banned a lot of rape apologists in chat today. Hey, thank you, Halidor. Might talk about Waco, who knows?
Why is this active chatter white mama mold?
Thank you so much, Halidor. I will absolutely defend burning bridges over stupid shit like Waco discourse. I think niche issues like this are a good way of finding out what people have fundamentally broken thought processes. Okay, so listen, I'm not going to do a roast. What I am going to say is Danny, oh, perfect timing, Danny. Great to see you, by the way. This type of take is very, let me just say, it's very DGG poisoned, okay? You should not live your life trying to find burning bridges over events that happened a million fucking years ago, except for the Holocaust. That's probably like the one example. Like maybe if you're a Armenian genocide denier or a Holocaust denier, maybe. But for those of you who don't know, because probably you're all literally weren't born, Waco is an event that happened, I believe, in 1992, right? Waco was 92. The Waco siege happened in 1992? 1993, my bad, sorry. 1993, okay? It was a cult, there was a cult, a far-right cult, that was stockpiling arms in a church complex. And what ended up happening is the ATF and the FBI ended up getting in a standoff with this cult that was known as the Branch Davidians. Okay, the Branch Davidians. Okay, the Branch Davidians were very extreme. They were anti-government Christian spin-off group, and there was I think the siege was like 51 days long. Like, so basically, the government surrounded this facility, and there was a literal like a siege. There was like the police were set like this, and the other guys were set like this, and it was like a deadlock for like 51 days. And what happened was there were a whole bunch of kids trapped in the facility alongside their parents who were believers in the Branch Davidian cult. And what ended up happening was the U.S. government moved in on the facility and like moved into the facility, and there was a firefight broke out, and the building caught on fire, and it ended up killing like 25 children died. Like 76 people ended up dying, 25 of which were children. And there is a lot of evidence that it may have been the FBI, like the U.S. Department of Justice determined that it was the FBI's fault that the fire started. So they fired tear gas canisters into the building, and these tear gas canisters were so hot that they set the building on fire, resulting in a lot of deaths. Now, when we're talking about the Waco discourse,
What that was a the Waco discourse, because it was the anniversary of, or it was not the anniversary. Oh yeah, it was the anniversary of the beginning of Waco. Yes. The Oklahoma City bombing by Timothy McVeigh was inspired by the Waco siege, at least in some regard. He cited it as his inspiration, and it's very fucked. When we're talking about the Waco discourse is basically, do we blame the U.S. government for that? Yeah. And the question is ultimately, yeah, the disagreement is whether this was an example of irresponsible behavior on the part of the federal government, or whether they were 100% justified. And as we can now tell, some people have chosen to go very, very, very ham on saying, no, the government did nothing wrong. Which I think is silly, right? Now, I don't think you have to make apologia for a fucked up and evil cult in order to say, hey, like, maybe there was a little bit of aggression that could have been done more carefully, right? Because keep in mind that, like, yeah, like, I mean, the government admitted that they fucked up. Like, they literally said they fucked up. The Justice Department concluded that the government fucked up. Now, to what degree did they fuck up? It's hard to say. Obviously, when you're locked in a siege with a doomsday cult, that's a pretty rough situation to be in. But yeah, many people basically concluded that the ATF, the ATF fucked up pretty hard. But it's very, very complicated. And now, I don't think that you have to have like a centrist approach necessarily to be able to conclude that, hey, maybe this didn't unfold as well. A hot take, but 25 children dying in a fire is a pretty fucking bad outcome. And even if the government was in the right to do the siege, that is a very bad execution of the plan. You see what I mean? So that's why I think that this type of take here is just a really unhealthy way of engaging with questions like this. I think this is a closed-minded and toxic way of engaging. That's all I'm going to say, okay? Here we go. But as you can see, this is a pretty complicated topic. I just feel like this is a very, frustrating way of approaching things. That's all I'm going to say about this person, because I think they might be a literal child. And I hope that they will learn to not engage in topics in that way in the future. Well, yeah, wasn't that literally not what happened? Here we go. A particular controversy ensued over the origin of the fire. An internal Justice Department investigation concluded in 2000 that incendiary tear gas canisters were used by the FBI, but maintained that sect members had started the fire.
So basically, it's trying to say, no, they did it. They killed them all. But that seems a bit strange to me, right? Yeah, basically, yeah. And again, I don't think that you have to defend a literal. I don't think that you have to defend a cult in order to say, hey, maybe this could have been handled better. No, it doesn't have any pertinence. It's just random. It's just a random thing that you think is worth, that apparently this person thinks is like worthy to fight over. Jesus Christ. Wait, there's a commune on oh boy. The TikTok commune or something? Yeah, even within the FBI, it was complicated. Oh boy. Oh yeah, that happens all the time, Dire Fox. That's very normal. What happened with Mel? Wait, do you have a link, Busy Bee? Do you have a link, Busy Bee? I know Mel was engaging in discourse on it, but oh yeah. Oh hey, look. Wait. Here we go. Hey, wait, it's being updated right now. Waco is such a stupid hill to die on. Like, we have verifiable evidence of the state killing people like Malcolm X and Fred Hampton, but whatever. Oh, right. I think it started with the there was a shoe post. Oh yeah, I think Mouthy like was really insulting the shit out of Shoe. We're doing a mini drama mama here. Let's find. Oh, it's literally happening right now. Oh my God, it's unfolding right now. Oh shit, I didn't even know. I was just talking about this randomly. I didn't know it was unfolding right now. Holy shit. Wait, where's the Shoe one? Where's the one with Shoe? Here we go. What the fuck? Life has many doors, Fed boy. Wow. Wow. Okay, that is very edgy. This is an indefensible take. This isn't a take. This is a meme. This is a literal nonsense meme about a thing that happened 30 years ago. You don't have to defend the Branch Davidians to say the Fed's involvement was wrong. Yeah, you kind of do. Why would you say child-raping doomsday cults are bad, but we shouldn't be preventing them from operating and stockpiling illegal weapons? I don't think that this is what that means. Was raping children an own to the ATF? What the fuck? This is Demon Mama reporting to you live from our studio on the West Coast. This just in, the left is fighting again, and we will have wall-to-wall coverage as it updates right now. What are they arguing about? An event that happened 30 years ago. Literally, I was just your mama, your demon mama, the one you are looking at right now, was just 3 years old when this happened. Danny Fallen, I agree. To prevent death cults, we should allow government agencies to way overstep their bounds. In fact, why don't we just let the government kill anyone? No, I'm kidding. Listen. I know I need to have a radio program. I'll get a radio program someday, you all. I know. It's going to be great. I know I could do good on radio. Shoo. Wow. 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 Oh. Uh-oh. What? Oh, boy. We do need to fill the power vacuum. I agree. Well, if anybody wants to fucking help me, investors, do you want to invest in the future of American radio? You, right now, could get in contact with me via DM, and we could start making radio happen. Not only would it be amazing, not only would the show go from like 10 times up in production value, but your reach to the American public, you could have them tune into conversations like this one, where we sort out some nonsense drama in the middle of the night about whether an event that happened 30 years ago was bad or not. Wow! Invest in Demon Mama now. Honestly, think about this. Listen, all the sales pitch aside, think of how much better my show would be than the trash that's on there right now. And the trash that Rush Limbaugh put out for the last 30 fucking years. Even if I made the laziest, most boring and stupid show ever. Oh, chat would always exist. Chat would always exist. Yes! Anyway. Let's continue. Voshcord was not happy with this tweet. I'm right. Stay mad. Yes. This is always the way to prove that you've made it. You've definitely made a tweet. Sir, it's been 28 years. Uh-oh, he's fighting with the he's fighting with the amazing atheist. Oh shit, the amazing atheist is wow. I mean, that's true, Lawboy. Yes. Okay, listen. You know what we need more of? You know what we need more of? No, actually, I can't do this. I can't do it live. I can't. I balked. I balked. Just kidding. No, I didn't. Here's what we need. We need more 9/11 jokes. That's what we need. Listen, it's been a bajillion years since that shit happened. And guess what? We don't ever stop making fun of people dying in horrible ways after it's been a long time from that event. Okay? That was a joke. This is a joke. For fuck's sake, it's a fucking joke. But seriously, you motherfuckers will make entire television shows. Hold on. No. Oh, clipped. Have you ever heard, motherfuckers, have you ever heard of a show called Blackadder? That show, it made fun of shit in World War I. It was a comedy show about war. We make comedy out of terrible things all the time. Get off your fucking high horse. For God's sake. Atrocities happen all the time. The only way you survive in this stupid world is if you learn how to laugh occasionally at terrible things happening. Okay? I called my gallbladder, which traumatically had to be removed because it was exploding, a bag of marbles. It's been 30 motherfucking years. Nobody who was involved in this is even fucking standing around. Shu does not think 9/11 was an inside job. That is ridiculous. Was Pearl Harbor an inside job? No. But okay, look, the Holocaust is, listen, the Holocaust, the reason why you don't make Holocaust jokes is because those jokes will only come at the expense of innocent people. That's why you don't make Holocaust jokes. Do you think there's something wrong with making fun of feds or making fun of a death cult? That happened 30 years ago. No, Glooby, you can't make fun of Jesus. Don't you know Jesus died a painful death? How dare you? How dare you make a Jesus joke? I am offended. I am offended and I will burn this bridge. Tech debt, I'm oh my God, I will not handle this. Nope, this is a Christian chat. Tech debt, you've been muted. Don't you fucking do that sacrilege in my chat. You little muffin. You fucking muffin. Just kidding. There you go. You can come back out of prison. Why couldn't Jesus hold the M&Ms? Because he had... Excuse me, are you mocking Jesus's hands? I get it. Oh, I get it. Oh, I bet you think you're so funny. Oh, I bet you think it's so funny that when he tried to put the M&Ms in his hands, they poured through the holes. I bet you think that's fucking hilarious. That he goes, oh shit, the M&Ms, they're falling through the holes that the nails ripped in my hands. Oh, what about the time? Oh, ooh. Do you think it would be funny if oh, do you, what? You think it'd be funny if fucking Saint Peter put a hot dog in Jesus's spear wound? What, you think that would be funny? You think it would be funny if Jesus Christ did a magic trick where a little magical wand went up and down through the hole in his hand? You think that would be funny? You think that's funny? What's wrong with you? Are you laughing? You're laughing at dark things? Ah! Sorry, I'm losing my mind. I'm actually losing my mind. I didn't mean to lose my mind that much. Actually, I did. I completely intended to do that. True. Guess what? Here's a joke. I'm going to tell you a joke. Jesus can clap his hands, but you know what he can't? You know what? He's the best. He's also the best hide and seek player ever. You want to know why Jesus is the best hide and seek player ever? You want to know why? Come on, chat. Tell me why. Tell me why he's the best hide and seek player ever. Wrong, pessimist! You fucking piece of shit! You fucking piece of shit! It's because he's the son of God, so he knows where you're hiding! It's because he's the son of God! Has nothing to do with his injuries! Has nothing to do with his injuries, you clowns! You animals! It's because he's the son of God! He can tell where you are! Duh! What is wrong with you people? Have you no shame? Have you no shame? Do you think that you come to my show to laugh at injuries, to laugh at people who have died? You know what happened when Rush Limbaugh died? Did we laugh? Actually, we did laugh. We laughed quite hard. What can I say? We really did laugh. Wow, we actually laughed a lot. Yeah. Okay, on that one, all right, you got me on that one. You got me on that one. And we're gonna laugh again. We're gonna laugh again in the future. for sure. When Donald Trump dies. We're going to laugh when Dick Cheney dies. We're probably going to laugh when the Bushes die really, really hard. We're going to laugh a lot when Kissinger dies. Yeah. We're going to laugh really hard when Kissinger dies. That's going to be fucking hilarious. I'm like I'm counting down the days. When Giuliani fucking shits his pants and rolls down the stairs, we're going to laugh. Is stream getting dark? Yeah, Kissinger's still alive. Well, because, I don't know. How is Donald Trump still alive? Good question. It's the Diet Coke, yes. Oh my God, what a baby. What a baby. Hi, baby. Hi, baby. Listen, all I'm saying is there are some bad things that happen that you have to be able to laugh at. That doesn't mean you mock the victims or anything like that. It just means you can laugh. Guess what? I'm giving you permission to laugh at an image of a character from Ed, Edd n Eddy saying, "Life has many doors, Fed boy," as a federal agent gets knocked over. Okay? You're allowed. You're allowed to laugh at that. It happened 30 fucking years ago. It's fine. You can laugh at that. You can find that funny. And there's a whole bunch of reasons why you can find that funny. You can find it funny because the image is funny. You can find it funny because you don't like the feds very much. You can find it funny because it's terrible and you shouldn't be laughing, and you want to cathartically release your sense of guilt about laughing at something that is kind of funny. Okay, there you go. That's all I'm saying. Okay. It was funny. I'm sorry, that was funny, and not in like a haha Holocaust joke level funny. It's funny because it's absurdist and dark. Okay, and we can acknowledge it's okay to acknowledge that like some senselessly violent situations can actually still have some funny things. Okay, I'm just saying. All right, that's all I'm saying. And you don't need to burn bridges over stupid shit that happened 30 years ago. Ooh.
Just wanted to test this before stream ends. Sorry, mama. Oh.
Hey, thank you so much. Appreciate the last minute test. Also, hey, look at this. I already got
funny.
clips.
You think that's funny? Oh, do you what? You think it'd be funny if fucking Saint Peter put a hot dog in Jesus's spear wound? What? You think that would be funny? You think it would be funny if Jesus Christ did a magic trick where a little magical wand went up and down through the hole in his hand? You think that would be funny? You think that's funny? Oh, do you what?
Now that's a good one. That's a good one. Listen, I've been bringing out the best for y'all lately. Okay? I've been feeling the energy on stream lately, all right? Listen, this has been fun, okay? What else can I ruin today? Let's see. Religious zealot arc. Oh, I already had that one, all right? Listen, I already had the religious zealot arc, okay? I don't want to go back to that. I don't. We're going to talk about that. I told you all. Remember this? Look. Did I show you all this? Look at this. Look. Watched almost every minute of Rhett and Link's spiritual deconstruction and year in review. Unfathomably moving, inspiring, and meaningful to me. A trans person grew up in fundamental evangelicalism. I've been inspired to do my own too. Coming soon. Mama's spiritual deconstruction. So I'm going to do this. It's going to be Pog. So you get to learn about it. You get to learn more stories about me. Yeah.
People make funny jokes about the Mongol invasions, and they were some of the bloodiest and horrific historical events in history. Yeah, do you remember when oh, thank you. I appreciate that. It's just hard to keep it in a side part when I'm on stream and shouting all day. In fact, usually when I start stream, my hair is like this. And then throughout the day, it slowly falls apart. As you can see, haha, apart, get it? Ha ha ha. See? That's how my hair usually starts. Oh, look at how fucking vest up. Any dating advice? I can't, I mean, what do you mean? You gotta ask me something more specific. Oh, are we gonna have an imp karaoke competition? That sounds fun. I'd be down for that at some point. Yeah, I guess you should. Be yourself. Listen, all I'm gonna say is you can laugh about the fact that Genghis Khan literally captured a bunch of I think it was like Russians, and then who he was mad at, and they were warring and they insulted him, and that's how it's actually pronounced. No. You can't weird chant me on that. That's actually how it's pronounced. Go look it up. It's Genghis. It's Genghis Khan. It's pronounced Genghis Khan. You think, yes, for real. Yes, I know. I listened. Listen, the reason why I'm right about this is one where I'm 100% right. I listened to like 1 million Genghis Khan podcasts. It's Chungus Khan, yeah. It's Big Chungus. No, it's Genghis Khan. That's how it's said. Or Genghis Khan, somewhere along those lines. Anyway, you can laugh about the fact that like 2,000 years ago, he captured a whole bunch of Europeans and he stacked, they had insulted him, and so he stacked them up and built a giant picnic table made out of European leaders, and then had his generals have lunch on the table that he built out of the generals while they were still alive and like whimpering and crying after they had insulted him. You can laugh about that. Like you can laugh about Genghis Khan like dropping a noodle and it falls down on like a general's face and he's like, oh, sacre bleu, or something. Yeah, that actually happened. Wait, that actually happened. Uh-oh. Oh, boy. When the alphabet boys kick your door in and find you're not there because you already crawled through your tunnel under the bathroom sink out behind their police line and you're ready to check which ones didn't put in their back plates. Life has many doors, fat boy. Oh, no!
Talking past each other. Mouthless face.
No, this is a leftist meme of this is a mucho texto in a lot of ways, all right? Listen. All right. Like, what if sex is amazing, but you're in two different places emotionally and keep talking past each other? That's hard, Ben Riley. How am I supposed to answer that? I don't know. That's really difficult. Well, I mean, maybe it's just a casual thing. Maybe the sex is good and that's all that it needs to be. Not everything has to be a long-term relationship. There you go. It's true. If you're not at the right spot, you can just have sex and have fun. You actually can do that. You're allowed to do that. Not every relationship has to be the same. Genghis Khan literally genocided the Persian Iranian people who lived in the Khurasan region because they killed one of his messengers. Like, that area never recovered until the Turks came in and found a bunch of empty space. Yeah, that's pretty fucking terrible. Happened like 2 billion years ago. What if the messenger slipped on a banana peel and that caused it all? Wouldn't that be funny? Ooh, dinner's done? Yeah, Genghis Khan was an evil piece of shit. Yes! Yes! Genghis Khan was a monster! Do you think
Do you think we're glorifying Genghis Khan by saying it's kind of funny to think that they made a table out of arrogant European asshole generals and then ate their lunch on top of a table made up of tied up generals? Oh my god, I'm losing my mind. Yay! Bromo! Thank you!
Number 2000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000
Well, that's because you're too good for this world. The rest of us have blackened hearts, okay? Some of us need to be able to laugh at grim things once in a while. How does one go about building a human table? It's very difficult. It's very difficult. That was wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you all for your generosity. No, actually, Sabo, you're wrong. Genghis didn't fuck anybody. Genghis, like, he was too busy conquering, so he would just fire his sperm at, like, rapid speeds. He had a dick. He had a dick cannon, and he would ride around on a horse and go, and it would just fire individual sperms that would tunnel through people's pants and clothes, and they would get pregnant. That's how it actually happened. This is a fact. And right now, I am disrespecting all of the people that Genghis Khan killed, and I should be canceled. I should be canceled. Cancel me now. How could I mock the monstrosity of Genghis Khan's 1600-year-old conquest? I should still be crying and weeping and clutching my pearls to this day. Thank you. Thank you. That's what you think. You just can't see the pearls. Ooh. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I bet you've all laughed about fucking Titanic jokes, haven't you? I bet you've laughed at fucking parodies of the movie Titanic, you monsters, you reprehensible reprobates. Disgusting. Oh, you think it's funny? Oh, you think that's funny? Do you know that children died? Do you know that children died in the Titanic? Did you know that children died in the Titanic? That means that you are not allowed to laugh ever at anything, even remotely to it. Laughing is illegal.
It's difficult to find a pog that's also into race play who's also super smart, so maybe it is just casual. Thanks for the advice. P.S. Ever had one that got away?
I'm not going to kink shame you. I'm not going to kink shame you. Have I ever had one that got away? Not really, actually. Well, no, not really. No kink shame. But I do find it odd that you would, No, I'll be coming out soon. Just give me a minute here. Good luck, friend. Just good luck. A pog? What does is that a term? A pog, P-A-W-G? A pog ass white girl? Is that what it means? Fat ass white girl. Coming out. Fat ass white girl. Oh, okay, yeah. Well, I think
you're not, I don't think it will be that hard for you, okay? Don't give up, all right? I promise you. You will find your fat ass white girl who will indulge your admittedly very problematic kinks in an ethical manner, okay? I know you can do this. I believe in you. Don't give up on yourself. Remember, there are literally billions of humans on the planet, and I promise you, you're going to be okay. There's a lot of pogs out there. Yep, it's true. Fat ass white boys. Good question. They do exist, but it sounds like this person is looking for the girls. So they're not looking for the pobs. Don't make it all about you. Don't make it all about you. This isn't about you. This is about the donor who gave way, way too much information about their sexual life via donation that seems to be associated with their real name. Thank you for the donation. You're very brave. Okay? You're very brave. Don't make this about you. You fucking queers, you'll make it all about you. You will make it all about you. You fucking narcissistic queers will sit there and make it all about you all night long. Oh, what about the fat ass white boys? Ooh. We're trying to help a Straggit here. Don't you have any sense of shame? We need to help this poor fucking Straggit. Jesus Christ, chat. Fuck. Wow. Well, I think I've succeeded. If I have a 90% queer chat, holy shit. This is the gayest chat on the internet. This might be the gayest chat on the internet, like unironically. That makes me feel good. But guess what? I am a straight ally. I'm serious. So straight people, you're welcome here as well. You might not stay straight forever if you come into this space, but you're welcome here nonetheless. You're welcome here nonetheless. Okay? I'm a straight ally. I know that straight people don't have a whole lot of space online these days. It can be very hard. It can be difficult to see rainbow flags all over the place, and you worry as you have a stirring in your loins that you might be becoming gay. But it's okay. I promise you I'll protect you if you want to. I'll protect you. Hey, Sixamoski. See, there you go. That's what we're talking about. This has been a wild stream, hasn't it? It's been a wild stream, hasn't it? I think this is one of the most likely to be cancelable streams. People could turn so much of this into garbage, and I could be ruined. Just kidding. I'm uncancelable. Do you know how many people have tried to cancel me? Do you know? I'm uncancelable. I'm uncancelable, you motherfuckers. I was making jokes that were considered offensive by random weirdos on the internet before you were even born. When you were just an itch in your mother's balls. I was there to scratch it. All right. Well, everyone, I think the time has come. We've passed the 8-hour mark. I need to go and eat some food and smoke some weed and relax for a while. Tomorrow, mods, tomorrow at 3 p.m., we will be doing a mod night hangout. It'll be fun as fuck. Hey!
Sorry, it's a BDSM power dynamic subversion thing. I'd kinda like it. Donald Glover made a joke about it way back when. Ben Riley is Spider-Man's clone, FYI.
Okay, well, I now know that. Thank you. It's okay. I'm not going to kink shame you. I'm serious. It might be a little, it might be a little problematic. but I believe that you're engaging in it ethically. And if you're not, please consider that, okay? We're good. It's all good. We're all good. Okay. We're at 8.5 hours, so I'm going to head out now. Hey, thank you, Staring Blankly Ahead, and thank you all for your generosity. We have a lot of good shit to talk about on Friday. Friday is going to be a hot and spicy stream, so tomorrow, rest up, okay? I know I can't stream every day because if I did, you wouldn't be able to fucking handle it, and you know that's the case. So on Friday, you get lots of rest tomorrow, and on Friday, we're gonna fucking party. We're gonna party like it's Waco, Texas, 1993. It's gonna be on fire in here. All right, everyone, have a wonderful night. See you later. And on that, much communal love to you all. Mwah! Bye for now.